The moment you've all been waiting for Night Shift Open. $12,000 on the line. The semi-finals is here, and we have got ourselves those 4 teams looking poised and ready to go here for our best of 3s throughout the day. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, joined by good old Jake. He was busy yesterday, but he's back for action. He's going left, he's going right, he's punching, he's jabbing, he's jiving. And I've got Jason Kaplan as well here. Jason's confused, but that's fine. You can be a dapper yapper as well, Jason. How you doing?
He's got a different hairstyle today. There's no curlies in it. It's just
I got a haircut,
more straight.
You got to cut it once in a while. Keep it in line. You know, it doesn't just get there itself.
Don't worry, Jake. I noticed. Unlike some people out there maybe who doesn't notice you, Jake, but I notice. Anyways.
Well, we've got a lot of good games coming at you today. Jake, obviously, yesterday was awesome. We had wall-to-wall, great Deadlock. Are you ready for today?
I can't wait. I mean, it's great to be at this moment at the tournament, of course, you know, where we're, at the end of today, going to crown our champion. But I also want to call out 64 teams played in the open qualifier. Everybody showed up to play. I mean, just incredible, like, buy-in from the community. So many people, maybe who are coming to watch now and enjoy the finals, are still a part of this tournament, right? And I just think that's a pretty special thing. You don't really see that very much in esports these days. And it's a great sign, I think, for the future for the Deadlock community that so many people want to get their chance to compete. I hope we can keep putting on more events like this in the future, more spaces for people to hop on and play together.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. How about you, Jason? Looking at those games that you were able to cast with ZG yesterday, those were great. Then you kind of took a step back. You chilled out. You watched the games towards the end. There were some bangers there as well, right?
I'm just thinking to myself, there's a really funny meme out there in Counter-Strike, which Dan would for sure know, but he's not here right now, is what up now, North America? I mean, I guess it's a little bit different when it was done live. 3 EU teams in the playoffs in an NA event. What's going on, guys? Is EU the best region? I think we have solidified proof that, yeah, they are. What do you think about that?
Yeah,
Jake?
right now, I don't think anyone can debate it, right? Like, as the I guess the representative of North America here, it's three of the top 4 being EU, and this is an NA tournament. You got to play on ping disadvantage, right? If you want to compete in this, but they do. They brought the heat. And now odds on for them to be the ultimate champions here. I mean, Melee Crepes are the last North American team standing, trying to defend the region's honor. But even if they win, to your point, Jason, I think having 3 of 4 in the top 4 already says enough for me about how strong EU is as a region and how well they've acclimated to this patch.
Just imagine though, Melee Creeps come in here and just put the smackdown. I was trying to think of a wrestling term here, but I can't do that and make him up next to this man on my left-hand side. All over EU. Like, that would be the funniest thing to see, is that technically the best team in the world is North American, but the other best teams right under them are all going to be European. I think that'd be really cool to see. And Melee Creeps, if they didn't have pressure on them after winning DSI last week, they're now the only remaining North American team. Come on, you got to hold a whole region up on your shoulders here.
Yeah, definitely. You know what, Jason? SmackDown was acceptable. I'll take it.
Okay.
I would have also accepted Tombstone.
People's Elbow?
There you go. He's got it. Stone Cold Stunner. RKO.
Oh, wait, one more. What's Goldberg's?
The Jackhammer. You don't remember it being the Jackhammer, do you?
Right.
It is right. I know what I'm talking about.
No,
anyway.
You don't know anything about wrestling. You definitely don't have a belt next to you that you could easily show on camera.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Wasn't it just the spear? I feel like it was the spear.
He did have the spear as well. Admittedly, he did have the spear. So ZP's correct. So, all right, yeah. Oh, how am I being correct on wrestling? This is ridiculous. Let's look at let's look at the bracket here for the Night Shift Open as quickly as possible. So
distract.
Best of threes all the way into that grand final. It will be EU versus EU and then EU versus North America. Jake, I think that one thing that really stood out to us yesterday about Melee Creeps, being now our North American representative, is they were having a little bit of a tough time in the draft, and I'm hoping that we can kind of overcome some of that here today for them. What do you think?
Yeah, I do think there's potential. I mean, remember, they do have ping advantage, which should be pretty helpful for them when it comes to those small engagements. But of course, the bigger strategy is a question you still need to find the answer to right now in Deadlock. I mean, from what I've seen from Melee Creeps, feels like they've been more willing to really push the skirmishing and play, I think, less for the late game style that we've come to know and love players like John for. But still, maybe finding the opportunity to work those carry performances in. So, I mean, now that you've had a day, right? You played a ton of matches yesterday. You've like really refined the strategy. Now you have that day break is an opportunity for you to really, review, consider what were the best drafts. We saw them, bring out different looks yesterday. So I actually do have confidence. This is a team that has been consistently one of the best in North America in terms of their ability to see the big picture strategy of the game and draft for it, and have won a lot of drafts historically in NA Deadlock just because, hey, they have the better read on the meta. So I have a lot of confidence in them that they can come into today, but they're going to need to really hit the nail on the head because Loki W is honestly their mirror image in terms of that strategic mastery in Europe.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how the result is going to be, considering it was 3-0 in Death Slam Invitational, 2 Melee Creeps in that final against them, but a very different meta, literally only a week ago, Jason.
And different roster, to be fair. Hapex was subbing instead of Vrake, and Vrake plays a very strong component to how well Loki W plays. So I think that's going to be a really cool semifinal to see. But of course, with Abraham's Leviathan, that seems to be our week in, week out staple on Night Shift on Wednesdays. So these two teams exceptionally know each other very well, though Leviathan did get the better of them just this last Wednesday. So I think this one has the potential to be, well, I mean, it's not even the potential, it's going to be extremely exciting.
Yeah, I thought I'd blacked out for like 4 days, and we suddenly woke up on Wednesday, and it was Night Shift 41, and it's EU with special guests, Melee Creeps. So it's, but it's strange, again, considering that we had that North American advantage to a certain degree, but really EU has been able to step up for that in that regard. Let's talk about our sponsor as well, of course, as they are why we are here. As for the $12,000 that is going to be coming along, we've got Intel and Walmart joining us here for this. Jason, I've never been to Walmart. I've heard it's a magical place, and I would like to go next time I'm in America.
I can't claim this guy, Jake. How have you been in esports this many years, done this many events in North America, and have never been to a Walmart? I was telling the story yesterday. Every time I go back to the States, I hit up a Walmart. I get big bags of candy. I buy things that I can't get here in Italy, which is basically everything, and I throw it in my suitcase and bring it on back. And a big shout out to them as well. It's not only to be here sponsoring us, but to put on like the biggest prize pool we've had here in Deadlock. Intel as well, the support they've given us since day one in Night Shift, since day one back in Fight Night, pretty much. They've always been here supporting esports, whether it's us or in general with IEMs and all the other esports they're involved in as well. But a big thank you to both of them. You guys can type !Walmart to go check out their deals they have on PCs, on laptops, and the likes, and you guys can pick up some stuff for yourself at really cheap prices.
Yeah, we saw some 844 HDMI cables. Somebody was watching the Deadlock Night Shift Open. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, do we have it again? We have it again! There it is, live yesterday. The entirety of a whole Walmart watching one laptop. Crazy scenes here.
I hope that laptop was linked to all the TVs that are going to be on the wall to the right, and you just have the Night Shift Open on like 20 TVs.
that would be special. Actually, yeah, I think I've been in some electronic places and seen that kind of all linked up. I should really go and sabotage some places and just put on things that I want. That'd be great. Just put the Night Shift on wall to wall everywhere I go. That'd be awesome. It's
probably gonna be Warhammer model building that's supposed to be our painting, if I'm honest. Let's come on.
You James. Calling out my painting? What is this?
Yeah, I know you got paint near you on the desk as well, but yeah, no, it's so cool to see. I mean, not only have we had like people with Era in Walmart watching the show, we also had people cosplaying with like the Night Shift logo on their like a patch on their arm or something like that. We had a Billy cosplay, which you normally see in our like carousel that we have in breaks. Really cool to see the fans, not only supporting here the events, but supporting us as a brand with Night Shift.
Yeah, 100%. All right, let's start talking about our first game here then, as we are in our first semi-final, as we have our rosters that we want to take a look at, because as Jason says here, Jake, it is the classic matchup between Abrahams and Leviathan for this. They've been able to meet now head to head here in this semi-finals as we focus on Abrahams, who's so far looked brilliant in this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a team with an incredible legacy in competitive Deadlock that has, changed over time. They've evolved. They've brought in players. They've made roster changes, and yet they always seem to rise back to the top. So many individual players you look at here as very much best in class. I think of Saint on the support role as really one of the defining players to play that style, but one who's been perfectly adept as he's need to take more responsibility, more economy, and be a bigger impact player. There's been no issue for him on that front. They brought Empty Dreams into this roster, and it seems to have been really a match made in heaven for them. Like this has been incredibly successful. And then you also look at players like Taz, playing these initiators, but showing much more flexibility recently, alongside Sonya Sniper and Arzo to push the tempo. And of course, together, holding it all down in the front line. You always know this is the guy you want when it comes to those crucial objective contests. Now, not just Rejuve, but the Urn as well, having that really confident frontliner player with great mechanics, critical, I think, to being able to win those fights.
Yeah, and on the times of priorities here, Jason, in the drafts we've seen so far in this tournament, a lot of Doorman straight away. Venator as well. I think Venator is going to be extremely challenged in these semifinals picks.
Yeah, for sure. I would almost have no doubt across our semifinals and finals it's going to be a super high priority pick, because it was definitely one of the standout heroes across all of yesterday. But one thing I did want to touch on really quickly here with this team is that because we have seen now more of these quote unquote supports flexing over to heroes like Abrams, like Saint did this, Scout does this as well. Sorry, not Scout, Saya over on Melee Creeps. It allows Abrahams to play more of this frontline brawly composition based around these earned turn-ins, and that's something we see LowKW doing a ton with. But having the fact that you can have Sonya Sniper flex over to Shiv and look pretty damn good on Shiv. Saint, you can have play a frontline with Abrams together, who can play like Billy, can play Yamato, which we did get to be treated to yesterday. It kind of fixes some of the problems they might have had in the past when it comes to flexibility within the roster. And I think something like that doesn't work unless you do ban out of pocket, which we had happen quite a few times yesterday.
Of course, on the other side of things, we have basically a nemesis of theirs over in EU as of course we're back. We have our 5 Mo and Krills, and of course yesterday we changed Sai to a Holiday. Very important, Jason. I think very important.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't catch the full conversation, but I know some guys were talking about how Holiday can be pretty decent. I know Goober was in chat talking about how Holiday is her, and there is some viable picks to actually use with her, but I don't know if it's actually going to be happening in this one. I will say this though, when Leviathan looked weak yesterday, it was mostly OCs being punished quite heavily. In our debut match we had kicking things off, he got ganked constantly, even when he was on the Venator. And with him being set behind, no matter how far ahead Freemock was, even though he was quite far ahead, at the end of the day, he was still on Shiv, and they didn't have an M1 to carry things through when they got to the later stages of the game. So I feel like teams kind of have figured out what to do against, excuse me, Leviathan in particular. But Freemock is still so insanely scary if they get Shiv or they get Silver.
Yeah, completely agree. Seeing his Freemock was awesome. See his Freemock. His Shiv was awesome on Freemock for sure here. And Jake, what's your take here for Leviathan?
I mean, I also look at players like Irizumi to have big games for Leviathan, Sai as well, like playing these tempo initiators. I mean, I think you're right to say hey, if you get your carry set behind, you're in real trouble. But the same can be said for teams facing Leviathan, because you look at a player like Sai, he's been, I think, one of the most exciting players to watch playing these tempo-based gankers, and can be, I think, an impact player for the squad is able to do that. I also love to see, hey, maybe for OCs, maybe give him a Mina or something. If you think you're going to get targeted in these ganks, pick an option that's maybe just a little bit harder to punish and set behind in that way. We know he can definitely handle the Mina comfortably, and
for sure.
maybe there's other options. We've seen a little bit of Inferno yesterday, so the meta is still, I think, very open, very very developing. So I think probably all these teams, we said with Melee Creeps, have now had the time to okay, you've thought about those matches, you've considered all that data coming in. Now you come to today with, I think, a fresh perspective and maybe a more refined understanding of how you're going to approach these drafts.
I think with OCs, the way he was playing Venator as well yesterday, all 3 games just Venator. So I think the extreme contention for that hero. Actually, now that I think of that, let's take a look at the prio picks here from the Night Shift Open across the board.
Kalaris, but instead I have something a little bit more important to take a look at, because today is your 1-year anniversary. I want to do a little celebration for you. This is you on your wedding day 1 year ago today over in Poland. And the thing is, you look at yourself here, and you're complete. You look good, a fantastic attire. You even had what was it, like your initials or like Colaris embedded in the side of your vest, and like I think even cufflinks, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
On the back of the suit, yeah, it's underneath the collar. Yeah, Colaris, it says, yeah.
1 year of marriage. But the thing is, I look at this picture and I'm thinking to myself, this isn't the Colaris I knew about. The Colaris I knew about looked more like what we're going to see here in the second picture. And it makes me wonder, how did he transition from this to that? This is probably one of the few times people in esports these days who are just joining us actually get to see your chin and your cheeky little mustache. But I am very jealous, to be fair, at how well the rest of your beard did grow out. But then I have to wonder, we did mention something yesterday of you getting in a fight that wasn't a fight. So let's take a look at the next picture for people who remember yesterday. A black eye in the ESL office. Now, Colaris, would you like to explain how this actually happened? Because it was not a fight. Well, it technically was a fight, but not with a person.
Yeah, no, with a polar bear, actually. No.
Not an animal.
I was running from train to train, and somebody got in my way, and I dodged out of the way, like you would dodge in Deadlock, like a shift away. And I fell over and smashed into the floor, and my watch, you can see where the cut of the watch perfectly lines up with my eye as I, hit into that. That's how that happened.
I'm a big fan of the whiteboard in the back because it has like you, me, Colaris, Uber, Pansy, Apollo, all of our schedules for that month of casts we're doing. But then there's one more thing, we saw, you're beat up a little bit here. And I have to wonder, how did you go from what we're going to see here to what you are today? Let's take a look at the last picture.
Oh my God.
Long hair Colaris. I don't want to know. Actually, I kind of want to know, how old were you in this picture?
19.
19 years old. So basically 19 years ago, with the long hair,
off my age,
the necklace, the like basically like a V-neck, no chest hair there. But yeah, this man has grown up. He's been married for a year now, and just want to give him a little bit of a shout out there.
Well, thank you. When did you prepare this? What is this? Jake, help me.
It took a lot less time.
Honestly, this is iconic, Claire. I can't stop this. I can't put a stop to this. This is amazing. I mean, what a beautiful life, and glad to have you on the show, Claire.
You didn't even show the most famous picture of me with me really long hair. That's I'm surprised that didn't turn up.
I wanted to save you there. I didn't want to have to bring those out. But yeah, I just want to give a little shout out. One year of marriage, choosing to be here on the night shift. And they're going to celebrate tomorrow, hopefully with a lovely dinner. Oh my God. Of course you found
there it is.
Yeah.
All right. If we're busting out these pictures, I got some pictures I can show as well that I did hide from the stream.
Deadlock.
Yeah, Deadlock. Our hero
Same
party
as Jake.
from yesterday. Thank you, Jake.
Go, Jake.
You like
Attack.
my segue? That's a very intelligent segue, saying Deadlock 8 times.
Okay.
Nobody likes Pocket, man. Pocket has no friends.
Well,
understandable. I mean, playing around the urn objectives, the Affliction is just back-breaking, and Pocket is, I think, one of the best heroes, even beyond Affliction, just being able to handle those close quarters, grouped up engagements super comfortably. So understandably, a lot of teams have just knocked him out. But also, this is a group stage, so it reflects a really huge range of different teams' perspectives on the meta. I don't think we have as clear of a sense of the way these top 4 teams see the game.
The crazy thing is, Jason, is that when we got those 2 Pocket games actually coming through on the mainstream, both of them lost. Like, it really does show how good our teams are at being able to, well, later on by Divine Barriers, but deal with it by separating themselves out and avoiding big afflictions.
To be fair, okay, one of them was also playing with a Mirage on the team. And I mean, we know what's going to happen with this Mirage on the team. I don't think Mirage would have, let me double check. Where's Mirage at? I don't think he won a single game yesterday, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he had 5 picks, but I think he had 5 losses. I think he went like 3-23 or 24 now in the last week of play. Insane stuff. But yeah, I mean, we did see some like pretty big afflictions, to be fair. We had like 4 man afflictions quite like a couple of times, but it didn't really work out too well. And when we came into like the second half of the show yesterday, Divine Barrier got so much more heavily prioritized to deal with it. We had teams, even pick up like 4 or 5 Divine Barriers specifically just to deal with the Pocket, and then force a refresher buy, which I think inevitably didn't even come.
Yeah, this is I expected a few changes in kind of where the prios were. I've been focusing on chat a lot and seeing their reactions to what was going on. Thanks for that, Jason. Yeah, very useful.
Bro, the best comment was like the black guy picture of you, and it was David111265 said, "Why didn't bro parry?" Yeah, why didn't you parry, boys? Why'd you get heavy melee?
Parry the ground.
Parry the floor. Yes, thank you. But I expected things like Billy to be a little higher in terms of the priority. Obviously, an absolute tank, an absolute Chad at the moment, Jake. But it really felt like your Abrams, your Victors, especially with control over earn locations, were really, really powerful yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think Victor is the ultimate hero for the new earn contest mechanic, right? Just you stand there, you trade melees, like, you know, like pretty much anybody who comes down into the burger boxing pit on those earn dunks, you're asking for trouble. You're almost certainly gonna die. Luckily, Victor uniquely can die twice, and of course drop the huge reanimation stun AOE on the earn. So I think a lot of people are gonna see that as a super valuable asset. Looks like we've got a new guest on the show. Cuter than all of us. Sorry about your anniversary.
Sorry, Jake.
Kalaris,
you're not the cutest one on the show anymore.
That's, I mean, I think it was Kalaris, man. Look at the dapper suit. Like that was peak.
Yeah, it's hard to deal with kind of contest against the golden retriever though. That's tough. I can't.
That's true.
I can't
That's
be
not
doing
fair.
That.
We are but mortal men.
I'm biding.
Where's my dog? Quick. No, actually, she looks scruffy. She's always scruffy.
she'll bark on camera the whole time. Yeah, it's a little floof. But Venator Ben coming through, I think that's kind of expected from what we've been seeing, if I'm perfectly honest. Like, again, super high part in Venator, but it does leave things open like Victor. And I think we've seen Victor also have huge priority, especially if you're angled around going for these earn contests and earn control. Pleasure. But with Dorman also left open, is definitely one of those high priority picks. But Abrahams, you have the ability to get like Shiv and take it away from Fremont. You have the ability to get Victor as well.
This is a big denial as well, right? Abrahams, every single game was Doorman first alongside something like Venator. Obviously, that nobody wanted to play with Venator, I guess. And it's twofold here for Leviathan. So I think it's a very strong first pick because they do go for the Silver Jake.
Yeah, the silver is nice, but I don't love it as much as the Doorman. I agree with you, Klaus. I think it's a really nice pick. I think it's a nice hero to have against some of these heavy frontliners that Abrahams are likely to pick in response as well, because you can cart people away. Silver is like a relatively easy hero to cart off you when she's just chasing you down. She doesn't have the most options for how she moves on that chase. And of course, followed up by the GT. So Abrahams showing a lot of spirit nuking power as well. We've seen GT yesterday do pretty well and getting, a lot of those big stacks up off of those earn fights, having a hard stun on the ultimate and being able to get it in there from a really safe position in the back line. Super valuable in the final moments of those earn grabs. But Leviathan get their own Shiv, right? We talked about this is a key player hero combination for them, someone who can have big impact. Followed by, I think things are kind of wide open here, but I wouldn't mind them looking at an OC's hero at this point. Get him something where he's going to really succeed. You talked about that yesterday, the issue with maybe him being set behind. I know Abraham's almost certainly going to try to run that again.
Empire without sacrifice.
Jason?
Yeah, I think Jake obviously hit the nail on the head, securing the Wraith for them to get OCs in a comfortable pick. The thing is, it also does leave open now Victor to be taken away from them for the side of Abrahams, which I would almost expect to see come in right now for their third and final pick. But the GT, Jake, the GT play yesterday was crazy. The amount of stacks. Just go Paradox instead, which, did have a 100% pick rate yesterday. They technically could ban Victor, and they get the first pick after the bans anyways, so maybe they're going to force the ban out of Leviathan.
I wonder, were people yesterday playing the Echo Shard bomb build on Paradox? Like,
so in general, yeah, but
Mostly.
we also did have a game with an Echo Shard time wall because it was it was based around that plus Graves, I believe, because they had Echo Shard grasping hands. So they had Echo Shard time wall, Echo Shard grasping hands, and then you basically had nowhere to really fight, nowhere they were really safe. Exactly, yeah.
Build a little castle on the turn.
It was good. Kind of worked out, right? There's so much space control people are going for. And Grey Talon for me right now, is the current patch hero. I think Grey Talon looks fantastic in these team fights, the earn control areas and things like that, dishing out massive amount of damage as well. We have a Monkrill and Abrams ban coming in here, Jake.
Interesting that they take the Mo and Krill away. I don't know that. I guess comboed with the Doorman, we've seen that story before, right? The ability of that kidnap squad. They go for the McGinnis, though, who, this is not the Victor, but it offers something somewhat similar, I think, which is this incredible AoE denial when it comes to those key contested team fights, which are really the feature of the meta right now. I think everyone's got to be thinking about how you get there. And for Leviathan, that's a question they need to answer now, but I feel like Victor could be a really nice pick at this moment. I will say there's so much incoming spirit damage. It's a little scary to play Victor with that much ranged poke. Like, these are all heroes that are not necessarily easy to get on top of, which could be an issue for Victor. But Viscous, I actually quite like in this because there's a lot of that AoE nuke coming in, and maybe you need the hard save to get characters like Shiv and Wraith out of trouble if they are caught by, let's say, a Paradox.
Right?
Isn't it also like a free contest on Earn 2 if you go for Puddle Punch Max because you're able to hit it from range, not have to actually get up close and personal to deal with the Earn?
Well, that's a good point. I actually don't know if that works because you look like you can't last hit rejuves with it. I don't know that you can last hit the
I'm not
Earn with
100%
it. Maybe
sure,
you
but
can.
I mean, worst case, you knock people away from the Earn, so it gives you the space to potentially play from. But
Guys.
this, I not like it, man. We saw it out of, was it John yesterday once, and it was abysmal. It seems like to be like a last resort pick for teams these days.
It looked grim, but again, it was going up against things that had a lot of distance on it. Like, for example, you would see it die to the paradox swaps and stuff, and you're controlling the distance in that sense. So maybe, maybe it can look better. Victor coming in, not too much of a surprise for me at all. I'm surprised it even got this deep into the draft, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe for Geist here, just feeling like you really need some gun damage in this comp. I think that they are kind of hurting for it, given the draft so far for Abraham's, like so much spirit. Somebody's got to be gun. I mean, I think that's been a challenge for a lot of teams right now, figuring out, okay, what is the next gun here? On Leviathan, finishing with the Vindicta kind of changes the tenor of this draft. Like now, pushing the tempo feels very real for me, and I kind of like these drafts where the 5-man outside of Wraith is a really effective and aggressive squad, and then Wraith can just hard AFK farm, emerge from the jungle at 15 minutes with a monster bag, and just kind of take over the game from there. So a lot I think I'm going to be watching for is how does this early game progress? Can characters like Lash, Viscous, Vindicta, and Doorman really take over and get some of this snowball rolling, which I think is exactly, especially around Doorman, the way you always want to play, but with Vindicta getting those stacks, having some good lockdown, Lash having, I think, one of the best ults to deploy. Like when it immediately comes up, it's like feels like guaranteed kills if you get the connection. This could be a really fast tempo game for them. Abraham's great late game, but they're going to be on notice, I think, in the mid.
Jason, we saw Leviathan draft Vindicta at the very end against, I think it was Lucky W in their first match of yesterday, and they did lose that. I think, is there a little bit of limiting of what side could be playing here? Obviously, the Mo and Krill bang coming in and stuff.
I'm not sure. I think I don't actually like the Vindicta pick coming through here, because, I mean, okay, I can understand what you're trying to go for. For Earn contesting, I think Vindicta does not offer you really anything, especially with the GT on their side. Yes, the tether's cool. The shred is great, obviously, when it comes to the crows. But the fact is, you're tethering them on the Earn, which is exactly where they want to be anyway. So you're not really gaining anything from the tether. But where I can see the success of Vindicta coming through is with those Dormant ultimates. Because we did see yesterday quite a bit of chaining of like a Dormant ultimate into like a charge, into like a swap, stuff like that. So having a tether when you get out of a Baroness Hotel could be what creates opportunity for Leviathan to get a command advantage. But in general, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of Vin, especially with the GT on their side, who can just snipe you out of the air with relative ease.
All right, well, let's get to it then here. Have we got our best of 3? Currently, both of these teams have already secured themselves $1,500. However, if you win this, you're guaranteed at least $3,000 here from that $12,000 prize pool. Jason, take it away, friends.
Oh, you did it to us again, like with Dan and ZP yesterday.
I was waiting for the other guy to do it. I don't know. Abraham's a little reconnecting here in the pregame as we swoop on through this beautiful map. And this is going to be a crucial game, Jason. I mean, this is one where both these teams are very familiar with one another. A lot of experience, as we've said, playing in these high stakes matches. But now with more money on the line than ever before, more pressure on the line than ever before, Abraham's get, I think, a pretty conventional draft for this meta, like crazy AoE. And by the way, Reed just dropped 200 euros on the donation. Incredible stuff there, Dreet. Right off the rip.
Is there a note for that one? Because we had who was the chorus that donated 500 yesterday? I just can't remember.
Not the name I read out. I'll tell you that much.
Okay. But yeah, no, thank you so much, man. We appreciate it. And obviously, going to the prize pool, I would believe. I mean, we haven't decided where it's going to go, but probably to the prize pool for this next night shift coming up on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, we have our CFO here. He could probably answer that for us.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about that too. Literally, I was like, I don't want to say it's for the prize pool for this because, all right, we're giving they're getting 12 grand. You know, I'm like, I don't feel that bad about, but let's buff up the next Wednesday. But we'll see. We'll talk about it. Decide what to do. But it's great to get those donations come in. We always plow those right back into the community, into the events themselves.
before you show up with like brand new headphones, you know, new setup.
Yeah, this Ferrari,
new
guys,
paint.
it's a night shift Ferrari. it's really crucial.
Tax deductible.
To you know, I can't really put the event sign unless I can pull up in the Ferrari. So it's you know, it's a necessity. That's what I'd say.
I agree. I agree.
A little bit of exchanges in the mid lane here. Dorman, I think, is generally considered one of the best laners right now, and I think they kind of pair him with the Wraith because there's a lot of ranged spirit nuking, which usually GT is the king of. By the way, we've got First Blood in the side lane. Fremont just barely getting it over together. Slivered HP there, but it's a nice little kill to find, especially for Shiv, and we've seen Fremont get some crazy snowballs before.
Yeah, I actually don't like this lane out of Abraham's too much. Geist and Victor, I mean, it is a lot of AoE damage, or it can be. It can be some, you know, decent wave clear as well with like Pain Battery. But if you get caught by a tether, like these are free knives hit by Fremont, and he doesn't even miss knives when you're not tethered down to the ground either. Especially when you get these ultimates online too, they can keep the range away from guys from ours though, so you can't get that swap. And then you have the potential to snipe with not only assassination, but also the killing blow. So this is, to me, you know, Jake, a pretty scary lane, honestly, if you're Abraham's.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this McGinnis lane goes, though, because there's going to be a lot of tower pressure. I mean, Paradox is one of the best heroes in the game at clearing creeps, and McGinnis, I think, is probably the best character in the game at early tower pressure. And remember, I mean, one of those recent patches, that's been changed to be a little bit more viable, a little bit less Guardian resistance. You know, Lash and Viscous are pretty weak heroes when it comes to pushing out creep waves, right? They have these big nukes, but if you're constantly throwing them on the wave, you're never putting them on the enemy. Paradox and McGinnis are just perma poking you from full HP, feeling really comfortable and confident. You're already seeing Irizumi on a tiny bit of HP, which feels terrible on Viscous. You really can't come in close for those splatter trades on that HP. And for Rayek as well, like it's things could get a little bit rough in that lane. They might need some rotations. Someone like the Doorman out of mid.
It definitely does feel like both teams have their strongest lanes in the opposite sides, if I'm looking at it. If you're on the left-hand side and you're Leviathan, the Amber side, your strongest lane is the left lane because you have that tier 1 camp spawn on the speakeasy that you can have full control over, get an advantage when it comes to souls, and just kind of snowball from there potentially. Same with the other hand side for the Sapphire team. But I would agree, like if Saint has the monster rounds, which I would assume you would probably go for here just so you can keep that shove going, you're in such a tough spot that you're probably going to lose that Guardian fairly early, which then frees up tasks on the Paradox to start roaming around and causing a lot of presence and a lot of pressure across the map.
Yeah, and for Saint too, it's like I you don't want to underestimate the impact of this McGinnis character getting pretty farmed in terms of like being a real threat. Like when you get something like the Lightning Scroll on the ultimate, you know, I think Indomitable is going to be a likely buy for her this game just to like keep that ult running. You know, a lot of these characters are like long cast time ultimates. I think Indomitable has proven to be really valuable on them, right? Like looking at, you know, I don't think we're not seeing much 7 in competitive play, but in pubs, I think it's very nice. Same for McGinnis, where you don't have to preemptively cast Unstoppable and it runs out after a few seconds. You can just kind of like play your life with the ultimate, and hey, they need to send more than one stun or root sleep silence, you know, to proc it on you, which can get a little scary. Something like the Lashel you can just ignore unless someone else has already stunned you. So a little bit of a worrisome sign in this lane as Rayek, a little ground strike to clear the wave here.
Beautiful. I think
Lash saying a prayer to get some
Also,
souls.
I have an update from the comp ops end on the reason for the pause. Per Fremont, it is a tech pause. OCs is having packet loss and is rebooting his internet. 30 seconds, please, was the request.
I didn't know that OCs lives in Italy.
The internet checks out.
Yeah, right. What we saw, though, I feel like yesterday, Jake, was a lot of teams, and the most successful teams, investing in compositions around the urn. And it feels like we've seen more emphasis on the urn this last, like, I mean, obviously with DSI kicking things off with that, than we see in a very long time, if at all. The teams that typically get the urns will typically win the game. I know it sounds, you know, pretty simple, pretty common, but I feel like we've really seen an excess of that just yesterday alone.
I mean, Leviathan, though, they've sort of been a team that is willing to, you know, zag where others have zigged. And this kill on Rayek, Guinness, I think, cleared for a big tower push here. Silver's deep in as well, trying to get that second follow-up onto Irizumi, but he plays well under the tower, and Silver does not want to overextend, throw away too much HP. He's just going to convert this into a box run.
And it also means the timing of these ganks have most likely changed as well, with going up to 3 minutes on boxes instead of 2. And Fremont already under a lot of
He's
pressure,
in
down
trouble.
160 HP, and he's being chased down quite heavily.
Nice
Taking
moves from
investment
him.
out of this.
Oh, it's so close, and the kill just barely comes in. The bloodletting finishes off together. Vindicta now in a little bit uncomfortably close range. There's Doorman's here as well with the rotate. Great response. Dreams does find OCs in the chaos, but looks like Overseas coming into overwhelm. It's going to be enough here. Surely that's enough to finish the victor. Oh, he's regenerating through it. He's got the pain battery almost, but does trade Sai out, which is going to be nice for him. Overseas, though, profiting handsomely from those trades.
And about breaking on this left-hand side now, and obviously back on the defensive Leviathan, trying to survive. It's not even close to their ultimates just yet, but the pressures continue to be there. Saint, he did pick up monster rounds as we saw before. And obviously, I feel like honestly, I resume now. Disconnecting.
Ooh,
and
they
Arzo.
2DC'd at once. I wonder, yeah, maybe there's some ISP issue for him.
Double game crash, most likely, it looks like. I mean, at least for Leviathan, when the minions do get grouped up, I feel like it is really easy with Splatter and Ground Strike or Flog to just clean up that wave very, very fast. So I don't think it's as easy for Abrahams to push. But the fact is, they already got initial kill on the Rayek there. And they already were able to push, like, Irizumi back. So I do kind of worry about them in this lane. And we've already seen TAS have some great swaps just yesterday when playing Paradox. But I think the Geist for me is still, I'm still kind of being thrown off by that pick coming out of Abrahams. And I'm not sure how successful it's going to be.
I'd say that's the biggest question mark here. Also, GT looks to be going the gun build, which has actually looked pretty good on this patch, right? Like, people have been going for the max flight, at least in the games I've been playing on ranked. It actually seems pretty nice. The cooldown gets incredibly low, and it becomes like a relatively reliable mobility tool on top of giving some quite nice stats.
It seems to be the adaptation for sure. Looking back on yesterday, we had like a similar build come on through, then they eventually transitioned into Spirit. But yeah, like the fact of the 2 ability having such low cooldown, the extra control as well has been really cool to see. Like, Cosmetical had some sick movement when looking at Loki W yesterday in their match against Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, Drake Town has some crazy movement potential with that flight skill, and the stamina unit building on that character. McGinnis taking down the tower, has a bit of souls in the bank here, as buffs are spawning. McGinnis is certain to claim this one. Happy to grab a Vitality. It's going to make her a little bit of a harder target if she decides to push mid as she's rotating over. Fremont finds Arzo, but with the reanimation online, Victor's not going to be too upset about that trade.
Oh, I can hear.
Oh no,
You can just
not the big
bag
snipe.
Fremont. Yeah, I wanted to say that, but we can hear it. But Fremont just surviving as well. It looks like the owl did not connect, or at least didn't connect enough damage onto Fremont, so he survives yet again. This is the second time he survived on extremely low HP here, Jake. And you talked about the snowball potential out of him before. He's actually not been able to get super far ahead when it comes to souls. Obviously, because Together has been solo farming while Arzo's been dead, but that's not what you want to see for Abrahams, man. When Fremont gets going on Shiv, it is very scary. Definitely one of the best Shivs in EU. I still won't concede at ZP. I still won't say he's the best Shiv in EU, but he's definitely one of the best for sure.
Oh, that could be a kill. It's extremely close to bloodletting. Maybe Shiv going to be able to heal up through it. Vindicta now under pressure has to really step up and takes a big pain battery from long range. Great shot from Together. It's going to set up the kill. In this lane, I mean, it looks strong for the start of the match here for Leviathan, but now Arzo and Together seems like they've weathered the storm. They've kind of reached critical mass, and they're going to potentially be able to drop this Guardian down.
Yeah, does actually Together also have monster rounds? We see that Arzo's picked it on up. Baroness Hotel being thrown on in, but the soul exchange is available though for Arzo when he gets out of this one. But Together,
Ooh, is he gonna take full damage?
Punished. He dies under the tower here as Fremont's able to close that one down. And Overseas, I should say, gets the kill into Arzo, keeping himself away, so the swap cannot happen. And just as quickly as Abraham's got some sort of a lead in that lane, he gets immediately shut on down.
Yeah, that's a really nice rotation in for Leviathan, especially the draft they've gone for. I feel like they almost needed it. Nice puddle punch forward, though, and they grab the lift to follow up. Taz in real trouble, but they're going a bit deep for this. There's players responding to defend. A bird stack would be a lovely thing to find, but OC's lives on just a sliver of HP. Follow-up is there, and he does get the stack, so nice finish from Saint. Empty Dream's going to be happy about that one.
And Overseas at 6.1k, though. We've seen so many great individual plays yesterday. I think we were really treated to Doorman and also seeing why he's consistently being banned out. But also to see like TAS playing Doorman yesterday, Overseas playing Doorman now, it's so cool because those two have always been battling it out between each other for such a long time over the course of Deadlock esports history. There's always been, you know, contention of who's the best Paradox, who's the best Bebop between them two. And we do see a little bit of a kill come back for Abrahams here, able to shut down Fremog for now. But you can see the ground being gained and the pressure being applied on this right-hand side as they're looking for that Guardian out of Abrahams. They have the man advantage, but they lose out on it together.
Yeah, together. I mean, he had a really nice start. Still comfortable on the souls, but has been giving over a couple of kills the other way. This build from Silver, though. I mean, Sonya really ready to hold the front line. McGinnis is going for now full gun. I mean, this could just be a minimal investment. Getting flanked and surrounded here. Vin would love to be able to finish this one with a snipe. Dorman continuing to pump that damage. Razumi is going to grab the finish here. So the tempo Leviathan are bringing, it's working decently so far, but in the end, hey, like, you're not going to lose doubles on this. It's not the worst thing in the world. With Together showing up, he's going to be the one probably more than happy to claim these.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we had some, like, crazy stacks for Golden Statue busts yesterday. We were looking at, like, 30, 40 point gaps. I don't know if point's the right word. Like, pickup gaps in some of these games. Investment is so important for Together as well. But I don't think we're, you know, we were talking about this yesterday. We haven't really seen much Wallbreaker Victor anymore, as we were like talking about a week, 2 weeks ago. It's been more about just absorbing as much damage as possible. And of course, maybe it's urn breaking is what we can call it nowadays, since you sit on top of the urn and just try to die there, so you can deny it from the enemy team.
Yeah, I do think that Spear build is a little bit nicer when it comes to pumping damage in the objective. Doorman just barely gets to the door. Still going to stick around. Risky moves, but playing off that barrier. Wants to keep trading. And it pays off. Sign. Fine task. A nice one for him. But, I mean, across the board, Leviathan a little bit low right now. Same for Abrahams. Things on the edge of a knife. Rig takes a bird. Does go down. Empty Dream stacking it up here.
Plus 20 now, but the pressure is on towards this Guardian. Fremox takes down Saint. Looking to back away for the help of Irazumi. He's going to be up to the side. Also the snipe coming on through at a side. They get the kill. They net themselves one positive. And most likely the Guardian thereafter is still extremely low on health. Fremok using that movement to his best ability. Trying to escape. The bloodletting's not going to be enough. And Abraham with a good response here. Do pick up 2 kills themselves.
Yeah, sticking around for that tower. Just doing a little bit too much on Fremok. Big rotation comes in. And they're not even going to get the tier 1 for that. And that honestly kind of turns things way back in the favor of Abrahams. The Spirit Buff grab for Vindicta. Silver stepped up for this, but as the Lycan form ends, okay, they're not going to chase that down. Maybe they learned their lesson from the mid-fight. Chasing too deep into the Victor is a risky move.
Is that
and
really
this
a Shadow Weave?
Shadow Weave? I mean, okay.
It's cute. I mean, it's cheaper now, but is it, I mean, it's going to give the gun investment here, but
I don't mind it, actually. I mean, I think in theory, this should be an extremely good item. If there's anyone who's going to build it, Wraith's got to be one of the best. And maybe, you know, OCs wants to not play like a hard AFK strat, you know, and go a little bit more high tempo, stick with the team and have the entire team pushing for these fights. I think they also recognize, hey, down 4K here is not an amazing spot to be in. Empty Dreams, I mean, is that another bird stack?
I think so. I think it's plus 30 now.
Yeah, 3 is a great place to be.
Not quite the 70 we had for Cosmetical at 17 minutes, but it's still a extremely strong start here. A knockdown picked up for Irazumi, which I respect as well. Being able to deal with Empty Dreams potentially in the air, but he's being forced on back here. Sana just trying to escape now. Being chased down by the snipes out of Sai. With the casting buff on Vin as well. Extremely scary, but he does get into the subway, though I can see Sai's still around it. Maybe he was trying to go for the catch there, but either way, the action's breaking on the left-hand lane here.
Yeah, looks like Wraith wants to go for a siege here. Sneaks up. Puts some big damage in on guys. Can they get the finish? He does have swap. Chasing is risky, but beautiful connection from overseas. Clean shot. Close that one out. It was a little bit scary. Larzo having swap available. But Doorman, I mean, really proving his worth, I think, as a first pick. On fire. 11k souls. Shiv gets into a fight with Paradox, but Paradox playing the time wall is not going to be your preferred opponent in this spot.
He's drawing some attention here, potentially pulling in Arzo. So 3 players towards that right-hand side of the urn. The first one of the game has spawned on in. Look at where Sonya is. Playing a little bit of a human ward in enemy territory up on the high ground. Initial pick are going the way of Abraham's, even investing the wall, and they definitely want to go for the dunk with this setup. They've already lost on a 1. That's going to be Arzo to go down. The pressure out of Leviathan has actually shifted over towards this middle lane. They're looking for that walker where the urn is being ran across the map.
Yeah, I think they know they have a big disadvantage when it comes to the urn fight. They're going to try to trade Walker instead. maybe try to have their cake and eat it too, but it's a nice defense from Taz, and you don't want to stick around trading under the time bomb from Paradox. But with the waves so pushed up on the right side of the map, it's not obvious to me that this is going to be an easy dunk, even with the maxed reanimation here. But I think when Abrahams bring the team, there's going to be real trouble now. Leviathan, this is going to be maybe your toughest test yet in the game.
Dispel Magic queued up for Together. We'd love to have it right now because you know these knives are going to be thrown in towards his back. He's actually going to be going straight for the dunk here. They have a wall as well for protection, and the Urn is going to be starting to tick on over. And Leviathan, they actually haven't gone for the contestation. Maybe they go for the re-engage off the back of this Urn being dunked on in as the Bird coming on through as well, looking for a connection. They've already lost on a Sonya Sniper. But the Urn either way has gone the way of Abrahams, and if they disengage successfully here, I think it's going to still be a net positive. But the mid Walker is actually under a lot of pressure, and Abrahams aren't prepared and set up to protect it.
Oh, that knife should seal the deal for Taz. He's in huge trouble. And Overseas going to finish that one off. But actually, hey, I like this decision from Leviathan. Like, are you ever going to win that fight into Victor? I know people, you'd think you're supposed to contest the Urn as, oh, Fremont taking a stomp there. That's an unforced error.
And using the doors to their advantage here. Just chipping away at this Walker. It doesn't look like it's going to fall here. They've actually lost out already on 2 players with Syed. Osy's going down. The pressure on this right-hand side is completely been dissipated on through. Sonya, they'll get extremely low on HP, but the curse comes on through to save his life. More of a benefit than a curse.
Oh, a sick movement, though, from Fremont. Okay, kind of styled on them. And actually, the other side of the door was being camped. Abrahams was ready for it, so Fremont might be the one to get away. Bird coming in seems inevitable now. And MT, I mean, he has more stacks than we see on a hard spirit build in a lot of these games. A couple kills coming back the other way, and this could be a really big advantage developing for Abrahams. Across the map, 3 kills. Now consideration of objectives to take with this kind of player lead.
Can we actually take a look at how many stacks Empty Dreams has now? I'm counting in my head, like plus 40?
I mean, yeah, plus 40 is crazy, right? That's like a little bit less than, I mean, Boundless gives you 35, right? Obviously, Boundless gives you percent buffs. You know, not a good comparison, but that is a crazy amount of spirit to have. It means all this gun investment you've made is amazing, but honestly, those stacks on spirit are almost equaling all the cash investment you've made into gun. So really impressive mixed damage for Empty Dreams. He is going to be a monster this game. Wraith, though, wants to shut him down. Grabs that lift, and Furing, no matter how far you get, you're always going to be vulnerable to a gank like that. Great find from OCs, getting some value out of the Shadow Weave. I actually particularly like it in this game, considering you're up against the GT as really your key threat. That lift is going to be massive, slamming the GT to the ground, and having that follow-up damage to catch is always nice.
I mean, that plus also Tether, if you pair it like Saihan, there's no way you're going to Rain of Arrows out of that one. Leviathan keeping the pressure on here, still looking for a Walker, even though they are down 8,000 souls right now. They will eventually succeed taking down this left-hand Walker. I think the Sai able to snipe that out, sacrificing himself for it. While in the meantime, Fremont is pushing mid with the help, of course, of Rayek here. That one's also fallen extremely low. And even though Abraham's like technically have the leading souls, it hasn't felt like they've had the lead here, Jake.
Ash not trying to get out here, just trying to put down what damage he can, and another stack for Empty Dreams. I mean, we're reaching nuclear territory. I mean, Empty Dreams at some point is going to buy Boundless and have like the highest spirit in the lobby. Like having a flat plus 50, plus 60 is almost impossible to match up against when it comes to spirit damage. So Wraith really needs to shut this hero down, but it's a mid-boss contest coming in. Abraham's forcing the issue now. All these scattered pickups and trades. They've left Leviathan missing a lot of key players. Reanimation goes down. It's not in the ideal position, but with McGinnis layering on into the pit, there's just no way for Leviathan to contest these rejuves. All 3 go the way of Abraham. The team fight as well. This is about as bad as it gets. This could be the game slipping out of the fingers of Leviathan. They looked so decent up to this moment, but now Abraham's finally forced the issue, and we see the weakness of Leviathan's strat. If you're not getting far enough ahead off these map plays, you find yourself in a world of hurt in the team fights.
There's so much of a commitment there to take down Sonic before the rejuve actually was capitalized on. Right, another bird coming on through. Empty Dreams, another plus 10. Please, production.
We have to.
The POV of Empty Dreams. He's got to be on plus 60 at least right now. They're about to hit that 17-minute mark. What's worse than nuclear? Is there anything past that? Because that's the point that Empty Dreams is approaching.
Yeah, he's going turbo mode here. Looks like a good gank onto Arzo, though. Does have that rejuve and coming out with the ultimate, so won't necessarily be an easy follow-up kill. And with all these numbers from Abraham bearing down on the Walker, they need to open a Walker, right? They need to get a slot open for themselves, but it seems a foregone conclusion now. The rejuve is being consumed, though. Leviathan fighting really nicely into this. No stomp available. The damage comes in. Actually, players died, losing both the rejuve and their lives. The follow-up is beautiful. Leviathan with a massive punish in this fight. Abraham's looking so strong, but maybe a bit overconfident now as kills start to come back against them. Leviathan still healthy on a lot of players. Viscous a little bit low. Doesn't want to back out of the fight yet, and this is turning into a disaster now.
Yeah, a bit of an overcommitment, I would definitely say here. A bit, maybe an understatement now as they've lost out on 4 players and all the rejuves. Yeah, there's a Walker taken out of Abraham's, but is it really worth this one? Because they can shove on middle, take a Walker for themselves, and you kind of equalize. Actually come out ahead in this one. Asanya will fall. And Leviathan, I mean, honestly, I wasn't ready to call it quite yet, but it was not looking good whatsoever. But it had to have been an overcommitment, right? Like there was no need to go that deep with the 3 rejuves right then.
I mean, I can see why they did, though. I mean, they have a significant soul advantage. They have 3 rejuves. You know, like, I think the straightforward play is like, hey, force a major team fight. We are incredibly strong. We can probably not just take this Walker, but, like, if we get a big team wipe, we could clear the map. We could maybe take a base guard or even think about a shrine. So I see why they did it. I just think Leviathan played that incredibly well. I mean, they had a wild disadvantage in that fight. Forcing the urn, though, not so sure about this. You had a great fight, but Victor's back with the ultimate. This looks hard to me.
1 week ago, you couldn't do this, though. Look on the right-hand side. We see Psy and Overseas pushing together to look for the last Walker of the game. And hopefully for them, they can pull multiple players out of Abraham's here to defend this, which means they could go for the urn turn-in for Leviathan. We did not see this macro level of play after the urn was moved towards mid, but thank God it's been moved on back. They are going to be coming on through. Psy is low enough to be finished off. Overseas too healthy for it. And Psy's back towards base.
Plus 60, by the way. And he's gotten the tank buster in the cooldown, so it's turning into a nice little hybrid build. I like the attempt there. I mean, no way you're catching mid and base. Had to gamble on that one. Big catch though on together. Tanks really nicely into this. Do you really want to chase into the shop? Still 1,000 HP on this Victor. Reanimation available. They're thinking about it. They'd love to be able to pop this reanimation without a heavy commitment, and it's a stun under Wraith, but it'll be just fine. They get the reanimation out. I don't know how valuable this play is now with Victor's cooldown, but hey, it's a window for you to punish him soon.
I don't know how that stun actually caught OCs when we've seen people use terrain just yesterday to dodge away from it. That was quite interesting.
Yeah, it does feel sometimes like a bit buggy on the AoE check for that specific ability. And look at this, the fortress being established here for Abraham's. How do you ever contest this? Short answer is you just don't. Beautiful play from them. I mean, this is the Abraham's draft coming together, and some kills coming in after this. Not the play for Leviathan. Overseas and Urasumi both on no HP.
Oh my God, the owl screaming on through, looking for connection. It's still on out. I'm not sure exactly who it's going for. Looking for that final kill, looking for the plus 70 now, heading back towards base. But the Walker on the right-hand side had gone down, and for Leviathan, I think a smart play. You let the urn go, you get a Walker, and you get a kill on a Sonya Sniper from this one. I would say it's still, I think at this point in the game with the second urn, that's technically a win still for Leviathan.
Yeah, it is troublesome though that like these urn fights do not feel playable. The draft that they've gone for, right? Like, so as much as like yes, things are going well, the advantage Abraham's have, you could pretty much look at it as entirely coming from the 2 urns that they've been able to dunk, and neither one has felt like there's even a possibility to contest. And you know that I think is a huge problem as you get deeper into the game. Like you really, I mean, these kills are nice, but you need them to stay even for Leviathan. It's, you know, the kill score 24 to 25 doesn't tell the whole story because of these urns. Big catch on a doorman, does make it out through the door, and under the safety of a Walker, not going to be a place you want to chase.
And that range out of the doors is quite crazy. I do like how they added the cooldown, so you can't just quickly get out and shut a door. I think it does make you have to play more methodical and potentially put your exit door down earlier if you want to go for those crazy mistakes, or those crazy escapes, I should say. Because we're not even equalized. We're still 7K lead for Abrahams. Can we take a look at the soul differential this game? Because it has felt like Abrahams has had a soul lead for the entire game, even with Leviathan having some walkers being taken. And you can see just a slight, was it like 2-3 minutes in? We saw a slight advantage for Leviathan, but it's been all Abrahams, though the game hasn't necessarily felt like it at some points.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how these late game team fights go. For me, I think a lot rests on how much impact Empty Dreams is able to have. Like, he has insane stacks, plus 60 spirit power, a pretty serious gun investment. He is gonna absolutely chomp with damage. However, OC's with the Shadow Weave, like if you just catch GT and burst him out of the fight first, I think we actually may have some damage issues for Abrahams, right? In the team fight, like they have incredible tankiness, but a lot of that comes from things like McGinnis ult and Victor staying on top of you, and the entire roster for Leviathan is extremely mobile. So I could see a world where it's a little awkward for Silver and Victor to actually deal their damage in the late game team fights.
I think he'd be the only one to go down in this fight.
Yeah, in the end, just catch the Wraith first, right? It's sort of the similar problem that Abrahams could have, although Fremont grabs that trade. Big kill into Sonya, diving here quite deep, but the movement is too clean, and they don't even want the chase. Still with a lot of knives here. Shiv could kind of go in for a flank here, and it looks like the rest of Leviathan want to put the pressure on. Together is on very low HP with no ultimate available. He's going to be run down now, and the mobility pays off massively. Fremont takes a ton of attention on himself in the back line, and the front line for Abrahams falls apart without the team behind them.
With mid boss up too, you can see Leviathan are going to turning tail to look for this most likely. Have 30 seconds on Victor down. I mean, that's probably the best target you want out of this fight. No shocker animation you have to worry about here. The mid boss will be started off, and now Abrahams, will they go for the contest? They do have the swap out of task to pull them away, but they don't have much thereafter to follow up with. Maybe an owl coming out of Empty Dreams, but I'm not quite sure if Abrahams can afford to take this fight or will win this fight.
Yeah, this looks pretty impossible. No McGinnis ult either. They're going to put some pressure in. Okay, here comes McGinnis diving in deep. But there's just too many players here. You know, the Outfire doing work here. Bird does connect on a couple players, but still with 2 Rejuves remaining, there's a lot of fight back to be had for Leviathan. Abraham's trying to get what they can, trying to drop some of these Rejuves, make sure that there's no major base siege, and actually things are looking decent for them. A little bit of low health on the Leviathan players. They're choosing to reset rather than force the fight. Viscus is in trouble, but does have roll, can manage to get that cast off.
The slam coming on through, doesn't actually, he cancels the throw of it. Instead, looks for the ground strike onto Arzo. He still has the swap available and ready. I mean, Leviathan, this is looking like deja vu. Losing 2 of the Rejuve crystals, only 1 remaining. Sonya's been thrown into the Baroness Hotel. He's actually surrounded by 3 members of Leviathan, but he gets teleported on out, or is it actually on the wrong person? Might be a UI issue. No, he actually is there. My bad. So I don't know if he's going to escape this one, and Fremont closes down task. Fremont has just been lingering towards the backhand side, avoiding the upfront fight, and playing on the outskirts. It's been working pretty well now, Jake.
Yeah, gets the cube to mitigate a lot of that bloodletting follow-up. Irezumi does go down, but that was his second death. There's still 1 Rejuve crystal remaining. Very scrappy fight. Everybody getting low. Everybody participating in the fight. And it's shown, I mean, a real signs of life for Leviathan, but their longtime nemesis, Victor in an urn, rises again, and maybe now is the first time where you think, hey, Leviathan may actually want to fight this. They do still have a Rejuve crystal. Personally, I still don't know that they can. I still just think the comp issue ultimately is the problem here, even with the Rejuve. They're going to try and fight here in the mid, going to try and catch onto this Vindicta, and she is not tanky whatsoever. So with Silver getting on top of her, you'd think this would be an easy finish. That consumes the last Rejuve, and things get pretty awkward here. Sai, oh, a little awkward dash, doesn't make it out the door. That is a painful error. Osies wants to grab something back in this, but it is not easy. Abraham's fighting strong. This could be a bit of a breakdown for Leviathan.
Fremont now does get through the door in time and escape. The Owl not going to connect either. Still sitting at plus 70, which is nothing to scoff off for sure, as we do have rapid recharge now picked up, working towards the Boundless next. This is tough, man. Leviathan
Boundless
is
is when
scared
this character goes crazy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, with plus 70, with percentage added on top of that.
Yeah, 35%. That's insane.
We go from nuclear to fusion bombs, and then eventually the spirit bombs, because Goku's going to be summoned here on the Cursed Apple.
Yeah, you are definitively Super Saiyan with plus 70 spirit power on GT. I don't know, Jason, do you go for this urn? Like, this is scary. Unstopped bot by Fremont. Okay, maybe they do with that. That is a powerful tool here.
I don't know. I feel like you almost have to contest this, as in you can't let it go. But how are you going to beat Abrahams when they have a wall? They have shock reanimation. They still have just so many tools in their kit to lock this in. If anything, maybe go for the fight thereafter. That's actually a lot of damage by 1 bell, 500 thrown on together.
What the
But Leviathan had backed away.
I mean, this wall, like the wall, the Grey Talon trap. I actually think Leviathan are right to not contest it. And I will say they've managed the soul deficit to be relatively minimal, right? Considering this. Rico is now up for OCs, sitting on a couple jokers. Able to get a lot of these camps. I mean, this is where Wraith, though, can shine. I don't think there's a hero on Abrahams who can farm this quickly in terms of clearing the jungle out.
I'm trying to think to myself, though. I mean, OC is only 31k. I mean, yeah, most souls in the game. Can't deny that. But I don't feel like he's far enough ahead to start to take control of the game himself. And I'm not necessarily confident that Leviathan can last long enough for him to get to that point. Because I feel like Abraham's next urn, when it comes up in 5 or I guess 2 minutes time, it's going to be hard to deal with. I feel like we're still not going to see Leviathan contest, and there's really not many objectives around the map to take anymore. Mid boss is going to be coming up after Urn as well, so it's not like you can just sneak away mid boss while they're trying to run Urn.
And slots may start to become an issue for Abrahams, right? They've looked really good on the Urn fights, but their ability to hold walkers can't say the same, right? Like that's the price Leviathan have extracted. There is the fact that, hey, like when you do get those walkers, you know, okay, they're going to be a big bank of souls that Leviathan have already cashed in. But I wonder how realistic is that? They're both full HP. Leviathan have done a fantastic job ensuring that no damage can come to them. And so for Abrahams, you do start to find a slot issue, I think maybe in the next 10 minutes, especially with some of their more farm players. There's a few more upgrades to be grabbed, but it does get a little bit scary here. You know, kind of struggle to deploy your souls for full value.
I think what's scary is looking at their itemization too. They're not itemized in a way that they can push for walkers. I don't see a single counterspell, or unless I'm blind, picked up for them. So how are they going to deal with a Death Slam out of Ray? They have to somehow stun them up, but I mean, you have to bird that extremely quickly or swap them out of the sky, and I feel like maybe that's the one weakness they have in their comp right now, is it's very difficult for them to push any of these objectives down unless they have a significant man advantage.
Refresher Victor, though, so that's quite the pushing tool. You know, having 2 shocking reanimations, you can go back to back. I still agree with you, though. Like, I don't know that anything, no matter what items you buy, I don't think it's going to be able to deal with, you know, your whole team getting lash ulted under a walker with, you know, an equally farmed enemy ready to defend. Like, the issue has been that they just can't get the waves to that state. Like, look at this doorman door. Like, that radius is the radius of strength for Leviathan. There's a reason they first picked the doorman, and I think it's really the linchpin that's holding their strategy together, that's making it too scary, even for characters like Victor to approach the mid lane for prio. Victor steps up now, but doorman is going to be looking for a kidnap under the walker here. This could be a bit of action breaking on the mid lane. But wisely, I think Abraham's just back off. They're going to play their own fight. It's been their stalwart way to win fights so far, and I don't see why they would change at all.
Yeah, I think it comes down to, is that going to give them a big enough lead that they can feel confident to push, or are they going to be able to bait in Leviathan into a fight? It honestly almost feels like Leviathan just might say, let's just go mid when they try to run Urn, because that's their biggest opportunity to get it cleanly. You know, they have lost rejuice every single time they've gone for it now. But the Urn's not going to be contested. You can see OC's on the minimap off to the side. Again, that Shadow Weave. I think if you're like GT or if you're Arza, you're very scared of the fact that a Wraith could just show up out of nowhere, and it's probably the best M1 player in EU knocking on that door ready to eliminate you.
Wraith in the back line.
Catch on Empty Dreams. My lord, as we were just talking about, the Shadow Weave being unused, and that's a lot of damage out of Abrahams that's no longer in the fight.
Oh my god, look at the damage pumping from this build. Spiritual Overflow, Merc Mag, disgusting level of burn, and has maxed teleport as well, so can get in and get out. I mean, he's built this, it feels like he's built this entire build to instantly delete backliners. And Empty Dreams, for all of his incredible spirit stacks, I feel like we haven't seen him actually be able to deal damage in the fight. He can't play the game.
I mean, him and Fremont have been doing something similar, right? Trying to sneak in towards the backhand line. If it's not Fremont doing it, it's OC's now. With that man advantage of 30 seconds to throw tasks into the Baroness Hotel, this is the time for Leviathan to look for an engagement, though they're still extremely scared to do so. But damn, those bells do hurt, as you can hear Jake make a comment saying, man, the Boundless with the Spirit Burn, those bells hurt, and he has 4 to throw out in total.
I mean, Silver could die here. Silver could absolutely die here. Spirit Burn coming off cooldown, has the Tank Buster proc there. OC's also around. And like the range poke, it's been from the Leviathan, man. They are just slamming from distance. Together, the ult comes out, but it just feels purely defensive. He has to be on the retreat, although maybe Shiv is bitten off a little bit too much. Just barely missed. Oh, if he gets out on Shiv, that is going to hurt. Cube comes in. Rezumi has to give his life for it. The blink is awkward, and Empty Dreams is back. Gets some revenge now onto OC's. Abraham's getting the fight they were looking for. Leviathan dancing just a little bit too long, and suddenly, out of nowhere, it's only Overseas remaining. Mid-boss to be claimed. Abraham's team fight out of nothing. Leviathan, I see why they felt so confident in that fight, but what a clapback from Abraham.
I feel like they took too long to close out that fight. Empty Dreams comes in and just does exactly what OC's did to him before. Completely eliminates him. And this rejuve is going to be taken cleanly. Wait.
What?
Yeah,
what? Somebody's got to
come back and get this.
Yeah, right. You got to have somebody claim it.
But they're going to get this and Urn, and maybe this is exactly what they're looking for. Only a 10k lead when it comes to souls, but they have a ton of time to work with here. And those flex slots you're talking about, they should be opened up. At least one of them now.
Ooh, also, Indom just bought for Empty Dreams. Not something we conventionally see often on GT, but I think it's the perfect choice for this game, the situation. You've been assassinated so many times by this raid. At some point, Indom, I think, is the best solution to that. And they want the shrine just a few seconds until the spawners come in. They want I mean, honestly, I think the game could just be over. They're getting the entire map. You still have 10 seconds to work with. They're going to get at least one shrine, if not more, still with triple rejuve available. Now the decision point comes in, though. Do they want to stick around the enemy base? I think it would be unwise. A lot of souls to spend on the map here. And also, he gets E-shift as well. So GT has, like, recognized the issue here is the Wraith and is going full itemization counter to these backline ganks.
I don't want to say the game is over just yet, though, because if OCs can pull off something like that another time, and the E-shift about 700 souls away, and you can see Empty Dream trying to farm as much as possible to get that going.
He's not coming on the map until he has both Indomitable and E-shift. He has learned his lesson. Oh, Bell hit, get a little zip knock. But I mean, this is the Victor we're talking about. Doesn't have Refresher available, but still in a fantastic spot. His bot Curse on Victor, so good luck taking a trade with this guy in the front line.
And I mean, we saw just in the last, if you can call it a fight, Leviathan trying to avoid. Oh, I hear the bird's coming on through.
He's in trouble. I don't even know if they need the bird, but they're going to get the connection anyway. Rejuve's still available, and with losing Shiv, this might be go sign on the enemy base. All waves crashing on Abraham's, though. They brought a little bit too many players this engagement, so they're not going to be able to instantly profit on the map.
I think we saw, though, with Empty Dreams being down, one of the big hitters eliminated in that last fight, Leviathan were still extremely scared to take a 6-on-5 fight. Like, they're still very respectful of what Abrams have in their composition. Because Leviathan, they don't really have a front line, honestly. I think it's where we've seen Fremont and OC try to rotate towards the backhand side. And we talked about the curse before. That's going to be Rake being cut out by it, trying to run away.
Holy Sufferfest for Lash. But it's his Lash overall. This is like the most mobile character of the entire game, but he is going the wrong direction. And he's going to waste as much time as possible before he goes down. But I'd argue Lash might be the biggest kill you could find in this situation. That's your opportunity for a counter nation. The Spirit Burn ticking hard. Indom, though, shows its value. Chose not to buy the E-shift, actually. A little bit greedy, but I guess he has the rejuve. Doesn't necessarily need that much defense. But GT getting all up in there. Got to be very worried about the damage he can put out.
I was to say, no way he's going to kill with this one. Maybe take out a minion wave. Maybe actually clean up the left-hand side, which seems to be the direction it's going, because the rest of his teammates are knocking on the front door and taking down that door from Leviathan. This is a best of 3, but to start things off 1-0 up, Abrahams could just be one more game away for getting themselves into $3,000 minimum, and more importantly, a spot in the finals. They wait against their opponent of LKW and Melee Creeps. I don't see it come back from this anymore, Jake. I feel like this has just turned too far in Abraham's favor.
Yeah, especially with Victor, he's got a reanimation online coming up on Refresher. I don't know that, rejuves are expiring, but, you might back off one more time, but it looks so desperate at this point, right? Like, down 50k, Leviathan, they're hoping for one last chance to get a team fight out, to get something on the map. Sonya trying to use the rejuve, and they actually won't kill him. They're going to let him sit on low HP until the rejuve expires. Actually, it's a really smart play from Leviathan. Oh, but he just forced the issue. He ties in the base there to get the full heal off the rejuve. Maybe went a little bit deep, though, getting pressure. They're just going to go for it, full sending it. Flash ult, but it gets cursed and can't get the throw down. The defenders are in the pit, so you're going to have to fight this out. You're going to have to earn this win on Abraham. So rejuve's about to expire.
I need to buy time for these spells to come on through out of overseas, but the Hidden King is still being attacked on. Leviathan keeping men here to keep this one protected, but if they're just losing too many players, Irazumi down. Fremont has to go back to base to heal if he wants to survive, and he's going to fall as well. And so are the chances out of Leviathan, though. Reg does get a kill on Empty Dream, so there's at least one turnaround kill, but the problem is they lost out on 3, and it's just on to OCs, overseas, and Psy. There's only so much they can do as a 3-man squad trying to hold on to the patron, and ours gets himself a quick double, and more importantly, the first map here in this best of 3.
Yeah, those curses really changed the game. Lash started to really struggle when those came online. And Leviathan, what happened in that mid fight? It looked so good for them. The doorbells were just like dominating the HP together, lost the reanimation, and then suddenly it was completely turned on its head. Everyone in Leviathan died. I guess that's the challenge of that comp is you are pretty weak in the front line. You really need to pick the enemy off and pick them to pieces before the fight breaks down. But they got annihilated in that team fight, and Abrahams with the draft they've gone for, you give them that one big chance to get a solid push off, and the game just ends.
It felt like a very robust draft and robust game from Abrams as a whole, whereas there was some gimmicks here and there for Leviathan in this draft and in this comp that I just don't think worked out. Like, as much as OCs on Wraith looked awesome and Shadow Weave on the Hunt looked great here, Jason, that plus Irizumi not being able to get too much done, I feel, with the Viscous, also the Vindicta, what was really coming along, I feel it was a bit more finicky for Leviathan to be able to execute this, and it didn't quite work out. What do you think?
Thing is, I kind of agree, but at the same time, I really respect like the comp they ran and the way they tried to play it, because it was so cool to actually see them be mindful of, okay, well, OCs, you need to get a Shadow Weave because he wants to be able to punish Empty Dreams early on. He explodes Empty Dreams at one point. Freemock was doing something similar, trying to play in the back line, but the problem is when you have like a McGinnis and you have a Victor and you have a Paradox, there's only so much you can do to kind of stay out of their way and not force a big on team fight that your backline or your front line, whatever you want to call it, trying to sneak in towards the backhand side can't do enough. And when you're up a 6v5 and you still can't fight like a 6v5, that's a sign that your comp is a little bit lacking, and having to hope for that kill to come through to maybe get a 6v4 is just too tough of an ask, even though Overseas definitely tried.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the overall damage from some of these heroes as well, because TAS on Paradox, right, it's always sneaking on through, doing a lot of damage kind of quietly, silently behind some of the flashy plays to see more mid-boss fights go down. Things like double pulse nade, things like the wall coming down to be able to try and deny it here, Jake. But all for naught, Abraham's looked really solid, I think, in this one.
Yeah, it's such an interesting call because Leviathan have such a unique style right now. I think they're really the only team in the tournament playing it this way. Jeez. And you can definitely see on the eye test, like, it can work. I mean, Overseas, okay, Doorman, this character is broken. I'm done with the maybes. I mean, that is disgusting damage to be having. He is pretty farmed, to be fair, but that is out of control. But the rest of the team, like, being all high mobility, you know, they won a lot of these fights around the mid map. They were able to macro really nicely and clear up walkers, but it's always on the edge of a knife. And a team like Abraham's, like, they just need that one chance to catch you, to punish your highly mobile characters, get them all off the map, and then when they can just split, clear all the objectives at once, you know, the game just fell too far out of contention. But for Leviathan, it's like, this was a winnable game, right? Like, that one fight in mid, maybe you back off, you do those pokes and you don't full commit and you don't give Abraham's a team fight. Maybe with just more and more Leviathan finding those pickoffs and you know, slowly leveraging an advantage around the doorman. So it's a scary spot to be. I feel like for Leviathan, you almost have to commit to your style. I don't think you want to go pound for pound with Abraham's, and they're very comfortable playing for these team fights. Yeah. So it's a rough spot to be, down one in the BO3. You know, you didn't get this win, but can you afford to adapt for game 2?
I think Arzo's Geist looked a lot better than the Geist that we saw yesterday as well, though, Jason. But is that a symptom of the rest of the comp working nicely together and him having a bit more room compared to that Geist that got bullied at the beginning of yesterday?
I feel like it didn't do anything this game, honestly. I mean, it did a lot of objective damage, but I feel like it didn't have to do anything because, I mean, Geist, I feel like you won a team fight, and Leviathan were having none of that. They try to avoid team fight as much as possible. I mean, consistent, you know, damage, still played like front line S because you can, you know, pair well with Victor and Silver there. But I feel like you, excuse me, could have traded Geist out for another hero and it still probably would have had the same success. I feel like Abraham's probably still would have been able to win playing that kind of style.
We also did, whilst you guys were casting the game, we had a $200 donation that I want to mention as well. JReek2808 with the message, I like Deadlock. Fair. We all do, I think it's fair to say. But thank you very much for that, contributing it to Jake's custom Deadlock night shift swimming pool.
Ferrari.
Night shift Ferrari.
Yeah, okay. I mentioned tax deductible in Poland. Just move here, easy peasy, no problems at all. Yeah. So, what adjustments do you think need to come? Personally, I do think something like the Viscous needs to go away. Irizumi's super flexible though, right? He can play a lot of things. I think there was a little bit of targeting towards his pool as well, maybe during some of this. But for my money, Jake, it didn't quite work the way I wanted it to.
I'm actually, this is the chat's not gonna like this. It's gonna be a bit of a hot take, but I don't think Leviathan should change too much about the way they're playing. I think they're doing something that no one else is doing right now. And while when you lose doing that, people, it's easy to say, like this, they're so bad. Why don't they go for like Victor and try to contest these urns? But I mean, it's clear to me, like, you look at these moments where the pickoffs are coming in, like, you could have won this in the mid game, right? You could have snowballed some of those pickoffs. You got all the walkers successfully off those plays. You kept the soul advantage pretty minimal for Abrams, and were able to even win fights from a soul deficit just playing around the doorman. Yes, if you do like one big mistake in the late game, it costs you everything. But also that's Deadlock, right? Like you have like lose a clean team fight plus a triple rejuve. It almost doesn't matter what you play, right? Like, you know, that's usually gonna be game. Like that's typically the decider. And so for Leviathan, I kind of like that them being a team that is doing something different. I think if you can make it to the finals doing this, you have a better shot. And also I always like to see teams, you know, be innovative and creative. And Abraham's cornered the market on like heavy frontline earn contests with the McGinnis and the Victor. I don't know if there's any pick you could make that would make it possible to contest those.
Let me throw something at the ideal wall here and tell me if anything sticks. What if Irizumi, instead of playing Viscous, played Rem?
Oh, God.
Hold on.
Okay.
Because what disengage do they have to deal with like a wall coming through or Abraham's holding W? I feel like nap time could have been a good disengage. You also can heal people up so you don't die to the owl. You also have the ability to use the nap time as an engage if you need it to buy time for your backline, like OCs or Freemock to dive into the backside to go for kills. You can also heal Freemock up when he's trying to get away. I think I probably could have said any other hero, to be honest, but I feel like what I'm trying to get at maybe is that Viscous just, I don't feel like really did much in that game. I mean, yeah, you have a cube,
how I feel.
But the cube, I mean, cool, it doesn't really matter. They'll just kill someone else. I feel like maybe Rem could have provided a little bit more, but I don't think you were ever intending to use the Rem as, okay, let's go contest my Urn with nap time. It was more of let's disengage or get better engages.
I theorized this as well whilst I was watching the game, but the problem is Rem yesterday looked diabolical.
Atrocious,
like it feels like support just doesn't have a good place right now, or it's very, very niche here, Jake, at the moment.
Yeah, you know, I think where we've seen Rem in the past is really when the enemy over indexes on spirit damage, you know, and where like that resist you're getting from the little helpers is mitigating almost everything incoming against you. So like I don't hate it, but I also think Rem would almost fit better in Abraham's comp for me than it does in what Leviathan are doing. Like Leviathan they're like heavily splitting. They are not often grouping up. So if you're Rem, you don't feel that great about tag along just being on one person and then expiring. You kind of want to jump through everyone, stay in the tag along state, like through the whole team fight, be pushing out those active items. But Leviathan they're almost not. I mean, they are team fighting, but it's not in a style that I think would suit the way Rem needs to play the fights, where you want everyone to be stacked up in a crazy AoE death ball, and then the sleep hits everybody, and the pillow's hitting everybody, and your active item Scourge is hitting everybody. But you know, playing this like pick off look, I think Viscous actually does fit better in that, where someone's going to be fully alone, going to be getting like 2v1s by the two players who manage to have time to deal with that guy on the flank when, you know, the poke is coming in from somewhere else, where Cube and Viscous can actually kind of get in there, get a save, put some damage in, and get out. So I don't know. Maybe I'm also a Viscous enjoyer, so I'm highly biased.
Really, I didn't know that.
Well, you know, I think it's definitely a potential spot for change in the draft. But I don't. For me, it's like I think this is not a draft win. Actually, I think this is just gameplay. I think Abraham's had that couple big team fights. Strategically, you know the urns are going against you, but you're trading walkers for them for the most part in Leviathan, and you're keeping the soul lead to a minimum. So I don't feel that the game is unwinnable from that key team fight state, which I think a lot of pro players are going to think this way too, where they're like, look, you know, our strategy works. It's about our skill and our execution. If you get completely blown out and you're like, it's like a hopeless game, that's when I feel more like back to the drawing board. But if you try to just change now and you're on your tournament life and you're going to play a completely different style for the very last game of the tournament, as a former competitive player myself, it's like, I feel like that's usually not what I want to see. I want to see a team still believing and still sticking to their guns, because honestly, I just don't really believe you have much hope playing against one of the best teams in the world. And Abraham's after 180ing your style with basically no prep time. So I think Leviathan, this strat almost needs to work out for them. Maybe they can steal like the Victor away, just like that one pick alone could make the urns more contestable. You know, I think in getting it 12th probably was a little bit too good for Abraham's, like, or maybe just banning it out, something like that. Maybe there's, you know, that like one pick in the draft that could open more possibilities for Leviathan.
Jake, that was 2.5 minutes. All right. I think there was multiple layers to it as well. Like McGinnis being taken away on the other side and Irezumi looking good with it in the previous games as well. But anyway, I hear that we are going to a break. When we return, we have got game at number 2. At the moment, Abraham's looks fantastic in this best of 3. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back to the Night Shift Open. It's the classic here as Abrams go up against Leviathan. Currently 1 up is Abrahams here to be able to get themselves into a strong spot with a strong draft, strong flexing of those muscles. As I've got Jake and Jason Kaplan here to get things rolling. Jason's knocked his camera. Don't know how that's possible.
I breathed on my desk and it just moved my camera, so I got to be careful.
Jason the Giant. Surprise, surprise. Yeah. Strong breath. Indeed. But Jake, looking at how that all went down, of course, Abrahams, I wouldn't be surprised if they lean into this again. I wouldn't be surprised as well if both teams came in thinking, okay, neither of us is probably going to get Venator because of how priority it picked was for both of us across this tournament. So we've had to prepare other things, and Abrahams looks pretty good now.
Yeah, I did think the Shadow Weave Wraith actually looked pretty fantastic. Like a lot of high impact kills from Wraith, and Herb being able to maybe participate in the game earlier than you might otherwise go for. Also an interesting build, maxing the project mine, so able to get in and out of some of those plays faster than you might typically see. So I thought that was really cool and innovative, and something that actually worked nicely in the last game from OCs. I would love to see them ban away the Victor, though. It was just too many bodies to get through, especially when the rejuves, or not the rejuve rather, but the refresher comes out. It's just like you're doing so much damage, but there just comes a point where it takes too long.
Yeah, and sometimes when he's dishing out the amount of damage he is and he's got basically 3 lives, what are you supposed to do in those scenarios? It's very annoying to get rid of. How about you, Jason? Any adjustments that you would like to see on the side of Leviathan, perhaps?
I liked the fact that Leviathan tried something different compared to basically every other team in this event and for like the past week and a half. I like how they played something not urn-oriented. It's about pick-off orientation with the Wraith, with the way they played Freemock on the Shiv, because he's played different styles now. But I don't know if it's going to work because Abraham's got, 4 urns that game? Completely uncontested. And you can't allow that many souls, that many golden statue buffs to go over to one team. Yes, they got like 1 or 2 walkers over the course of these urns being turned in, but like that was kind of it. And I agree with Jake, what he was saying before in his little monologue, that there was definitely
little. Come on now. All right, give me some respect.
How condescending.
No, that's little. That's little. I mean, I'm used to longer ones on Wednesdays.
That was massive.
I think you're completely right. They definitely had a chance to win with the way they were playing, but I feel like you have a better chance to win playing into the meta of playing a team that orients yourself around urn than playing in this style. But the problem is I feel like you need too many pieces to make it work. Like again, like the Victor is such an important factor. McGinnis as well, with the way we saw the walls being put down. There's a lot of things you have to play to make an urn team work. That I don't know if Leviathan feels like they can get enough of those puzzle pieces together to create the composition they need to do that. So maybe they will just rely on their old style.
I was thinking if someone lets a pocket through with like a doorman and a Venator ban, and then somebody ends up getting a pocket. But I mean, pocket got through not many times yesterday, and each time it didn't win. There's the Venator.
Oh.
I knew that was going to happen, but like beyond all of that.
Do you want Empty Dreams on pocket?
No,
do you want
not really.
him getting pocket?
I think you're right.
Leviathan can let it through. That's how it seemed. But hey, maybe there's always. I will say the way they're playing, funnily enough, I actually wouldn't hate playing against pocket because they're so split.
Okay.
But they're just saying, look, the individual value of this. It also just pretty hard counter Shiv, which is rough for someone like Freemonk who really wants that to be a strong pick option.
Gotta be Dollman, right? Gotta be. Surely.
Silver probably, right? They did silver last time.
They did.
Yeah, but they were second pick last time. So Dormant did go first overall. They go GT first.
Right, high. Yes.
Oh. I mean, I don't like this though. Like GT, I thought GT had a great game, but we also sometimes see GT fall off and like not really get the scaling from those owl eliminations. This lets Leviathan grab Doorman +1. I mean, the Doorman had disgusting stats in that last game.
I think the GT's been terrifying all weekend. I think again he looks super great in this patch, but there's
13-5 right now across yesterday and today, which is kind of insane. But I think it's something we did discuss, I think, though, quite a bit yesterday, is that you have to play around the GT. You can't just throw a GT into a comp and expect it to work. You have to specifically strategize to allow a GT to be successful. But I think he finished off on like +70, +80, which is like so damn scary.
You're giving away silver and Doorman. That's a terrifying combo to get things rolling here for Leviathan.
Abraham's gonna get Shiv though, because they know Leviathan don't have another silver player.
It's true. I wonder if you have to take it earlier though, and they go Abrams.
Abrams Paradox?
I don't mind it for, dealing with Doorman, right? Like getting him off the door is the crucial thing, right? He's trying to play his door and be cheeky and, get out for free, but a nice charge, pulls him far away. often is enough to just like set up the team for cleanup kill there.
We did have one of the sickest swaps I've ever seen out of Sai yesterday, pulling someone through the door that was trying to escape back out so they can go for a kill onto him.
Yeah.
It was and then into a charge as well away from the door. It was really sick to see. But we do have the Shiv, and I don't know if it's going to be going Sauna Sniper or together just yet. But it is Abrahams with Shiv, man, is always a very scary thing.
Yeah, I don't mind the heavy frontline draft, but it's not. I guess it's what Abrams has liked to play, but getting the swamp as well, man, that is odd. I guess I don't know if I would have considered this as the first thought pick, but maybe you just really want ways to maybe you're just denying the combo ultimately, right? In terms of a swap to set things up, a charge to finish them.
Great AoE damage, great zoning control and stuff like that. Graves gets banned. We did see that ban come through yesterday as the first time, I think, ever, they said, in Night Shift, and now we're getting another one here, Jason, to get things rolling.
Akashard grasping hands. I mean, when you're talking about urn control, it is insanely scary, especially you can set things up with charges. You make it so you can't run away from Shiv as well. I really like the ban coming through, to be honest. I actually really like the way we've seen teams playing Graves, especially around these urn drop-offs. But seeing a McGinnis follow-up ban, I wonder, was there really a threat of Leviathan playing McGinnis?
On Irazumi, I think so, absolutely, right? I think very strong for him, considering what we've seen so far.
No more sleeping. Need your help.
And it goes to Rem for
Go for the
Irazumi.
Rem. Okay. Interesting choice.
They're so squishy. These three. Paradox, Doorman, Rem.
Yeah.
It's a very squishy lineup. I mean,
They want a Victor.
you have to go.
Right?
I feel like you have to fit in a Victor now for Leviathan. No, Jake?
I mean, I think Silver is a really nice hero for Rem to pocket and get a lot of value out of. For Paradox and Doorman, I mean, I feel like they actually can fit well alongside other heroes that are maybe going to be frontlining more aggressively. The Bebop, though, again, it's like creates problems now. Paradox and, it's something to worry about when she's looking for swaps. You can, I think tends to feel really terrible when you get swapped in, or rather hooked in on Paradox. Your swap doesn't really do much. You're just basically staying in the same spot and tends to favor after the hook. And it's been a long time, guys, since we've seen this draft, but Abrams, Shiv, Billy was like one of the OG Night Shift drafts. The teams were trying to get like this triple frontliner set up and just like run you over. And this is a very clear comp in terms of like you really, really hard to fight into at close range. Bebop is going to hook you there and lock you down. And then Great Talent brings the late game, the damage, the scaling with a lot of space created for him by that heavy front line. And the Leviathan go to the Warden here, which actually I kind of see the vision when you're up against all these frontliners, being able to pop that ulti and try to turn things around on them. Historically, he's been really the strength of Warden as a carry.
You are about to see something rare and
Celeste.
wonderful.
Celeste.
That is a lot of damage. If it lines up together, things could blow up. But they do need to get things rolling for the guys like Warden. Technically, Celeste is kind of, relevant throughout the whole thing here. That's some scary damage, but can they kind of penetrate the armor of Abrahams?
No one builds
I'm trying to think, what do you...
without
Okay, Ray, I was going to say, do you want to play someone who could, like, maybe a Kelvin, potentially for Abrahams? Because you can deny the swaps, and then he obviously locks on him with a hook, and it's like almost a guaranteed kill, but I guess they go Wraith for Empty Dreams? Or is that... I mean, it could be Sonya, to be fair. No, Sonya... I don't even know where they're going. Saint on Abrams?
I mean, I'm personally really feeling this draft for Abrahams compared to what Leviathan has right now. Like, I think Abrahams has got a lot of what they are totally comfortable with. A lot of damage, a lot of frontline. The scary Wraith running around here as well, Jake. What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's an interesting game to go Rem because the spirit damage isn't all that overwhelming from Abrahams. Like, they have a pretty strong mixed damage lineup, especially with GT likely going to be doing a flex build to do some gun in the mid game. And, I typically, that's where I see Rem as being strong, is anti-spirit damage. Celeste, I think, is going to have trouble. I think the Wraith plus Billy plus Abrams, Bebop, I mean, there's a lot of lockdown tools for Celeste as a character that I think, in order to be successful, needs to basically stay mobile, like keep using her natural passive air control and low grab. And I don't know how realistic that is considering the players on the other side with some really reliable lockdown tools. She's going to need a lot of saves on this one.
Magic Carpet, Jake. Magic Carpet Celeste. For the extra anti-gravity with air control. Celeste can do one full loop of the Curse Apple and one double jump.
You've broken the code. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, we talked... As Jake, you were talking about before the break, that you didn't hate the comp Leviathan Ren. It feels very similar in that sense as well, because again, they don't really have much of a front line. It's basically Silver and Warden with the support of Rem, and then Celeste to be that annoying mosquito on the outskirts of the fight. But Leviathan, I mean, they definitely do have an identity within this team, and it seems to be away from the meta and seems to be away from a beefy front line. Again, Scourge could go ham here against a Billy, an Abrams, a Shiv.
That's true.
I mean, you don't really have someone to throw Scourge onto. Maybe Celeste, who can easily get into the front, or maybe I mean, I guess
Silver.
Silver
I think
your best. Yeah.
I think a lot, to your point, a lot kind of rides on this Rem plus Silver combo, maybe with Celeste. I think the logic of the Celeste pick is just that, hey, you guys want to stack up and be this like heavy tanky front line. Grouping up is really dangerous into Celeste, right? Like, this is a character who naturally punishes you for having a big stack of your teammates and brings a ton of spear damage. Same for Warden. And maybe, you know, this is a lineup where we talked about Rem, like, is Rem going to be that good when, you know, you're all split up? Well, the enemy's gonna hard stack in a lot of these fights. It's how these triple frontliner comps play. The sleep could be big.
It's kind of how I thought about it yesterday, Jason, with this is a comp to fight, to pick up earn, not turn in earn. That's kind of how I feel for Abrahams right now. You just fight them on the pickup, and it's kind of spread out a little bit, really bring it to Leviathan and just kill them before you even pick it up. What do you think?
I mean, if it is, it's going to be a big adaptation of strategy they did from game one, because they avoided any fights around the Erd and instead went for these objectives across the map. And I mean, I think I kind of want to keep seeing Leviathan go for these strats and go for this kind of gameplay, because it's so unique and so different than what we're seeing in the meta right now. And I kind of hope it works out for them, because then you finally have teams who have this differential and identity, which I think is really cool to see when you have them meet up against current metas or their future adaptations to future metas.
Well, let's see if Leviathan can equalize the odds here in this best of 3. Take it away, boys.
A nice little microplay from OCs. Baits the parry, gets a heavy into Empty Dreams. Keep the Twitch primes coming, by the way, chat. Much appreciated.
He tried to do it again, Jake, to us. You didn't notice. Take it away, boys.
I don't take the
who's
bait.
gonna pick it up?
I don't take the bait. We got some stylish action on minute 1 here. Big fan of this, the Doorman build, where you go gun spike rush. I mean, that gun is a heavy hitter when it comes to the laning phase.
Also, big fan of the UI too. The fact that we can see all the tier 1 bias. I believe from what I was reading in our public Discord server, which you guys can join with !Discord, that we have the ability to toggle what we want to see. So I think like later in the game, you can toggle, okay, we don't want to see tier 1s anymore. We want to see tier 2s and above. And really cool. I mean, considering we don't have the ability, I mean, I feel like we've had nothing changed in the observer mode since the inception of the game, it feels like. So it's nice to have some like outside modding stuff that we can do to help facilitate more information to everyone. Yeah, we'll do it ourselves. Don't worry.
I'm suspecting that the observer mode is not top priority for Valve, but it's nice to be able to continue leveling things up here on the night shift. Put a lot of work in behind the scenes, and it seems like a small thing, but I agree with you. It's a really nice change that actually is important for a game like Deadlock, with how many strategic nuances there are. The chaos of the team fights, being able to actually see who's afflicted by which skills. Ooh, I love it.
For me, that's like the best thing we have added to the show for sure.
Little helper minions crashing hard on the tower. I will say this is a funny matchup that, as I say, this one might be some action right now. They're going to challenge for the camps. Wraith's just going to go straight for this kill on the Warden. Wants to push him for stepping up. Some nice moves from OCs. I don't think that's going to be a kill.
A little bit too beefy right now. Not enough damage being done just yet. I do wonder what kind of build OC is going to go for. Like we saw yesterday, an alchemical flash max into the binding word for the silence, which was really effective to just shutting down players, forcing them to go into the spell magic early on. The life of me, I can't remember which game that was. I think it was like game number 2 or 3 that we casted yesterday with me and ZG.
I mean, out of like 20, I don't blame you. We had a lot of games yesterday. Opening rounds got to be one of the key items of the patch, though. So many people buying it. Just that, I mean, ever since the upgrade from the high velocity rounds came, it's just such an efficient item on the lane.
Sorry, my dog's barking, and I probably had our neighbor who likes to give him pets and play a ball, probably asking her to come outside to have some fun time with him. We're having fun times here, man, and we're trying to see if Leviathan can take this to a game 3 here, just for semifinals. If they lose out here, I mean, they still win $1,500. They lose the opportunity of winning a minimum of $3K and a spot in the grand finals. Will be taking on the winner of Low-Key W and Melee Creeps, which is just a rematch with DSI this last weekend. Look at this pressure to be in a fight. Monster rounds picked up here for Arzo. Going full throttle on this Guardian, trying to get some early pressure going on in the game.
I mean, this damage is biting, and this is the risk, rather, I guess, for Rem. He's doing a lot of box running, and they're punishing it. It's not so easy to leave lane as it once was. That Guardian resist isn't so massive. monster being queued up for Billy as well. They want to take this tower in the first few minutes, which would be a great start for Arzo on the Wraith, right? Having like that tier 1 tower advantage, being able to have a safe place from which to farm where the enemy carry can't really stick around. I mean, that's the type of way to snowball a fight as Empty Dream picks up a kill on the side here and more trades potentially coming.
One thing I do worry about, though, looking at this game, though, Jake, is looking at OCs in particular. Playing on a Warden, no real escape mechanic for a Warden, make it very susceptible to ganks, and we typically talk about when OCs get shut down, he has a hard time surviving and hard time winning games.
Crazy hook there. Silver, though, with some mobility to get her way out of it. Doorman card away, and actually Shiv's taking the brunt of the pressure. Doorman's going to go deep for this one. Needs to get extra damage in. That bloodletting doing a little bit, but Bebop here for the punish as well. And Sonya, he lives. No way. The boy who lived there. And going through, parry used. Heavy's coming in, but Fremont gets burned down by Taz. It's a bloodbath now on the server. A deep dive in the side lane. But in the chaos, so many kills going the way of Abraham's.
Okay. Point blank out, coming on through, hits the connect, but doesn't get the kill, and Rake's able to turn this around on Empty Dreams. I mean, Bloodbath feels like an understatement here. I feel like we've had like 5-6 kills in the last 20 seconds of time.
Stack check, that was close. Oh my god, oh, they're falling apart, Jason. I mean, everybody has died across the map here. And that is a crazy lead to be having this early for Abrahams, especially given the aggression you can bring out with these heavy frontliner drafts. Leviathan on notice right now, maybe feeling some of the pressure from the tough game 1.
Yeah, this Guardian. It's dead. It's just dead. They can easily kill this one off, or maybe they want to wait a little bit longer and bait into a fight. Also, Saint, by the way, survival buff picked up on Abrams. That's extremely scary. Probably one of the most scary heroes, considering Infernal Resilience is going to give you a lot of extra healing from the damage you take. And they're under a lot of pressure on this right-hand side. As Silver's going to be joining the party, and Fremont needs to pull off the Fremont special, honestly. If Leviathan want to kind of stop this rot, because they just keep losing players. Can we actually take maybe a look at tab here, or maybe just look at kills overall? Because it feels like Abraham are up like 10 kills right now.
I mean, this game is, we're nearing out of control territory here. Not there yet, but it is starting to bite. A big hit on the card. He's going to keep it. No, he doesn't want to risk it. Just a lot of farm to be gathered here. Securing the late game. Silver procs Liking Curse. Dorman ulti is out, but Abraham's just going to ulti away. He should be just fine on this one.
Oh. Fremont trying to use the movement to catch Empty Dreams. But again, Saint is able to buy a lot of time, and unfortunately the stack now with even Rem coming over about Irizumi is not going to net them a kill for now. And Task, man, it's been a long time since we've been treated to the Task Bebop, but again, one of the top 3 Bebops in my eyes when it comes to EU, and there's a lot of contenders in that top 5. Finally, Irizumi does get a kill. They lose 2 players overall, and I don't know what's happening, honestly, Jake. It just seems like everyone wants to fight everywhere.
Yeah, and I see why Abrams want to keep fighting with the advantage they're getting. Going to pick up a second Guardian here. Maybe more soon to follow. You got to stop the bleeding, and soon Leviathan. I mean, at this point, you might be starting to think about a comeback, Aaron. And
wait. Can we get an egg check, Jake? Do we need to do an egg check here and see if Leviathan has 6 eggs?
I don't know if we could give him the credit for that one. More kills seemingly coming in. Abraham's healthy. Big Bird Connect. They want to get this finish on the Fremont for the stack. He does get into the Lycan form. Should be okay, but his comrades have already fallen. Counter kill, though, does come through onto Taz. Going to be nice and valuable here. A couple thousand souls going the way of Fremont.
I caught it yesterday, but chat kept baiting ZP into egg checks every game yesterday. It was so funny to see.
ZP is like PTSD, man. That's not funny.
100%. Well, we do see a kill come in for Fremont, but the Guardian's going to fall. So at least some respite here for Leviathan. He may be a catch here as well. As Tass, I believe, another hook. Sai falls again. No Guardians left. Well, I guess 1 Guardian left on the left-hand side here for Abrahams. And, well, 1 Guardian on the right-hand side for Leviathan, though I don't think it's going to survive much longer.
Not overseas as well. I wonder if he's caught. Yeah, he's behind the shop. Abrams thinking about the chase. The timing's going to be crucial. Uh-oh, Doorman must be still caught back here. Doors his way out. Some cheeky movement. Might be able to get away, but he's so incredible. Maybe has done a little bit too much to the rest of Leviathan coming in for the bailout here.
Just call someone a coward there, Abrams. I mean, to be fair, overseas did run away, but for good reason. He was on 20 HP. And the command of Abraham's on this right-hand side does not net them the tower for now. But it has freed up, more importantly, Arzo to continue to farm this left-hand side. OC is going to be mirroring that. at 9k to 8k respectively between the two. As the chain gang's coming on out, might get the catch onto Rayik. Even tasking for the 1v1 against Sai here on the right hand side of the map. Still about a minute out from buffs, and I mean Abrahams are just full on gas right now. They do not want to let up this pressure.
Yeah, I don't see why they would. Now Rem getting run down, has to pop the sleep just to run away. Oh, but hold on, it does set up for a big heavy melee kill. Silver also coming into collapse, so Leviathan maybe finally getting their opportunity. Bird is coming in to peel, but ultimately Bebop cannot get away. There's too many players bearing down on them, and these kind of trades in the chaos, as long as you're getting something out of it, have to feel pretty decent for Leviathan after the spate of L's they had to take early in the game.
Can we get a kill check? I'm just really curious at how many kills we have across the board in this match so far. Maybe a tab check in. Oh, there we go. I can't do all that math. 16, 17, 18, 19 kills for Abrahams. 5, 7 for Leviathan.
Isn't it 15?
I don't know. Like I said, I can't do math. That's why I asked for the tab.
15 for Abrahams versus now, what is it, 10. So it's not so bad, actually. Some of these kills coming back the other way have really equalized things to an extent, and it's only a 4K soul lead. So what was once I think we were in danger of this game almost being over before it started. The ship has been righted by Leviathan, right? Some veteran hands. Rayik now trying to be caught, but I mean, this is a Celeste after all. The hardest hero to catch in Deadlock, maybe up there with Holiday.
Oh, we're gonna have the first urn spawn on in just about a minute and a half time. Buffs. Oh, movement for Taz. I mean, I think that's pretty scary, to be fair. Casting for OC is not that biggest of win for him. And Decay picked a Fire Resuming, which honestly, Decay is gonna go quite hard against this team, which has such a beefy front line. Again, like maybe a build into Scourge too, and you're really punishing Abrahams for building tanky.
Time to start a
I
riot.
think that burst connected in time.
Yeah, fight started by together, and I mean, it's a nice little combo, right? Chain gang somebody, the bird starts coming in, and like, you know, you're kind of caught dead to rights. It's pretty likely that your follow-up's going to be there. Oh. Rem trying to be cheeky with that Decay, get some trades off, but now finds himself without allies to jump to.
Ooh.
Oh, I think he managed to just
Got to
barely
overseas.
get his jump off. Yeah, so very, very close for Irizumi, I think, to get popped from that bomb. We'll pause DC action from together. Looks to reset his connection.
Just catch up on chat really quickly. There's people making fun of me, but I'm pretty used to it. Just gonna ban them really fast. No big deal.
Yeah, it's fine. Just a couple permas going out for anyone who makes fun of Jason.
Ignore that,
That's,
guys. Yeah, I mean, looking at where the souls currently lie, though, together at 11k. I think one thing we can't really underestimate, though, is that OCs has just honestly just been continuing to quietly farm up. He's sitting at 11k at the moment, 11.2. He's only behind by 2 players on the other side, but also Freemock's been continuing to farm, and with all the kills that happened, with it being a 5k soul difference, it really seems to be much closer than it has kind of felt. And the Leviathan are going for some pressure on this left-hand side.
It's interesting to me that like Shiv and Abrams, I mean, they're doing a lot of fighting, so they're pretty poor on this one, but so much of the farm has gone to Billy. I guess he's gotten like the last hits on a lot of these kills, which I guess you don't hate, but I think Shiv is also a character who wants to get a decent amount of money coming in, right? Wants to get in towards some of those, especially like late game vitality spikes, to have just that huge HP pool to work with. I think a lot is going to be riding on OCs, though. Like, he needs to hit this max trap spike, I think, to have a really, you know, big moment to come into the game. I wouldn't expect him to participate all that much until that point, and maybe even beyond it, because there is a Wraith on the other side who has some very nice defensive tools. I mean, what a build from Arzo. He has Fortitude, Dispel Magic, so he is very invested in just not dying. What I like about this build is it lets you be really aggro when it comes to stealing Sinner Sacrifices, stealing enemy camps, and I think it's a really nice way to play an advantage here, where Wraith doesn't really want to participate in the fights, the team fights, even if you're winning. She wants to just macro well, and I think this makes it so she's not going to be an easy punish for the rest of Leviathan.
Yeah, we saw this out of OCs. I think it was yesterday on Venator, really going for. I think it's even Wednesday we saw it, going for the survivability to make sure you can't be shoved out of lane. And ours has been really stepping up quite a bit, honestly. Playing the Geist last game with some really high farm. Now playing the M1 because Empty Dreams is playing the GT. We're back to the game. Looks like everything has been fixed. And the push that was happening on the left-hand side of Leviathan has stopped here. But with the earn in just under a minute here, Jake, I am curious. Will Abrahams just go yet again for the pickup and turn in, or will we see Leviathan go for a catch somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this game, I'm not sure they have the luxury of waiting. Uh-oh, big swap catch after the project mined out. And for all the defensive tools you bought, will it be enough? This trap looks destined to proc and finish off Arzo. What a swap catch there from Sai. I mean, they needed that one pretty bad. And
Let's go to
all
York.
that investment into
Headed to
defense
York.
doesn't pay off this time.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
This Taz missed a hook, honestly.
He's just him, and they're going to get a bird stack as well.
I swear, we've been treated some crazy hooks over here with our EU teams, and we saw, I think it was Overseas playing a Bebop, or sorry, it was Rayek actually playing a Bebop over the course of this week, and now Tass. And this Walker...
That's very real damage. Like, I think that might be worth it.
Yeah.
It doesn't pay off just yet. Earn.
Could that be
He's coming
comeback-esque? Okay, no, I was going to say, it did spawn on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it is close to the threshold, but...
Okay.
Oh, a swap catch onto Abrams. Ooh, gets caught and bursted. Good finish onto Sane. He's pretty poor for an Abrams into this one. Fremok's going to pick up the urn and try to run for the hills, but there's some players on the chase down. I don't know if this one's going to be a free exit for him.
His teammates falling to his side. Is just trying to run away with the urn and get it away from here because ours was pushing the right-hand side. He can get some very real damage onto that Walker. And the rest of Abraham's backing on enough here to retreat to go contest this urn. So we'll see. It looks like our first real contest of this urn in this series. While this has been happening, the Rake has actually pushed the mid lane, taking a Walker for free.
Yeah,
A
finishes what he
massive play.
started. Just dies once the Walker comes back, finishes it off. Wraith trying to finish off this right side Walker. With the defense coming in from Paradox, that time wall proving to be crucial, but they're not backing down just yet. They want to see more numbers in response. Project Mind out, though, signals the end of this push, at least for Arzo. Still a couple players fighting this one out. Do they want to stick around in this? Even holds on to the execute. Remok, crucial parry, and now he's in serious trouble. Execute comes in, well played by Sonya Sniper.
So what's that ZP about Fremont being the best Shiv in EU? Wait, hold on. Maybe this will work.
He's not even on
ZP.
Shiv. He's not even on Shiv
Hey,
right
we're-
now. Like, your
Yeah, but
Shiv
Sonya
play
is.
is bad because you got parried on Silver. Like, God.
I see Ward.
I don't, you might have missed it yesterday, Jake. I tried summoning ZP 3 times, and every time he was AFK. Now, I won't say what he's doing. If you were there, you know. But he was not at his PC. But we do have Abraham's able to pick up the urn as it did reset across the map. But only a 4K soul lead for Abraham's at this moment. But again, OCs has died once again. This means he's not farming. He's falling further behind to his counterpart. And Abrahams have a very real chance of actually dunking this urn.
Yeah, the game's certainly looking good for them. A few Dispel Magics now being picked up across the board for Abrahams, preparing what could be a crucial team fight. With urn control, with the wave pushed favorably for them, Dreams does go down, which means you can throw this in, but eventually, if Leviathan want to bring numbers, they could go for the challenge.
Here comes Celeste. Baits out the parry, gets charged on away here. The urn's almost done, about 75%. The melee comes on through here. Meantime, Sai has fallen to Arzo, the doorman, trying to throw someone in towards the Baroness Hotel, which will indeed be safe. But this hyper beam so important to be thrown in over the course of the top, and the urn has been returned and stolen away by Leviathan. Now they scored a 2K lead, and what kills off the back of this?
Yeah, huge trades coming in. Fremont finding a lot of cleanup here on this Silver. There's a bird coming in. Jim and Billy as well behind the door is open, but can you make it there? Just so close. And he does. Players come right through, but the boot kick, such a powerful mobility tool for Silver. And you do that all with still having OCs committed to trading on the sideline. So Arzo doesn't actually get any kind of major macro lead off the trade. That is a huge comeback fight, puts Leviathan right back into the game. And uh-oh, a blink forward for Wraith, but OCs recognizes he just does not have the follow-up to commit for that kill.
All right, so finally in this series, Leviathan do go for the contest, and it works out for him. Albeit it's only the first turn of the game, but still a win nonetheless. I think they did kind of put a halt on Abrahams here, who are looking to run away with this game. I still will continue to bring this up, though. OC's down in souls at 15K. So he's being left alone to farm, but look at this, a gank coming out of Tass, and he hasn't missed too many hooks.
It's gonna miss this one though.
He's gonna miss that one, yeah, of course.
I mean, OCs had to know something was fishy there. It was already backing out before Taz even showed his face.
Headed to Greenwich.
It's that good old caster curse, right? I'm definitely not winning a lottery today.
I'm wishing you the best, brother, but I don't know if you have that kind of
Hey,
power.
hey, you want that Ferrari? You better wish me the best.
That's what's up. Silver with a potential catch on Shiv here, but close to the Walker. I don't know that you want to trade with Shiv. You got to get this ult proc, but you could be in danger of an execution here. The ult does come out, and uh-oh, Shiv getting low. Rem coming in with the save, but Spell Magic buying a bit of heal. Sonya taking down from the Bloodletting. It's actually pretty close for him.
He's not safe.
I see ward.
Trying to avoid the zipline. Decay's ticking. Oh, the Carbine connects. His side goes down. Or not side goes down. Sonya goes down. Good little read there out of side.
That was a nice chase. And now GT is kind of isolated between Paradox and Silver. He's got a Walker to play on. Looks like there's also a fight breaking out on this side of the map. Wraith looking to get involved. Has that Merc Mag, but can't get the lift off in time. Gets put in the Baroness. It's going to be some... Oh, they're going to go for the commitment here. Could be tough. Oh, the Legend card doesn't quite connect the way they were hoping for. And with the Project Mine back, getting away from this Warden ulti, still a lot of damage done to Taz. They might look for more on this one. Big split across the map from both teams.
There we go. Telekinesis being thrown on through to pull him back. OC's, I mean, has survival buff. He has a doorway to get away, and it looks like he will survive. And Owl, in the meantime, has been thrown towards the right-hand side, looking for a connection. That's going to be over on the Fremont.
He does take out.
Crazy game, though. We only have a 3k soul difference now. 17.5 minutes in, 30 seconds for the next urn. I don't really know who I favor when we get into this point. I thought Tass's Hyper Beam would have done a bit more. I think the last time we saw it the urn, maybe he was a little bit too close because he did have to cancel it out or got interrupted, one of the two. A little bit of Torment TP being picked up now at Sonya, so he could afford to be even more aggressive and in the front lines.
Yeah, I am curious to see how the scaling looks in this game, especially to see how Warden does getting towards that late game. I think Rayek is also going to be a pretty important character on the Celeste, right? We've seen her be pretty effective at scaling into damage in the late game. Huge presence here from Abrahams, though, on this right side of the map for the urn pickup.
Rayek, in the meantime, though, he's continuing to shove up middle, looking for the base Guardians. Abraham's going to have to quickly retreat to make sure they don't lose too much HP off of it. I do wonder, though, are Abraham's going to full commit 6 on this side? I mean, you already have Arzo there. And they could lose a Walker on the right-hand side if Leviathan want to go for it.
I mean, they're running everybody this way. It seems like Arzo might switch up here and head over towards the right side of the map because Leviathan's setting up for just a simple Walker trade. It doesn't really look like they want to give a contest here. Only OC's on the side of the map, and he's just going to farm his way back to the Walker, playing nice and safe here on the Warden, get what he can of the map. Little helpers alongside Silver going to crash down on the Walker, and Wraith has to defend mid.
They destroyed our green walker.
It's like
I mean, that response. Yeah, 3 urn, but the response out of Abraham is to maybe push the left-hand side.
6,000 souls plus a bunch of buff ups for Abrams. He's going to be pretty happy about that one.
And GT, though, Empty Dreams. He's in a rough spot. Thrown to the Baroness Hotel, should not be surviving this one. So Abrams are going to lose 1 for this, but they already lost a Walker. So again, I feel like it's not that bad of a trade here for Leviathan, especially if they can get another kill on the same.
They get another kill. Mid-boss could absolutely be on the cards. Waves are great right now for Leviathan. That's been their biggest gain, I think, from the urn trade is the wave state that they've been able to get. But hold on, Fremont found himself here up against Arzo. And this Wraith has more than enough damage to get through that thick high.
It's been a somewhat of a similar story from game 1 to 2 with Leviathan. The only difference, obviously, being with the urn contest they did on the first one and the dunk that they eventually got. But they're, for the majority, it feels like avoiding these urn fights. Instead, trying to take these objectives. That's 2 walkers now that they have. The Abraham's having 0. And just gets caught by a shoulder charge out of Saint, but gets away. Bird coming on through, too. I don't know if the commitment's going to be here out of Abraham's.
What's going on there? Sting? Scourge, though, bought from Irizumi. That's a huge buy. We talked about this, like, this is the item. I think Arizumi has gone very heavy in the spirit investment, too. So this Scourge and Decay is going to hurt. Like, a lot. There's a ton of Dispel Magics have been purchased on the side of Abraham's, you know, to deal with things like, you know, Warden and Silver. There's a lot of characters you need a Dispel Magic against. And so you won't always have it. But now the Scourge can't dispel that. That on Silver, and I mean, we saw Fremont go down in a, you know, 3-4v1 in front of the base Guardians, but in a more favorable position with a Scourge and a Rem behind him. This Silver could be a problem. Is he also bought a Scourge? Okay, that's a lot of Scourges. I don't think they stack, but
I mean, you have another target to throw to, though. At least for Iris.
And now you put one on OCs or Rayek. Yeah, like actually, I think about it, it's kind of terrifying, right? Like 2 players with Scourge. Now, I mean, so far it's been Abraham's more dominant on the Urn fight, but Scourge is an insane tool for that moment, right? Like, hey, you know, you can back off from my Scourge timing, but that means you're giving up Urn. They've got all the tools that they would want to set up for the next objective. I think there's going to be a bit of a lull in the game, though, as both teams just farm up safely. As I see that, Arzo potentially in trouble.
Good retreat back to Empty Dreams. The bull is not going to connect, unfortunately, out of free mock. So they should be relatively safe. Though Tass is over here, and Tass doesn't miss very many hooks. Wait for the hook to come in and actually miss here, honestly. The swap comes on in.
Big pin in. They're trying to burst down. They get an instant kill. Fremont gets into the Lycan Form, but the damage is just overwhelming. Even the Scourge, not enough to keep him alive. And Abraham's bringing the front line to bear here for massive impact. Rayek needs to get out of this one. They're grabbing a Walker trade, but it seems like mid-buff is going to be the price charged for it. One that I don't think Leviathan are going to be so happy to pay. This is a big moment for Abraham's breaking the game open.
It seems so weird that Leviathan are just actively trying to avoid these team fights, which is kind of counterintuitive with all these Scourges being picked up for the team. But I can kind of understand. Riju dropping to the ground. And there's no chance for a contest here. Leviathan let that one go for free. And Abraham's now with 3 Rejus and a 5k lead are looking for the first flex slot of the game.
Abrahams do need to convert this into walkers. Like, the wave state for them is abysmal. And actually, Leviathan, recognizing that, even down in a 5v6, they're still going to put Saint in the hotel. And I think the full damage proc, it seems, a lot of tools to defend this, but they want to take some of these Rejus out before Abrahams gets a chance to reset. Heads up play from Leviathan. It looks pretty good for now, but remember, triple Reju against them, it won't be easy.
There's the Scourge being thrown on over to Fremont. Saint's trying to shoulder charge away, and again, proving how good he is as an individual player. This is what I've been saying, actually. I feel like EU players are just so much better at movement than NA players. Another owl coming on through, seeing through a quarter of the map, gets a connection onto Rayek. But maybe, just maybe, Sun Sniper can get the chase on this if he gets enough knives in. But Rayek will be free and ready to escape. And Abrahams, I mean, they lose 2 Rejus, but no one permanently dies, which I think is still going to be a win for them.
Honestly, I do think it's a really nice recovery from Leviathan. Against the triple Rejuve, things would have looked really scary. With just 1 Rejuve, Abrahams, I don't think they're going to feel so good about dry sieging a Walker. And the lack of flex slots, like, Leviathan's still holding on to 3 Walkers. It's starting to bite already for Abrahams. You know, there's definitely going to be some players having to do some inefficient item sales just to have the slots to get some of their key items online. Ooh, okay, well, that makes you sweat. Rayek, a little slide to dodge the hook, but too close for comfort.
Almost grabbed him by the horn there. The thing is, I mean, I would say this though, is that if you hit a hook on anyone, I feel like you could siege, because if you hit a hook, you're almost guaranteed to convert that into a kill with like a shoulder charge with telekinesis, and then you also have like a chain gang as well to open up something. That plus like a bird. I think there is a world that Abrahams could siege, but I guess it's not worth it considering Urn is spawning on in, and you can use that Reju to actually fight over the Urn. Maybe a catch coming on through as well. Saint looking for the shoulder charge onto 2, gets it into the wall. And also the Great Town shots across this as well, doing some really good damage. Size extremely low in HP, but Fremont will live to fight another day for sure.
They're trying to run him down with the bird, and it's good enough, even through the little helper. A hook comes in now onto Fremont, who might find himself in world of hurt. Wraith grabbing a quick buy. Billy's going to put this Urn in, forcing the issue now because Leviathan bruised and battered. They just want to get out of this one, and I don't think they're going to have the luxury. Kills coming in against them. Urn dunk further. Going to go through for Abrahams, and together fighting the critical kill onto OCs. Shades of game 1, right? You know, an opportunity to grab a couple base guardians back, but you don't want to give your life for this one. So Rayek wisely going to back off here.
It felt like, again, though, they were trying to avoid a fight. And I say that, obviously, we know like a fight did kick off to actually set this in motion. But the fact that Rayek was just never there, was in the left lane, pushing down towards the base guardians, actively trying to stay away from the fight. It's not quite like the duel we saw at a melee creeps putting up insane numbers on Celeste. But this will be a select spot being added to the tally here for Abrahams to take down the mid walker. If attention to the kill, catching it onto Rem here. I presume he's going to look to escape with the help of Rayek. Together in the front line. Going to get knocked on down. And there is still a hook ready to go for Tass, but he actually hooks in the enemy.
Yeah, hook Celeste away. That Scourge is really preventing a lot of the damage coming in. OC's about to respawn. Abraham's low. They might want to back out of this one, and they wisely read the play. They like the Leviathan. We're trying to grab a catch there, but Abraham's a little bit too smart with those low spawn timers to get baited in. Trying to force things, though. Overseas. Sets up a door, but Shiv is just running him down now. A Scourge picked up for Saint this time. Going to give it right back in terms of those frontline trades. And with Lycan Curse procced, don't feel great about this fight. Fremont down, Irizumi soon to follow, and things are getting out of control now, Jason.
I see.
Yeah, it is really starting to snowball against Leviathan. The lead has exploded up to almost 30k. They continue to get more kills here and potentially their Walker. Again, look at Rake on the minimap on the left-hand lane, looking for a split push.
Yeah, this guy's done and dusted.
30k souls as well. I mean, ours was at 34. Saints only 3k behind OCs, and I think this is the unfortunate deal now for Leviathan. OCs has not been able to create a big enough lead to use that to position themselves better for these fights. And yeah, you might be split pushing better, but if you can't win these team fights and you can't contest these objectives anymore, are you really going to have a chance to win?
Yeah, Abrahams are just too quick, right? They're able to close these team fights out in time where the split push, yes, it gets to the base, but you don't lose that much, right? Like, somebody comes back, they clear the wave, and you've got a winning team fight on your hands. You know, I think desperation is certainly going to start to creep in now for Leviathan, and I think it honestly should. Like, the game is in a really rough state here. Not really able to take these small numbers engagements on the side lanes. The team fights feel out of the question. Tons of Scourges being bought in this game. I mean, it is a high-value item, but starting to run into real issues. I mean, no one is dealing with GT or Wraith in these fights, and they're the real problems. Like, they're the real damage dealers. You're too focused on the Scourge to deal with the front line. You're not even considering dealing with the real heavy hitters.
I mean, we're talking about a potential Hail Mary has to come out of Leviathan, but what is the Hail Mary here? I'm trying to come up with some sort of plan in my head, but it's just not really aligning here, Jake.
They should have a comeback run. I think that has to be it, right? Hook, though, hold on. Under Rayek. Project Mind after her. The lift comes in, and this is what we're talking about. The trouble for Celeste in this game. Something like the lift from Wraith. So devastating, although it does get out of it for a moment. I think they were trying to greed the kill for the bird stack, and they get away with it. We got to see, actually, how many stacks Empty Dream's up to. He's got to be doing pretty decent in this game.
I'm gonna throw out a wild number here, and if I'm wrong, ZP will wax his eyebrows live on air in the finals of NSL. I'm gonna say plus 30, maybe plus 40. I'll give yeah, plus 40.
All right, I'll take the over on that. Take the over.
Let's see if ZP's eyebrows are safe. We can hop to Empty Dreams and see what the stocks are currently at when we have a moment here.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like there's much to be done here for Leviathan at the moment. It's kind of the waiting game. But honestly, the fact that there's no earn up for the moment is actually a good thing for Abrahams. They're able to keep forcing these fights. Silver getting into a fight that she has no business taking. Arzo shows up, absolutely obliterates him with those card tricks. And it's going from bad to worse now, Jason.
I mean, I don't want to necessarily say this, but it almost feel like they gave up there. Like, why is Fremont that far pushed up when you're down Rayek? I mean, I can kind of get that they're trying to avoid team fights, but getting caught like this with the mid boss in like 20 seconds time, you're just setting yourself down a man or two in the most crucial moment of the game.
Yeah, desperation,
60,
absolutely.
Actually.
You know, taking bad risks. Okay. The over is good. And I don't think Abrahams need to be in any rush, right? They keep finding these pickups on the map. Now mid-boss spawns, and they're instantly down here in the pit, instantly going to force the team fight with Silver still off the field with a 40k soul advantage. Surely this is too much for Leviathan to come back from. But they do have
everything not even here.
Oh, they door in. They're going to be there. The trap on a Shiv purges it right off. German putting on a lot of value, but without overseas in this fight, you're missing a lot of your spirit damage. 2 rejuves already claimed. All 3 go the way of Abrahams, and this breaks the back now of Leviathan. Abrams still healthy. The rest of the squad cleaning up kill after kill. And with a clean team fight, only Fremont living off of the respawn. This one feels too far to come back from. I think Abrahams are going to be our first team booking their ticket to the grand final. Still need to wrap the game up, and there's still a bit of a base siege to pull off, so never over till it's over in Deadlock, but this one feels about as close as it can get.
I have the potential for a normal EU region night shift on the cards day. Abrahams potentially against LKW in the finals. Obviously still have them up against Melee Creeps in the next series of the day. We're not done after this one. The catch happens on a free mock and
they
you're
get a
losing
bird
Shrine.
stack. Yeah.
Shrine, earn.
Like, when was the last kill from Leviathan? It's got to be more than 10 minutes ago. I mean, it has been there really hasn't been much fight back the other way. You know, in this strat of like playing fast and loose, kind of split pushing, hitting from all angles, we've seen it look pretty effective at times in game 1, but in game 2, I think Abrahams find the stylistic response of having just such a juggernaut front line that, you know, you don't really have the option to engage and disengage comfortably. Like, if Billy locks you down, you are forced into a team fight and just don't have the firepower to take it.
Yeah, I don't want to hate too much on Leviathan. I like seeing their take on the meta. But it has not worked out in this series, unfortunately, for him. And now Abraham's 3 rejuves. Orgor picked up here for tasks, and the Shrine's ready to be taken. Chingin comes on through, looking for a catch onto 2. It does pull in 1, directly charged into the wall. That's going to be OC's. He's going to be exploded before he has a chance to pull anything off, though he is still alive for now. The Owl going to come on through. I think it didn't get a connection onto anyone, but they haven't eaten through a single rejuve yet. Leviathan are losing players still. Freemock able to respawn back in, but Sai is still dead, and they can't really afford to contest this Shrine anymore. Maybe Overseas can get a door into spawn, and that would be a win con for them right now, but it seems too much to ask.
Fremont just gets obliterated. The Lycan form not making much of a difference. Does put out a bit of damage to that Scourge. It lets you take the rejuve off of Billy, and there's a few players on Abraham starting to get low. This door providing an opportunity for maybe some cheeky plays, but yeah, anyone who steps through is going to be in massive trouble. Saint super ready for that play. Maybe they'll be able to get the next rejuve off of Empty Dreams, but I mean, second Shrine soon to fall. Patron not far behind. 2 players down even for Leviathan, so it's not clear they can take this fight even with an ideal initiation.
I'd be scared to chase here, but Leviathan have to do something. There's going to be the nap time in use with the last stand, trying to look for a kill here to turn this one around. They still have the 2 rejuves to eat through, and Sonya is critically low on HP. Maybe they're going to pop onto one of those rejuves. Zosi is continuing to be on the chase. You can see on that mini-map, but look at this Empty Dream sticking far back. It's some good charge arrows across the board. Not going to kick the second one to Rake, but he will stay alive for now, and those rejuves have still not been popped here, considering how low they are. It was very viable, but OC is pulling off the disconnect here. It looks like the Leviathan have conceded the victory. They will see Abrahams into the finals here of the Night Shift Open.
Yeah, foregone conclusion at this point with still 2 rejuves available. Abraham's playing with the house cash as he looked to clean up 4 kills, adding insult to injury on this one. The Spirit Burn, not going to be quite enough to kill Rayeg, but just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic here. No hope left for Leviathan. Abraham's a dominant 2-0 victory, bringing their signature style into play and getting a win here. Getting themselves into that confirmed top 2 slot. Not a huge surprise considering their recent performances as of late have been fantastic, but it's great to see them hitting their stride in this patch.
Abraham's looking like a bulldozer here for the 2-0. That is them guaranteeing themselves at least $3,000 in that grand final, Jason, after this victory. Again, I feel like just a little too brittle. Technically, if Leviathan actually gets to that mid-game or even to later mid-game on even footing and they can somehow get the farm going, I think maybe they do find themselves a little bit of, you know, a platform to be able to make that work. But Abraham's too strong, man.
Yeah, I respect that they kind of like stuck to their guns. I respect that they went for the earn challenge on the first earn drop-off. They actually won that earn drop-off. But I feel like there was a lot of problems that happened for them. The fact that, again, OCs wasn't able to get far ahead. The quote-unquote team fighting, whatever you kind of want to call it here. The fact is, like, Rake was never there in the skirmishes. And it's so crazy to see such a difference between, like, Rake playing Celeste in this game versus Do playing Celeste. Because Do puts up the biggest damage numbers you see in those lobbies, sometimes 70k plus damage. And I would guess that Rake wasn't too high up here. And again, their composition is not really based around fighting. Maybe it was about pulling players in towards these different lanes so Rake could actually escape and bait them on through while the rest of the team wins. But what they were doing, their composition, just it could not stand up to Abrahams, especially when they got going.
Yeah, weird though, right? Because even when the fights were divided, Abrahams was just looking for them as they were trying to farm on those side lanes, Jake, and just winning out the fights eventually anyway. What a hook that was. Whoa.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, the draft is one thing, but I think you really got to give it to the team play of Abrahams. They were here when they needed to be, right? And like when one player got caught, you know, even when they weren't necessarily deathballing, I feel like they were just more ready as a team to be on the same page, to find the engagements that they wanted to find, right? And I think Arzo did a great job on the Wraith of like being there in these key moments to find catches on the side lanes, to turn, you know, an initiation from Billy into a reliable kill. You know, and Wraith actually does look pretty good for me right now. On top of that, GT getting a massive game. So I think the execution from Abraham's just top notch and exactly what you wanted to see from this team for a strong grand finals performance, right? To come out of the semi looking really solid.
Oh, diabolical stuff. And Zaramud coming in with the 10 gifted subs in the chat. Thank you very much here for contributing towards the Night Shift. Here for the Night Shift Open, brought to you by Intel as well as Walmart. Yes, the 2-0 coming on forwards. Jason, some of those kills look dirty, and Saint and Sanya Sniper taking the lion's share of them alongside Together. I will say Together super stable at the front throughout this game as well.
I mean, you have such a beefy front line. I mean, you got Billy, you have Abrams, you have Shiv, and you have like Bebop in there who just naturally is inherently tanky. Even a curse picked up at the end I didn't notice. I mean, you even saw like together. I feel like him and Saint were playing almost independently of each other at some points, where together was defending earned turn-ins while Saint was actually pushing the aggression somewhere else on the map with the rest of the team. I mean, the thing is, together has always been a super solid player for sure. I think a lot of credit is actually has to go to Arzo and maybe even Saint here, where they had to flex into slightly different roles. Normally, Empty Dream would be the M1 hero. Normally, Saint would be like a support player. But I think the most successful comps we've seen within the NSO now have been basically supportless.
Arzo looking like a demon here with the numbers coming out from him as well. And I kind of have to come back to where we are with Leviathan. Unfortunately for Irizumi, I don't feel Rem's doing it so far here, Jake, in this patch.
Yeah, and you look on the other side, you know, I guess you can't really call this apples to apples considering the different style that the teams look for. But Saint on the Abrams, 10-2 and 19. Yeah, the player damage, nothing impressive, right? But I mean, look at that build. He's insanely tanky, has great mobility, and it's just presenting a huge problem. Like, how many times did Saint kind of bait them into a bad chase where he's able to slip away and they turn the team fight against the opposition? So I really got handed to Saint. I mean, this guy seems to do well on just about anything that they put him on.
Yeah.
The meta changeup, as we've been mentioning, where supports aren't getting as much play, hasn't hurt him at all. If anything, I think it's allowed him to really differentiate himself from other players. He's not limited in terms of what the team needs him to play, and I think it's a big part of why they get such a clean win here today.
Saints Abrams been looking strong at the front for sure. We've seen it throughout multiple of these series here for the Night Shift Open. But let's take a look who the MVP is gonna be. I should have done that little ZP summon noise there for a second, Jason, but it's gonna be Tass, my friend.
It's fine. You can workshop it a little bit more and make it a little bit more of your own. Just and the NSO number 7 in 6 months from now.
Nice.
Tass coming through. I mean, we talk about really not missing too many hooks, and like the effectiveness on his bebop was definitely felt, I think, when it came to the early game. I obviously, it's hard to remember how chaotic this early game was for both these two teams, but we had, I think it was like, how many? I mean, my math was horrible, but it was like 20 something kills in like the first 8 minutes of time. I think it was. It was
like 100 kills. It was crazy.
A massive bloodbath. But again, like his paradox into his bebop, I mean, proving why he's one of the biggest like initiators and best initiators in the EU.
Yeah, it's great to see the initiator picks kind of coming back into the meta, because Taz, it feels like he always puts his team on the advantage in the early game. Yeah. He always lets them start with control, and then given the rest of the comp on Abraham's, like all they need is that little advantage to come push for more. His ability to stay active on the map, to have this high impact bebop game certainly can't be understated in terms of getting Abraham's the advantage to snowball to a win.
I feel like you know you're in trouble as a Silver when Bebop is punching you in the face and actually winning out these fights, and it's like, okay, please stop, robot. What's going on? But let's take a look at the bracket here to confirm what we have done here for this series. Now, Abram finds themselves in the grand finals. As you boys said, there is a world where we are truly Night Shift EU once again, and Loki W finds themselves in that grand final. Or will Melee Creeps be able to defend the honor of North America here, Jason, and make sure that they're through into the final? What do you think?
Bro, the pressure that's on them right now is insane, because they looked not great yesterday. With the heavy, I think, you know, ZP was talking about this a lot too, that they heavily invest into picking like Celeste early for their team, leaving John to be on a hero he doesn't necessarily want to be on, but they've shown that Infernus can be impactful. They've shown that, you know, John's Wraith is also pretty damn good. Melee Creeps, they're gonna have a tough time out-picking Loki W or out-banning them, because you just can't do that to Loki W. They're the most flexible team in Deadlock right now.
Yeah, I want to see more of the Wraith, because I think, again, there is going to be contention for that Venator, if not banned out completely, Jake. And then the Wraith is kind of that next go-to, because you see the extra things beyond that. You look at the Warden here, I'm like, it takes too much to get going. There's not much wiggle room for those M1s.
Yeah, I think Wraith, with her strong individual solo kill potential, just feels like really nice in this meta where, yeah, you might be a little bit weaker when it comes to those like heavy team fights around Urn, but there's a lot of time between those Urn dunks, right? Only every 6 minutes after minute 12, and so there's room to play the lanes, look for those pickoffs, you know, put the map pressure down, and I think that's a good roadmap for John to work with if he wants to go towards the harder carries with Venator Ban.
100% agree. All right, gentlemen, time for a break. When we return here, the Night Shift Open, brought to you by Intel and Walmart, will tread on as we have got our next semi-final on the way. A best of 3 coming up right after this.
I see the enemy.
to silence me, but bad news. The truth doesn't make a noise, baby.
I'm not backing down.
Y'all trying to silence me, but bad news. The truth doesn't make a noise, baby.
I'm not backing down.
Y'all trying to silence me, but bad news. The truth doesn't make a noise, baby.
I'm not backing.
Night Shift Open bringing a little bit of class here to the Deadlock streets as we have got ourselves our first semi-final concluded. We now know that Abrahams will be in that grand final, but of course we have Low-Key W versus Melee Creeps going head-to-head in a best-of-3. It's a rematch from that Deathslam Invitational Finals. A very different set of circumstances, though, I am sure you all know. Joining me, Jake, as well as Jason Kaplan, to talk about this one. Jake, we saw it go down in that final. It was not close, but then again, the urn was in the middle of the map, and everyone was having a very fun time in inverted commas.
Yeah, I don't think the last patch was the most popular, but I think things have settled down now tremendously. A little bit more opportunity for Low-Key W to adapt and understand this current meta. And, you know, you got to give credit to somebody like Lightbringer. I always put a lot of faith in him to have a good read on the meta as it develops. And so I honestly think this one is going to be closer than last time. Still got to give the edge to Melee Creeps. You got to consider them the favorite, considering they have ping advantage, this being an NA tournament. I'll understand that the viewers may be confused about that with 3 EU teams in the top 4, but they just earned their way here on ping disadvantage.
It does feel like we're in a bit of topsy-turvy land here, as Melee Creeps is the last defender here for North Americas. But Jason, what is your take coming in?
I think the series, I mean, I want to see Melee Creeps winning, because I want an A team in the finals. But one thing I can't forget about is the fact that Hopex was playing instead of Rick. And last time they met over in DSI. So it's quite a different team. I think Apex and Vrake kind of play some different heroes in particular that can kind of make Low-Key W as strong as they normally would be, with Vrake being able to play more of his like frontline kind of heroes. But man, Melee Creeps, you got to pull something out. You got the weight of NA on your shoulders, and it's a lot of weight to put on your shoulders here because they want to be able to prove they're better than EU.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We don't have any weight on our shoulders here, though, at the Night Shift Open, because, of course, we are focused and supported and held here up by Intel as well as Walmart. Thank you very much to them for joining us. Of course, if we can get a wall of exclamation mark Walmart in the chat, that would be fantastic. With my mind-bending powers, I'm going to see if we can get a wall of exclamation mark Walmarts. That would be fantastic. But Jake, great for them joining along for the ride here. And hey, Elizabeth is in the Walmart as well, watching us. That's us, Jake, right there.
Everyone, go to your local Walmart to watch the Night Shift Open. Obviously, that's where everybody's at. But yeah, it's awesome to see, honestly, companies like this getting in, supporting a nascent scene in Deadlock. It's, I think, a really special thing. You know, it's hard to find sometimes the right partners who really believe in what we're doing. I know we are still a pretty small community, but obviously everyone with high hopes for the future. And it's great to have, you know, like-minded folks at Intel and Walmart who you know, give us the chance to put on cooler events like this for the community with all this open participation. It's been awesome to see. Want to run more of these in the future.
Jason, can you believe it? It took just 15 years for you to get into a Walmart. You're famous.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I've had Jeff Kaplan in Walmarts before, and people think I'm Jeff Kaplan, so I think that counts.
Right, okay. Famous by association. I see.
Yeah.
That's good.
Or
That's good. I
JCap
like
from
that.
COD, or another JCap in Overwatch, or another JCap in Rainbow Six, or
That is
the
true.
millions
It
of
is,
JCaps.
it is like an oddly common name in this industry. It's pretty interesting.
We're
Yeah,
everywhere.
that's- Maybe they're all you. Yeah, secretly. I'm scared now. I don't need
feel bad for
one
those.
Jason. One of our Jason Kaplans is enough. I don't need any more
Yeah,
of those.
yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, I can't stand being around myself, but what I can stand is this best of 3 coming our way shortly, man. Melee Creeps, they did not look good yesterday, even though they did win. They did make it through the semifinals. I think their big linchpin, of course, is John in particular that we did see. He was not effective on most of the heroes they had him play. He played a Geist, and they got wrecked. It wasn't even a close match. But when he eventually showed off his Wraith, he proved that they do have the power to win these games. I think him and Do together, I think Do is definitely, I would say not an unsung hero because we always give him praises, but him and John together as like a tag team just put out ridiculous damage in all these matches.
Yeah, Jew as well was very impressive for me in the games that were played out. Of course, you know, they've been a bit tumultuous here and there here, Jake, with how they've gone down throughout this bracket as a whole, but they were able to fight back, and Jew every single time, be it him wheeling out the Infernus or moving over to the Silver as well. I was thoroughly impressed with how much damage he was able to do every single game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Do has become a real centerpiece on this team, right? Giving them, a lot of versatility in the hero lineups with incredible carry potential. Especially, I think when we see him on these high individual skill spirit heroes, that's where I feel like he can have the most impact. But he has the flexibility to play a more conventional carry as well. So you see why Melee Creeps had the faith in Do, bringing him onto this roster. It's interesting, definitely, to see Ranger also coming in as a starter, was a coach, and so Melee Creeps making the changes, but. Even the changes they made in the past that people have questioned have paid off, right? Like, it's hard to look at anything in this roster and not say, hey, this team is highly intelligent. They have a strong vision for the game. Maybe yesterday was rocky, but give them a lot of credit here to right the ship on day 2 on playoffs.
I hope so. On the other side of it, it's Low-Key W. Let's take a look at them and see how they're going to be going up against each other. It's a proper classic Oberkim, Listic, Cosmetical, always impressing me. Vreiko and Zergy here to be able to round it out, Jason. So what are you looking at for Low-Key Dubs?
Anyone. Man, anyone. It doesn't matter who you say. It is a star player on this roster like that.
Yep.
That for me is one of the reasons why this team is so good. There's so many times in the past, like I talked about Leviathan, OCs is like the only standout player. Fearless Furies asking where's their star player going to come from. Low-Key W, and you could literally close your eyes, move your hands side to side, and stop somewhere. And yes, that can be a star player on this team. The flexibility they have across this roster, I know it sounds like I'm glazing them super hard, but the flexibility they have is unmatched in Deadlock, period. Just full on stop. No team can match that.
Jake?
I think they deserve the glaze. Like, this is an incredibly stacked roster. I think players like Zergy and Hoot have become household names in competitive Deadlock, but you also got to look at people like Cosmetical and Vrake with an incredibly high individual ceiling, and then Listic and Obakim to hold it down with the front line. Obakim, another one of those players who has felt very comfortable transitioning away from like a hard support kind of expected meta. Looks great when he plays things like the Haze, different looks and more individually focused heroes. Doesn't seem to lose a step on it. So I think that's another feather in their cap going up against Melee Creeps in this one.
I'm looking forward to the draft because I think that Low-Key W as well was one of the teams throughout this tournament so far that has made Graves look good. Of course, we have seen bans come along, but Vrake was being able to play it out. But let's get into the draft here for this best of 3, Jason. Oh, I'm pumped. Oh,
help me out here, Kalaris. There was a match yesterday where Low-Key W had 3 Echo Shards. There was one on Grasping Hands on Graves, there was one on Time Wolf for Obikim, and there was a third one that I cannot remember off the top of my head.
Was it where Vrake had Grasping Hands and then Oberkim had it on Rem and was doing double jumps? Was that one the one?
It had a Paradox as well. Cosmetic was on the Paradox, I think.
Cosmetic was on it, yeah.
Yeah, so they had 3 Echo Shards. I think that's like so cool to see, and I think it also shows Lightbringer's like vision for the team as well, is that earn contesting and earn fighting is their utmost priority right now.
Need me, I'll be ready.
Oh no,
Understandable. I like the
through.
Melee Creeps. Oh, that's true. They let the pocket through in exchange for getting rid of the Doorman. I mean, Doorman is a monster character, but we really haven't seen Pocket played much this tournament. Teams have just been too scared to open up that possibility. Melee Creeps are going to allow it, though. I wonder if Low-Key W...
pick Wraith?
What if they
And
give
then
it away?
John's like, what do I play?
But they give it away. I think they might have a solution for it. Like, I genuinely, because I think that watching it yesterday, there were moments where, like, if you are good enough, you can actually really deal with it. I think they're happy giving it away.
I mean, Pocket could, I think, struggle maybe with, some hard catch against him. But for Melee Creeps, you have so many extremely competent Pocket players on this team. I'm really surprised to see them go Paradox first. I guess they really value this hero. Maybe they want to go to deny that Echo Shard strat where, like, in terms of, I think Melee Creeps is going to be a team that's going to take the bull by the horns in terms of challenging for these earn contests. Both teams, I expect to see heavy draft emphasis on their ability to actually hold down that key objective.
I think it was Loki W yesterday who got hit once with a 4-man Pocket ultimate, and then thereafter the max they got hit with was like 2, and it wasn't a big deal. Like, I think they were able to play around it quite well. I think even we saw teams pick up like Warden against Pockets to hit him with a binding word, so he can't just pop an affliction when he gets in the middle of the fight if you can time it perfectly or time it well. But yeah, I mean, Loki W, I don't think they value Pocket as high, especially if you can get a GT for Cosmetical, man. 70 stacks at 17 minutes that we saw in Night Shift this last week, I believe it was. It is a thing of power and a thing of respect that you have to give, because low-key, I'd say the best in the business at playing around a GT and getting those max stacks online.
Yeah, I definitely
Victor?
like GT with Silver. Over the Abrams, which looked fantastic in the last match. Like, so Saint was able to pull it out on pretty low eco, but you wouldn't have really noticed that from the impact he's having on the match, right? Being super, super tanky. I also, in theory, don't hate him against Pocket with the Infernal Resilience. I mean, I guess once the Affliction is maxed, then yeah, it's going to feel pretty tough, but to see how that one plays out. It's a matchup we haven't seen much. They go for the Ranger Ivy. This is kind of, I think, a little bit of the weakness for Melee Creeps with Ranger in, is they're prioing a pick like Ivy that they shouldn't need to prio so highly in the draft, but they're worried that Loki W would just ban it out here in the mid stage and put Ranger off his comfort zone. So some limited flexibility is it charges a price here in the draft. We'll have to see if Melee Creeps can cover that.
I think you hit the nail on the head, Jake. I think that we had most question marks around what Ranger was bringing yesterday for Melee Creeps, right? It looked a little bit slower, Jason, compared to some of the other guys on the team, especially when they kind of forced into a lot of rems that we saw, which really did not pay off.
I think, unfortunately, Melee Creeps have tanked Rem's win rate in the Night Shift Open quite a bit yesterday. You're going to see a Fallout McGinnis ban, but I do wonder, are you going to lock in Wraith for John right now? Because I feel like that's the next point of contention, is you need to get John something he's comfortable on. Loki W could easily steal that away for Zergy if they wanted to go for. I think this has to be a pick for him.
I like it a lot. I think it's a nice combo with Ivy too in the late game. That leash tether is crazy for Wraith. She really uses everything that it offers really nicely. And then we saw in game 1 of that last series, Wraith is insane against GT. Like, I honestly think that Shadow Weave build is kind of sick. Like, I kind of hope more players go for that, especially into a matchup against somebody like GT, because you get on top of GT and get a lift on her. Normally that's very hard to do because GT just sees you coming and backs off. But the Shadow Weave changes the game completely, and you're not typically worried about peeling for your GT in the backline. So I think real innovation has been shown on the Wraith. I hope to see John kind of follow in those footsteps.
I think this is particularly exciting, Jason, because I feel like Melee Creeps has got a lot of what they absolutely would want. But Loki W has, for example, let the Pocket through, so they should have anticipated quite a bit of this draft, all things considered, no?
Yeah, I think if you're ever gonna let Pocket through at this stage in the game, especially Melee Creeps playing Pocket for Do, you have to be prepared for it. I think I wouldn't be surprised that you see like a Warden come in last year, because then they have some like really good lockdown for Pocket to prevent any sort of damage from the Affliction. Also, like Divine Bear is something we should definitely see being picked into. But you mentioned something about Melee Creeps having some comfort picks. I mean, you have Paradox for Saya, you have Pocket for Do, you have Ivy for Ranger. That is massive already for playing something that they're going to be comfortable on. And if they can't win with these comfort picks, I do worry about their fate in this in the rest of this match. Also, Graves, I think you have to almost. The thing is, you're not going to pick Sinclair, and Graves would be a perfect pickup here right now for Rayek.
Melee Creeps go with the Shiv to finish, which I do like against some of these heavy frontliners. They're going to be pretty vulnerable to getting big knife stacks on them, and Shiv can kind of carve you up with that slice and dice. So I think it's some good spirit focused damage here.
One is the one.
And Loki W finish with the Warden. As you were saying, hey, maybe that silence trap can be a really powerful tool against Pocket. Almost forces Pocket to buy a dispel magic that sometimes you can get away with skipping on Pocket. So Loki W, this is going to be their response here. but we haven't seen Warden look particularly great in my eyes, frankly, in the last few matches.
Well, in the bracket, they're the only team that's won with it in terms of the games that have happened so far. They beat Floormen with it in game 3 of their match. So I think Zergi was piloting that there, Jason. So this is exciting because these 2 drafts along the way, I think Melee Creeps has got a phenomenal draft for themselves. And on the other side of things, Loki W, they have to have anticipated some of it, considering the bans, and surely they must feel comfortable on this draft too.
I mean, I think they're 100% comfortable. You're giving LeBron the ball. I thought Pocket would be going towards Do, but I think now, as we see this, it's probably going to be an idle Pocket. And I think that was probably the first time we ever mentioned LeBron in Night Shift history, was talk about idle on Pocket, honestly. And then Do on Shiv as well, likes to build into Decay, which is going to be perfect against Abrams, Victor, and Warden together, and Silver on top of that. This is going to be very, I mean, this is basically like both teams getting the composition that they're extremely happy for. I think maybe the one off-putting is Rem or maybe Warden, but like this is like their best comps, best heroes going head to head in a brutal match.
Jake, your thoughts?
I do think like this is the most exciting moment in Deadlock when we get a new patch. Things are unsolved. Teams are like vying to figure it out first, and teams just have a different idea of what's good. So they kind of both get what they want. We get to see the true clash of styles, truly different perspectives. I also think people might be underrating Melee Creeps. They're saying, "Oh, you barely got it in over BWC. You know, it's like wasn't that impressive." I think people are underrating BWC. That team is actually also really strong, and I think for them to put up a good fight against Melee Creeps, for me, says more about BWC also being a heavy hitter in North America, one that's been climbing the ranks. I'm really excited to see them, hopefully, in the coming Wednesday match on NA. But I do think Melee Creeps, you might be underrating them because of that performance. I think people don't realize the extent to which BWC has come up lately and can give a genuine challenge to a top team.
I think this will really test my theory, Jason, of if Grey Talon is one of the kings of this current patch, because he's got a lot of work to do in this one, I think.
A lot of work, but I think also a lot of freedom to play with. Like, I mean, who's really going to be diving? Maybe you have to worry about Shiv, maybe a Shadow Weave Wraith, maybe Billy, but you're going to have all the room to play with when you have a Victor and Abrams, Silver, and a Warden playing a frontline for you. Like, this is Cosmetical being gifted the opportunity to just show NA what Great Talent is about and why it's so highly prioritized when it comes to EU. And that is probably the biggest factor I worry about for Melee Creeps is how do you deal with Cosmetical in these fights? Who are you going to send his way? Can you get to the front line of Loki W? Are they going to go? I mean, I would imagine with this composition, they're going to contest Earn. I don't think they're going to let this one go for free, but they're still running into such a big trap out of Loki W.
Yeah, I don't really have any more questions about this draft here, Jake, at the moment.
Yeah, I think the best hope maybe for Melee Creeps is I do think they're going to be a lot better at split pushing. I think that's one element of this draft that, you know, could go unnoticed where, you know, the Earn, yes, is crucial, but if you can split push effectively enough to, like, you know, remove enemy players from the Earn fight, that's another way to contribute, right? Even for, you know, characters like Wraith that aren't seen as conventionally good on the challenge there. But so they've got Ivy for the global presence, who's also a really good split pusher. Pocket is, I think, probably the best, like, defensive wave clearing character in the game because it's very hard to punish him from just nuking your wave, cloaking out over and over and over again. Really, really hard to ever get the wave state comfortable for you against that. So I think that's got to be the edge for Melee Creeps. They've got to create the macro advantage, but Leviathan couldn't really make that style work too well against Abrahams. So this is going to be maybe a tough test if Melee Creeps can actually get that over the line.
I look at momentum as being probably the most important factor in this game. I feel like if you're Melee Creeps and you get ahead, you can snowball a game. If you're Loki W and you get ahead, you can snowball a game. And I think a lot of that pressure is going to come down to probably like the first 12 minutes of the match when we do get that first Earn online of which team can get ahead or which team can just get the lead they need to start to build momentum and snowball against the enemy team. I really don't know who's going to win. This is kind of like a little bit of a difference of like EU playstyle and I almost want to say NA playstyle, but it's been kind of like Leviathan playstyle, just high damage, high tempo heroes looking to take fights against you and not really have a front line to worry about, just kind of win early on and use that as a snowball mechanic.
Yeah, it feels like one of the most exciting drafts we've had so far in the tournament, and also one of the most divided with how these teams are lining up against one another. Comes back off a little bit of history here between the two teams, and also with how they've kind of shaped things up so far in this meta. Looking pretty good, looking pretty exciting. I guess a concern I might have slightly is a Warden and the kind of prio compared to some of the other M1 heroes, where we were talking about it just before in the last game, Jake, right? It's a little bit lower than obviously your Venator, which we're never going to see apparently in these finals.
Yeah, I do think there's a potentially nice lane for Warden. I think we see often Warden Silver together with that, entangling Bola into the trap being a relatively reliable early game combo. We're going to be getting into this one, though. Low-Key W taking on Melee Creeps, our second semifinal of the day. Only one more spot available in these grand finals. One of these two teams going to book their ticket there.
Yeah, it's an exciting one because this might be the closest match we've had so far in the entire bracket as a whole. Even though yesterday we had fantastic matches wall to wall. Now, Low-Key W looks for revenge against Melee Creeps from the biggest final that happened here on the Death Slam Invitational just before. Let's get to it. Jason, my friend, take it away.
Oh, wow. He was nice this time. He actually called out who he wanted to take over. I like it. You know, one thing I think we've been seeing over NSO, Jake, that actually I'm kind of happy is that we're seeing a lot of our M1 heroes build towards getting involved in these fights earlier. Instead of farming for 20 minutes and then showing up with like 30-something K souls, they're building Fortitude, Shadow Weave. Like, they're building other things we typically wouldn't see in the past month or so to be involved, realizing when it comes to these objectives like these urns, you kind of need all 6 there.
Yeah, it's certainly consideration. I do think, I don't know how you feel, Jason, about this patch overall, but I'm kind of a big fan. I think after the adjustments there, and obviously, yeah, maybe the first iteration of the urn resistance is a little bit suspect, but I feel like it's quite nice now. It appears they're crucial team fights in the urn, but they're just a little bit infrequent enough where it feels like there's a good amount of deadlock to play outside of those major objective team fights. So it feels like, to me, the game's in a pretty exciting spot right now with teams trying to figure out what's the best way to play.
I like the change in time between them for sure. You get that, like, the whole extra minute is actually quite a bit. Also, the way it desyncs from bridge buffs gives way to more fights around bridge buffs, which we normally wouldn't see before because the urn would be, right there when things spawn on in. But I definitely like it. I think there's maybe some like minor tweaks because it does feel like sometimes there is a lull in the game waiting for urn to come up, waiting for buffs to come up. But to be fair, sometimes those little lulls are needed to just farm up and hit some more spikes with items.
Yeah, definitely some natural downtime in the game, but it's a MOBA. I think that's almost par for the course expected. As we're seeing Ido and Fishcake put some nice pressure on here to Billy Pocket Lane.
I see Victor.
Nothing too crazy in terms of hero playing either. We pretty much predict this one across the board. Rayek wasn't there last time they met when Low-Key W did fall. The Melee Creeps 3-0 in DSI, the Death Slime Invitational. I think he's looking to put his team back on top here. To be able to topple the team that took them down before. Cosmetical, though, on the Great Town. Definitely going to be a focal point, I would say, for Low-Key W. Him and Hoot together, I think, for me, are going to be the big focal points in how they play. Because Hoot is always a massive impact player when he's allowed to play those kind of heroes. And he also has some crazy snowball potential on the likes of Silver.
Yeah, also, look at players like Saya on the Paradox. Very comfortable on the hero, but getting boot kicked to an uncomfortable spot. The trade coming in, though. Saya not backing down, still playing with a lot of confidence, and John's here to bring the damage in. So Listic and Hoot both pretty low on notice. All the pressure, whoa, went into the Paradox. Victor, though, maybe doing a little too much with John still healthy, still putting down damage on the lane. Honestly, not a bad trade for Melee Creeps. You'd kind of rather John be super healthy and comfortable. Let Sion maybe do a base trip and a reset, but he's still going to stay in the lane as well. So this Paradox Wraith lane, I wouldn't look at this on paper as incredibly strong, but not a huge fan of the Silver plus Victor lane. It feels pretty defensive to me.
Yeah, you were talking before about like a Silver Warden, a real potential to lock people down when it comes to those binding words. Considering they can't use stamina, they can't jump either. Novikim actually got aggressive to get into the tunnels, looking for those box running already. On that note of that trade, essentially it works out so well for Melee Creeps that John can just stick here. The opening round's now picked up to really punish Listic, who likes to stay, as healthy as possible, obviously. When the jump start's going to be healing him back up quite a bit.
Roams to mid. Abrams just going to solo defend here. He's doing a nice job of that, though. Still so tanky with that infernal resilience. Definitely creating opportunity now for a little bit of economy gap for Obikim to get a lot of those boxes out of the tunnels.
The pressure, though, even though Low-Key W, and we weren't necessarily a big fan of their mid lane, they're continuing to shove things up here. That Guardian's already down to half HP. Likewise, Melee Creeps doing the same thing here. The fish cake on Billy and Ido on Pocket. Trying to get pressure on, whereas I say the left-hand side, it's more of a neutral battle between the two teams.
2 levels and blasted. Billy is going to be a menace if we get into like crazy melee brawl. Has that grit as well. Nice item change. Rem is absolutely running him down, man. Little guy is making the Billy goat look a little bit scared, but it's like more focus on the buff contest here for melee creeps.
Little man's got fists. So this is what haunts ZP in his dreams every time.
Ooh, gun buff to John and movement on Ido. Movement a pretty nice buff, I think, for Pocket. Able to push the limit quite a bit further with those extra standpoints. And now Billy taking the engage. You got a lot of sustain on this Abrams. The sleep comes out only onto the Billy. So there's not going to be much follow-up there. And I actually am getting a little worried for Abrams. He could be a kill target, maybe sooner than it would seem in this lane, especially with Pocket going that gun build.
You want to hear something funny, Jake?
Always.
We just had a minor update pushed
Oh, no.
in Deadlock. So I hope no one disconnects from this game, or I don't know what's going to happen. Luckily, I'm not on comp ops, so I don't have to deal with it here. But something I have to look at when we get later on to the series. We'll talk about the notes later on as well once the game's done. Yeah, a little bit of a bloodbath coming through. Melee creeps, though. John, importantly, staying alive.
All right, we'll be sweating on this one. Hopefully no one has a game crash. Nature of the beast, though. Great Town has to crash that bird prematurely into the wall because he's in trouble getting ganked on the other side. John has come up with a couple kills in the back of this gun buff. So nice from Pocket. A lot of gun pressure on this. He's going to stick around and go for the Afflict. They thought he'd cape out. Subverts the Expectation does have the suitcase to play his way out of this, and Affliction is cooking on this Abrams. The little helper mitigating a lot of that damage, but Pocket with this early gun investment. Going to go for the dive, but maybe the damage is done.
Boot really wants to make something happen this right-hand side. Maybe catching Sai on the rotate. He's gonna go right back in the boot kip away, and I love to see the adaptation of Silvers and how much better they've gotten with this one. Like and Curse coming on through the Kinetic Carbine, buying some time, but Abrams is here as well, and he will fall. Rake picks up that kill, and the counter gank works out. This was a counter of the counter gank.
Yeah, nice little rotation in from Hoot. Doesn't show himself early. Saya maybe looking to put some pressure on. This thing's turned around on him instead. See if there's an opportunity to clean up this tower. Rem and Abrams doing their best to hold on to it. Hoot's going to stick around in the neighborhood, though.
Oh, Hoot's back. And he's ready to party. The Bola connects onto a rising ram at a fish cake. Not easy to hit whatsoever, especially on ping here. And he does escape.
Goes medical. There's a lot of damage. Does take out to do here. John trying to put some counter pressure back in. It's a little bit low himself, though. Won't necessarily be comfortable. Do is still healthy. Dude's looking for more, man. Do is turning this into a serious snowball fight. Talked about how impactful he's been. And now on the Shiv, one of those very high carry potential spirit heroes that we always want to see do play. Kind of kills are exactly how you want to start.
Oh, Al's ready for cosmetical. Do low HP. The Al's coming on out, and it crashes into the wrong location. But he still dies from it.
Yeah, still takes out. Bloodletting, not enough to keep him alive on that one.
And plus 10 for cosmetical, though. He's going to be happy with that with the start. 3K lead currently being sat on by low-key W as we're just a minute and a half away here from our next set of buffs to actually spawn on in. And look how aggressive low-key W are being on this double sinners. They want to lock this one down, and I think they're going to get it here now. Escaping with their life is definitely going to be a different situation. Okay, they only take one of them.
Still, Rem got a lot of that. Obakim's going to be very happy getting a ton of the cash out of that doubles. Still, there's no major lead developing in the game. Absolutely still a comfortable scenario as Billy now bringing the push to the mid lane, but that damage from GT, man, cannot be disrespected into this one. And GT has not even gone that all in on damage, right? Like, he has a pretty well-rounded build for staying on in the lane. Could be changing that now. Oh, caught in the mid-flight of the Kinetic Carbine. Takes it back to the tower. Could be okay for now, but they're just trying to burst through that silver before the Lycan Curse can come in. Good target focus from melee creeps.
Good movement at cosmetical too, with that swap coming on through. I mean, insane to see it. And I still will say, EU when it comes to movement overall are better. And here we go, a little bit of an engage. Listic trying to keep them away from their centers, trying to get basically any like micro advantage they possibly can in this game, punishing doubles before and trying to punish this single center here. Though he has potentially overextended, has the backup though with Cosmetical and Hoot here in the lane.
Not that tanky on Victor. He's a little
not yet.
overconfident for me to be this close. Maybe trying to bait players in for GT. That reanimation available. Ooh, wait, this could be a kill actually. I don't think so. Run with that Guardian Ward should be tanky enough. Spirit buff to GT is going to be a nice find for him though.
Interesting enough though, dude picked up Suppressor. I'm not used to seeing that actually.
There's a lot of gun on the other side. Like, someone's got to buy it. Oh, big hit. They're able to pop Obikin before the sleep can connect. And Ido finding that without even needing to commit the affliction.
They've taken our yellow guardian.
And then you take a Guardian as well on the left-hand side while this is happening. His response comes through to Loki W to take the right-hand Guardian, who does secure that one. We're getting to that first turn here, Jake. I think this is where the really interesting part of this game is going to kick off. Minute and 20 out.
Abrams now under assault, but Vrake, I mean, the tankiness. Incredible. Listic is also, it looks like he's going for a bit of a wall breaker look. I mean, we talked about not seeing it too much, but they pretty much just parked him in mid. And you have real problems like getting away from this Victor. He just stands here, clears waves on the enemy high ground here. And it just doesn't seem to be much of a possibility for melee groups to put a real push in, but they are macroing well. Like they've secured through not for any major team fight, but triple cult sack. Wait a minute. What year is this? That actually alone puts some economy pressure on Loki W. Like the farm is going to be a lot quicker for melee creeps with 3 cult sacks.
Well, the 2 slowing hexes though have Hoot and Listic to play the front line. I think it's also something for melee creeps to have to respect. Fact is, if you get into the team, yeah, I mean you're gonna shut movement down at quite a few different heroes here. And speaking of heroes, Ido.
Scott does manage to cape out though. I mean the cape just has such a nice long duration on it. Ooh, but hold on, maybe it's not enough to get him out. Yeah, the bird does chase him down. Ido sticks around a little bit too long. Trade is good though. They find Hoot in the 1-for-1, which is a pretty fair exchange if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean Cosmetical getting some extra stacks built up with the casting buff, improved spirit picked up now too. It starts to become quite a big pain, but John on 13,000 souls, something we cannot ignore. He has gotten extremely far ahead. And if he continues to pace, if Loki W don't have a response to him, John's going to be online so much earlier than maybe Loki W are expecting. And here we go. The first urn has spawned on in. Loki W immediately picking this one up and looking to run it across the map.
This exchange, melee creeps able to, they give the urn pickup, which gives control to Loki W, but they extract a price for it, getting that mid lane Guardian that was so difficult to clear while Listic was in the neighborhood. So melee creeps patient, find their moment to put the pressure on. They're looking for this, but Saya is considering a chase down on this Abrams, who is just kind of ignoring it, continuing to run the urn. Wants to force the issue. Chiv and Warden now caught in a 1v1 on the other side of the map. That's a little bit scary for Zergy, but the urn fight is where the bread is going to be buttered here.
That's the impact ready to go. Changing being used. The urn's going to be flipped on over to the melee creep side, pulling players in. They charge them away though, as we do see Loki W turn the urn back towards their own side. 2 players now down for melee creeps. The shocker animation coming in to stun out Ranger on top of the urn, and they're gonna lock this one in, picking up 3 kills to boot. But Dude is gonna get the better of Zergy, and Ido is pushing the mid walker at the same time, at least trying to eliminate the wave so it doesn't get counter pushed on out. But Loki W are on the warpath now, looking for their own walker on this right hand side.
I think GT might have gotten 2 stacks off that bird. Way too good for him. Sleep comes in. John is caught by that, but focus on the walker here, understandable. And a punish comes in on the Dew, who was the big winner from that exchange on the side of melee creeps. Now gets shut down additionally. Seems like the lift is going to be good enough to take down Vrake, but this is a relatively low eco player here. And a zip drop from Ido. The arrow does go wide, and with GT on this low HP, I don't know that he's going to want to chase.
I'm not sure if that arrow would have been enough to finish him off, but maybe the backup of Listic would have been. So Loki W coming out with a walker, coming out with an urn, coming out with 4 kills, but only a 4K lead after all the dust has settled. And John is continuing to be unpunished here. 16,000 souls now. And Loki W, what's the response? I think the thing is, we get a little bit further into the game when Zergy has the cage max, he already has a chemical flask max. I feel like you're gonna run into some problems for melee creeps with the 2 slowing hexes plus the silence. The Dispel Magics need to be coming online sooner for melee creeps that they want to be able to battle out against Loki W.
It's a great point. We should take a look at the tab, because honestly, I think the silence max, or the trap max rather, to get that silence should be right around the corner.
Oh, even DB coming up here for Obicam, a very early investment. I wonder if we're going to see actually any other DBs being picked up for LokiW.
Yeah, it's definitely consideration. For sure, the first is the most value. I don't know if anyone else is going to be willing to build that. As another catch comes in, beautiful find. Saya comfortable on this Paradox, but Abrams is monstrously tanky. HP not dropping, and with the assist of Rem coming into this, he's not going to back down. It's going to be Saya who has to beat a hasty retreat. Good for him to be able to immediately turn around and get out of that engage.
Gun buff for Listic. Survival for who? And LokiW is so good at taking these minor advantages. No decay picked up for Do. I kind of expected it going into this composition, especially if you can force in a blowout and dispel magic early. Again, Earn contest, not contest, there's contest coming on through. Fish Cake forced to use that chain gang just to survive here. And Vrake is just really not dropping any speed because the focus is on Obikim.
They found Obicam, yeah, and without the Rem, it's going to limit the support in this fight. Haley Creep's going to back off for a moment. Pocket clearing wave should be into this one soon, and uh-oh, no ult proc for Hoot. Not really able to get into that fight. LokiW thought they were being cheeky, trying to punish a little greedy Sinner grab, but Melee Creeps were more than ready. Massive numbers there. Now they force the reanimation out, and Do might even stick around for another kill. Cosmetical is down, and this one is getting fully out of control. The drop is good. They do get the connection, and that kinetic carbine closes the gap. Although maybe the swap a little bit too long range. Although no, on the other side of it, Billy is here. Great find, and what a team fight for Melee Creeps. I mean, they were down, what, 3-4K in this game, and now it's their turn to take an advantage.
Really good bounce back by Melee Creeps, taking a 2K lead now. Some good catches coming through. Maybe some restraint is needed to be shown out of LokiW. Trying to push the advantage again, take every micro thing they possibly can, contesting on that Sinners, but getting punished for it. It's not the ideal situation for them, but Melee Creeps, I would almost say like a fight they desperately needed to win, and like an advantage they needed to create for themselves. It was starting to look a little bit grim, though John is now at 20k souls, 3k ahead of Zergy.
I mean, Cultsack Wraith is kind of a monster when it comes to jungle clearing early, right? This character has one of the fastest farm spikes in the game. Definitely want to take a look at his build if we get a second here in this downtime, but also something brewing in mid, so.
I mean, we can take a look at that build if you want to, Jake. Let's let our production know. The best in the business for Mr. John himself. Get an idea of what he's going for. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised to see like a Fortitude picked up for him. Actually goes Ricochet.
Oh, has Rico. Okay.
Power.
I mean, he's hitting a much later timing. He is not ready to fight by any stretch of the imagination with this build. But picking up the Dispel Magic could open up a possibility of that. I'm definitely... This is a Wraith, though, who like, you give him 10 more minutes. I mean, with this kind of a build. I will say, in 10 minutes, you know, if he doesn't take any bad deaths, he could be at, you know, 40k. He could be dominating the lobby. A big Ivy drop in here with Billy, who does want to fight. And Wraith is here. The Ricochet damage, hold on, pumping in. Big connection from the Billy chain, brings them all together. And the Ricochet follow-up is massive. Listic, though, goes down with the reanimation. You're not going to be too worried about that one. Cosmetical, too low out of the fight. And actually, John now being turned on. The resurrection good enough to get John running out of here, and a bird potentially to chase him down. It's good.
Just cost Cosmetical his life, but I think the damage has been done. That was the high priority target to finish off here. Dude's gonna fall as well. Here tries to use the dash to get away with the killing blow.
Hold on.
Actually, he's gonna survive with the Radiant Regen. Sai and Ido come in to tag team 2 more kills for themselves. The charge gonna connect onto Ido, but he's still gonna be relatively healthy, having his cloak up in just a few seconds. And he should be able to escape. I don't think Ray can hit the chase, but in the meantime, Hoot's been pushing this left-hand side for a walker, while Ranger, after the kill on Cosmetical, has been doing the same in mid.
Yeah, a lot of value in Earn picked up here. Abrams still super healthy. Billy was trying to stick around in this one, do what he can to drop the Earn pickup, but just doesn't have the gas to do it. I mean, the heals from Obicam onto Break has been a really impossible combo from the laning stage onward to be able to get through that Abrams. Ranger, I mean, okay, he does grab Walker for this, so it takes him a bit to chase him down, but ultimately that's still a positive trade. Maybe with Earn coming up, though, it could not feel so effective.
Help me deliver this.
He's gonna be down. He can fly on in and whenever he spawns back. The thing is, they don't have affliction.
They're not in position for this.
Not
It's
as
a little
well.
scrappy. There's no Victor ulti, so maybe there's room to look for kills here, but Sam's up to contest. It's going to be hard. They're forcing the issue immediately.
Now you gotta get this one up. You cannot afford to go in for it. You're not gonna get the contest on the urn as the Victor's creating the space. Listic trying to keep everyone away, but with no shocker animation on the table, he's just gonna be picked off immediately. But here we go, Vrake charging on forward, gets immediately swapped out of his shoulder charge and silenced once again. And Melee Creeps, they actually might be able to turn this one around. Obikim's low on HP, so he's not gonna be there to assist anymore. As Dude finishes him off, and Vrake is just looking to escape now. LowKW are in full retreat.
Who does get the ulti proc? Bird gonna be coming in. He'd love to be able to find a connection and finish off Ido's pocket, but Ido's just picking up kill after kill into the fight, and I don't know if there's really a possibility of a finish here. Just put some damage down, but now Cosmetical actually could find himself in trouble. Do think better of it though, and just go for the secured kill. Abrams deep in the back line. It's another fight where LowKW, yes, they start off on the right foot from the objective perspectives of Melee Creep. They have no interest in challenging their own. They just play for the kills, and now it's a mid-boss to be the reward.
Cosmetical's gonna have a lot of damage though, with these charge
going
shots
for it
from the side.
They're not going to kill Listic, though. They're going to kill him right as the rejuve drops, so he's not there to parry. Although, hold on, does get some parries off for now. Grabs one rejuve. It'll be a nice start to the fight with the reanimation in the pit. Still a winnable spot here, but Melee Creeps want to keep fighting. Affliction is out, but looks to be completely whiffed from Ido. Everyone managed to get around the corner. And LowKW, what a comeback into this fight. And John does not have Project Mind. Could be in real trouble.
Well, John's dead, and the owl is still out, looking for its next bit of prey here. Ido's already back towards base. Fish Cake too healthy to do much about it, but at least he can scout. More importantly, shove this left-hand side because the Walker is on the menu now for LowKW, looking to take this one down the last of the game here for Melee Creeps. There's no one really able to defend against this one. LowKW, I thought they were almost down and out with the decision of Melee Creeps to go for the mid-boss, but they stall long enough. More importantly, that one rejuve that Listic stole allows him to have his shocker reanimation to be used and to stay alive. At least the second coming of Listic. More importantly, I'm honestly, I think we need to see a replay of that fight. I did in no way expect LowKW to survive that and come out ahead.
Yeah, I think they were trying to do it where they can kill off Listic like right as the rejuve is dropping, so that yes, he's gonna stun you, but you do get the triple melee on the rejuve. But he managed to get enough clean parries, stayed alive long enough. Now though, Melee Creeps recognize maybe this is their best opportunity, but the chain pull doesn't get people out of the window, and so LowKW slip away from that one. It was an attempt from Ranger and Billy, but they could be getting caught into a team fight that they may not be quite ready for.
All this talk about John pulling so far ahead in farm. He's fallen behind in farm now. Zergy at 26k. John, because of all this constant fighting, more importantly with him dying, he's not been able to keep up. Food ahead of him, Zergy. And I feel like, at least for them, they have the luxury of Ido being so far ahead, which is going to be massively important. But with now LowKW feeling like they're in the driver's seat, even though they are down 1,000 souls, it does feel tough to beat Melee Creeps at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, more up to players like Ido and Dude to have more impact. John's going to need a bit more time to hit his timings. Going for this Rico. He's spent a lot of time farming. The map is kind of empty at the moment. They go for a catch on a Fish Cake, but he's a little too quick with that Rising Ram. Doesn't even need to pop the Dispel Magic. And Speculative Bird, probably just going to be clearing this mid-wave.
I won't let my family
We're charging
down.
Rush instead of Rapid Recharge. I feel like that's a slight difference in the builds we've normally been seeing out of GT. Also, Blood Tribute for Zergy obviously going to be really effective to deal with Ido and the Affliction if it does come in on top of Zergy.
Yeah, big fan of the BT buy in this game. Curious to see where he goes next, but this Warden is putting out some pretty massive DPS. Do not want to sleep on him.
He's got the Cage Max. Actually, can we get maybe a check-in if there's any more DBs being picked up for LowKW? I see who just getting Phantom Strike now, which is going to be, I think, another bit of pressure you can apply to John or to Ido. Had a lot of, I think it was any teams invested into like 4 or 5 DBs, though I think EU's been mostly sit on 1, max 2.
Yeah, I think you don't want to over-index for it, right? Because, yeah, it's nice. It has some uses, but it's a very defensive buy. And you also have somebody like Victor, who can just like die to the Affliction and not be too worried about that. Opportunity to go for the chain game, but Billy chooses not to take it. Instead, looks more for this frontline trade. Exchange of ultimates here, but no real value out of Ranger or Do. So maybe advantage LowKW in this trade.
What's going to get scary, though, is Listic and probably about 4,000 more souls. I would imagine Refresher's going to be the next buy coming through out of him. Going to be that real front man for the team, soaking up a lot of damage. Cosmetical though playing from the high ground. Bird ready to go. Only at plus 40. And credit to melee creeps to prevent him from getting massively stacked. The entire Loki W side, except Hoot, all grouped for the earn take, maybe expecting a skirmish to break out.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why, right? With that right wave crashing against melee creeps, no one's over there. Seemed like they would be more ready for the fight.
I see that knife throwing.
Kind of a tough spot for them. I think John, I don't know that he really wants to fight right now. Maybe he can go for this big pressure and pick up a walker, but he's going to back off. They're actually going to bring numbers. Melee creeps setting the stage for what could be a decisive team fight. Buff's about to spawn, though. Loki W trying to have their cake and eat it, too.
Ooh, use the Phantom Strike to actually drop him. Gets him low on the ground, so he can't fly them on through. We're looking towards Ido for an Affliction at 33k. It's going to need to be massive as the earn is capitalized and turned in by Listic, and 2 more kills off the back of that. The Affliction still yet to come out of Ido, but it almost feels too late. They've lost too many players. John's gone down, and it's on the 3 members of Melee Creeps to keep their hopes alive. Affliction was used catch on Cosmetical and Zergy, but the backup from them, I don't know if Duke can really clean up on these kills.
If they can finish these effective players, there is still a fight to be had. Cosmetical super low ticking. Looks like he's out maybe safely, and Zergy with that blood tribute, the Affliction is over onto him, but maybe his troubles are not. Still more players coming to chase that one down. Deuce, super low HP, has to run out of the fight. And Ranger and Ido with the mobility to hopefully play their way out of this, but it's getting a little bit scary for Ido, and I think this is going to be the moment where he's going to have to cape out of this one. Still has Dispel Magic available.
Oh, he's
going to need it.
Oh, okay. A little Dispel Magic coming through. I was expecting maybe the cage to be enough.
Oh, they're pink
There's
coming
no way
in.
Cosmetical hits this, does he?
And I think Ido had to burn his speed zip though to get back to base, if I'm not mistaken, from that mini-map movement. So some impact still being had there. You would have probably rather held on to that.
Let's play.
Shiv maybe getting a good start here. Hold on. Ultimate not available for Realistic. Does he have Refresher? Actually, he might. He's just going to TP away. Not going to want to chase a victor into that. This kill, though, onto Cosmetical could change everything. Wraith finds 2 big catches in the mid off the back of a massive swap from Saya. And suddenly, out of nowhere, with those 2 kills, what's the timer on mid-boss? It's got to be soon. And, ooh, they're
45.
respawning right as mid-boss comes up. That is going to be too close for comfort. This one is going to get chaotic.
The thing is, you have Affliction. I mean, Shocker and Reanimation will be there. Berserker picked up for Listic, so no Refresher anytime soon. There's also Nap Time available for Loki W. I don't think there's any world that Melee Creep try to force a fight unless they just try to make mid-boss scream and then turn it into a skirmish for themselves. They're still down in souls, even after the back of that. 4k behind. Maybe looking for a catch. Saya not going to have swap up just yet. But does get a catch initially here.
Looks like it may have been counterspelled on the initiation. Mid spawns, though. And still 10 seconds left for Cosmetical and Frake, but I mean, Loki W is for sure going to fight this. It's just a question of how Melee Creeps can respond. Are they going to go for the committed drop? An early sleep out of Rem. Just trying to slow down this mid-boss take, but it doesn't really connect well at all. Now Melee Creeps brawling in the pit. Listic steps up to the plate, taking this big challenge. Here comes Zergy as well with the ultimate. 2 rejuice though. All 3 going the way of Melee Creeps. An Affliction onto Zergy and Hoot. They're soon to drop it, but no rejuice behind them. Loki W need to beat a retreat onto this one. They're trying to get as many kills as they can out of the chaos. Hold on. They find a couple. Zergy is not going down. Somehow stayed alive on almost no HP. John starting to get to work though. Finally finds a position from which to put down a base of fire, but it's not enough. Incredible individual outplay. Loki W chopping through 3 rejuves, seemingly coming out with the team fight victory.
They do it once again. A great swap by Saya as well. It pulls Listic away from the Reju crystals, so he can't actually take any of them for his team, and yet somehow Loki W chew their way through him. Leaving only John, Saya, Fishcake, and Do left to fight, but with no Reju crystals left for themselves. There was way too much action happening in the fight to even break down what all went down. I do wonder though, the nap time, it hit nothing, I'm pretty sure. I wonder if they had it up a little bit later in the fight, how things would have actually played out. It's already from 36k.
Yeah, like that's pretty rough. I mean, I will say, as much as it's a huge recovery from Loki W that prevents a potential like game-ending scenario if you give away triple rejuve and lose the team fight, in the end, it's mitigating the worst-case scenario. Melee Creeps, they lost a lot of players there, but 3 of them were just rejuve deaths. They only lost 2 actual players in the trade. So economy-wise, game is still dead even. But the fact that Zergy lives there is insane. I mean, he is afflicted on low HP, and there's just nobody available to run him down. The blood tribute, you know, canceling the affliction or rather not canceling it, but radically reducing its duration. And ends up being really valuable for a couple fights in a row here for the
Headed
Warden.
to Greenwich.
Isn't it also kind of crazy how well Loki W are playing around these afflictions out of Ido? I mean, we saw one whiff, which I won't deny. We definitely saw a whiff out of Ido at one point. But to be able to only have 2 players get hit by that affliction while around mid-boss pit, so important. You've got to position yourself correctly and still come out ahead in the team fight. Though Listic might be getting caught here. He has no players in sight. Maybe Zerg can get here. A great counterspell comes on through. A Paradox swap is ready to be used, though, and the Owl as well to buy time. It disengages in full force. And that's a lot. Well, that's not a lot of ultimates. Only really the Fly that's down out of Ranger.
Warden has to send the last stand, though. So you do get something out of this, and a nice Spirit Brand proc onto GT, but GT looking to hunt down that cape instead.
I see the end.
First ult does come out of Listic, but will be enough for the team fight because I think Loki W are finally getting the connection they've been looking for. Here's a big sleep onto 3. Seismic Slam down, gets the stun onto John, and the follow-up looks to be here. Loki W now swarming over the opposition melee creeps. It's a big affliction for them, but will it matter? There's no follow-up. The rest of the team running, even Ido to be chased down here. Counter kills potentially can come in here, but the cost is so steep here for our NA representatives.
Oh, another stack added. Cosmeticals at plus 70 now as we hit the 31-minute mark in just a few seconds. In the meantime, John, who did get charged up in that fight, runs away from it and takes a walker to get something out of this lost fight against Loki W. But the urn back in the hands of Rick, gonna run it across the map, and there's just no way you're contesting this 1v5. This lead is going to continue to be built up. But, you know, considering how this game's played out, though, Jake, a 3-4K lead, 31 minutes in, I feel like we never see this small of leads at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because so many of these team fights are going the way of Loki W. I feel like they're team fighting really, really effectively around Listic. Like, he's baiting himself really nicely, not going down as quick as the opponents would want. And after this urn goes through, I mean, the advantage should be pretty massive. And whoa, Rem is getting a crazy amount of Sinner hijacks in this game. That is disgusting. He is statted to the T.
Can we, Lotu, in our chat, can we get a breakdown of what stats he has from these golden statues? Because that is...
Can we do that, actually?
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
we won't see it on screen, but we can get a breakdown for us to know, and we can call it out. I mean, 88 is amazing. 51 as well for Listic. I mean, he's at 32k souls.
That's a lot. I mean, wait, Rem has 2,700 HP. That is, like, pretty significant. He's got a lot of max HP buffs. I mean, the downside on Rem, I will say, is that a lot of these buffs are going to, like, your gun stats, which are, I'm not gonna say useless, but pretty close to it until maybe when you siege objectives.
Mid-boss in a minute 30. Loki W, I feel like they could just force the issue now. I think they built up a decent enough lead, 18k. You still have to respect Ido. You still have to respect his affliction coming on through.
I mean, do you? I think that's kind of been called into question, right? Like, you know, even with the big afflictions, Loki W have been finding the better team fight in the last few engagements. I think it's up to the rest of melee creeps, right, to show some better engages. And oh, there's the refresher out for Listic. That's scary, right? I mean, you maybe honestly it'll be good for melee creeps because they've been trying to go on this Victor and get his ult out way too many times. It feels like it's just punished every single time. Like the rest of Loki W is so ready to play off the reanimation and ensure that you do not get it down for free. GT has, okay, I was gonna say a movement and spirit buffs simultaneously, which is disgusting, but the spirit does expire.
You know what DB picked up for Hoot? So we have a second one online now to deal with these afflictions, which have been in the latter half of this game starting to connect really well. We do have confirmation of what Obi Kim has, plus 54% max ammo, 11% cooldown reduction, 31% fire rate, 520 max health, 43 spirit power, and 54% weapon damage. I think honestly the spirit power is quite big as well. Off the back of a tag along, the extra boost you get in spirit is kind of insane, especially if Obi can go towards the boundless. That's a lot of extra heal you can do for your team.
Yeah, and the reason he's got all those stats is that he stole so many Sinners away from the opposition. So it's a big part of his team's net worth advantage. I mean, he is comfortably farmed on Rem. Like, I mean, other than Zergy, he's pretty much equivalent with the rest of the team. Definitely middle of the pack, not lagging behind whatsoever. A couple arrows missing, though. Stack's running a little bit low here for GT, but yeah, you just takes one, right, to drop Ranger to half.
This is the perfect spot.
I mean, does Ranger have to go heal now? Like, can he afford to stick around?
Wait, look at this CD on the flight. That is disgusting. It's like almost a 5-second cooldown.
Yeah, it's like almost 100% uptime.
7-second cooldown. That is insane. It has to be near. Like, by the time he hits the ground, 1 second. That is crazy.
Let's take out Shiv.
I mean, to be fair, he's missing a lot of these arrows. I think melee creeps are Very happy he hasn't connected, but the Owl's going to be coming on out. Drake's actually full on leading the charge. The Bird's going to miss, though, which is actually quite big. But here comes Ido from the side, looking for the Affliction, and he connects massively onto 4. But keep in mind, there's still DBs up. Who does get one cleanse, so does Listic, so it's only onto 2 now with Zergy and Break, but Zergy is still a primary target to connect with. And melee creeps, they don't continue on in the fight. They do back away. And Loki W, are they going to force mid?
I think they're probably gonna have to reset after that Affliction, at least to an extent. But I mean, in the end, Loki W get the crucial ultimate out. Ido does not have that tool now. And so Loki W, they don't really expend anything of massive consequence for that, right? Like they still have the reanimation from Listic. Zergy still holding on to the last stand, which Warden now 45k. He's full maxed everything, right? Like this Warden is peaking. We were talking about John Stret in the late game, but right now it's Zergy who is the real problem. I mean, he's going to be the one dumping the massive carry of damage in these team fights. And Listic, they're really just here to make space.
How many souls is Ido sitting on right now? I'm curious. Because I'm thinking to myself, if he could afford a refresher, that's going to be the biggest counter to these DBs they could possibly pull off. The mid boss, it's been screamed. It has been felled. Ido is not in position.
Here it
he
is.
buys a refresher. He picks it up. He sells items for it. The cultists in particular. There's the nap time coming on through. The Affliction could be massive. And Fish Kick inside. And Ranger all take the rejuice away from Loki W. Now looking for the Affliction. If Ido wants to pull this one off or look to back away, as 2 of those rejuice, now 3, have been consumed by melee creeps. Loki W, can they continue to take this pace and take the fight? Ido is looking for the double Affliction. I think he has refresher line plus the ultimate.
Zergy just started to take this game over now. Unstoppable. Picks up a 6 streak in the chaos, and the hard mark from Hoot onto John. John just could not get into that engage. The incredible tankiness from Hoot on display as he just face challenges the Wraith. I think through that entire team fight, John just really can't come into the engage. Once again, rejuves go the way of melee creeps, but the team fight is what matters, and Loki W pick it up in spades. 60 seconds on the deck.
Oh my god!
From most of melee creeps.
600 HP!
I mean, yeah, this is Colossus Warden, man. He gets to the late game. He shows what's possible. Efficient Earn Dunk gonna come through for Listic. I mean, waiting on that reanimation cooldown, but this is gonna be 2 shrines. I mean, Zergy's eviscerating the base right now.
I think I was going for an Affliction, at least looking for one. Again, refresher in his hands. Can we actually take a look what's happening in the base? I don't think we care too much about this Earn Turn-In right now. Ido's looking for an avenue to open things up with. I mean, the Affliction would be good to deter them away, but they've already lost out of 1 shrine. The second most likely going to follow, and he still has too long of the respawns to force anything off the back of this.
Yeah, I mean, Zergy gets 50k now. Earn Dunk comes through. Saya with the swap to buy a little bit of time. The damage is coming through, but they're going to need a lot more than that to finish off Zergy. Safe back out here from Loki W. They got a lot of souls to spend. Ton of economy. I believe they didn't get the 2nd shrine, though, so it's actually something for melee creeps, but still, getting mid and right wave now. Those mega creeps. Massive edge here. And one that I don't know that they even needed, right? Loki W has been team fighting so nicely. Zergy has really kept this game firmly in his control. Take a look at the Warden build when we get a second, because, I mean, buys the Frenzy here, and, I mean, he is disgusting. Huge here. Catch potentially being found, but a parry onto the Billy. Listic still with the reanimation to play with. More than happy to take an exchange here in the small room. Fishcake does get a lot of HP back, though, from the blasted. With the reanimation out, maybe there's actually a fight to be had. Melee creeps getting Zergy low, and if Zergy's on the back off, that creates opportunities elsewhere on the fight. But John Ranger soon to follow. Listic Cosmetical Hoot picking up where Zergy's left off, and he's back now into the fight. Gets healed up by Rem.
Let's take out Paradox.
And it ends, I think, not with a bang, but with a whimper here. Melee creeps in desperation. Couldn't even get, well, they did get the first life out of Listic. But, I mean, 1 of 3, not particularly close.
Ido did hit an Affliction. I didn't see how many people was on, but I just saw it was immediately cleansed off by the DBs, picked up by Loki W. 6,100 life for Zergy is going to charge on forward. I mean, Ido is ultimate back up. But I don't, again, like, you and Duo, I don't think are going to be enough here to deter away the rest of Loki W. They're looking for that first stage patron. There's nothing you can do to stop them. They also have a minute until Rejuve.
Oh, counterspell. So sick from Zergy. Doesn't even need the DB on that one. Easy patron drop, and that's just desperation from Ido. Obakim's the only one still afflicted into this one. And hold on, this could actually, no, okay. Ido playing nicely to, like, burst down a lot of these creep waves. But, I mean, the advantage, Zergy was thinking about going for the end there. You see that step up, and they might just go for it. With that kill on the do, I don't see why you back off at this point. Zergy with the frenzy. Getting to be a little bit fearless here. So much HP on this Warden. They're still going to back off. Though. Play this one safe. I mean, there's a lot of cash on the line here.
You saw that, Jake, right? You caught a glimpse of that.
Of what?
118 golden statue buffs for Rem. That is the chunkiest Rem if I've ever seen one. 119. I don't think we've ever seen this many golden statue buffs taken.
That is villainous. He is robbing them blind. Rem has been hearing a lot of smack talk about his performance on the night shift, but Obafim delivering in this game.
But I think thing is for me, Jake, it's obviously him having 119, but look at the opponents. Like John has 24, Fish Kick has 37, Do has 17. Like they have been just doing a daylight robbery against melee creeps.
He's been farming their sinners. Like those are the sinners that it's supposed to be melee creeps able to claim. But now I think, I mean, what is this? We're looking at a 60k lead. Yeah, this one's got to be done and dusted. It's going to be full desperation here. Melee creeps understandable. They've got to just full send for something. But with the immediate initiation not connecting, Listic showing up, Victor just an impossible target at this point in the game.
I mean, like 60k lead plus what, like another 30, 40, if not K more when it comes to golden statue buffs. Looking up, you're completely sad, and I think respect to melee creeps to be able to keep it this close considering what they've kind of lost out on.
Yeah, mid's up now. It's going to be a nice safe finish for Loki W. They're going to force the mid boss here. Melee creep's going to have to respond to it. Don't think they have an option. I mean, with only one stage patron remaining, but these fights have just proved impossible for them so far in the game, and now the hardest one yet. It's hard to have much faith rather, in our NA contenders.
Yeah, they have to contest as well. There's just you're gonna lose if you don't contest. You're probably gonna lose if you do contest. Ido, he picks up balance, but he's not here for the affliction initially. Chain Gang pulls in quite a few different players. A swap out as well could allow some rejuice being taken by melee creeps as they get two for themselves and a third. And now Loki W. They might have the lead, but they're not going to have the fight necessarily. The affliction hits onto two. So Cosmetical and Zergian, all three rejuice immediately being used away. Listic still alive. He has no lives left remaining, to be fair, and Cosmetical is extremely low. It's actually a world where melee creeps can win this fight. But John's down.
Maybe, but I think this one's starting to tick against them. The stat check here is very real. Boot is still huge. Hold on, does get zip knocked from something, but Zergi now still alive back to the fight. I think his HP is low, but he's just sitting on a vamp first. A little bit of a bait here for him, and the stat check is just too much. I feel like he's playing these mid fights so well to get the rejuves, but Loki W just playing for the kills, and it pays off hugely this time. That'll be the finish. Listic, they do get through a lot of those live. Ankit gonna try and clear a couple waves, but just a stat farm now for Zerg.
Yeah, you have to imagine if they're not down 60k going into that fight, there was definitely a world that they might have been able to take it, but Loki W, whether they lose the rejuves or not, they still come out with the map victory and go 1-0 up in the series.
That was a barn burner of a match. What a way to start this series. So back and forth, so left and right. You get to 166 versus 166k souls farm. It's every single player here playing lights out. And then in the end, though, Loki W manages to find themselves the win. That was amazing, Jake. What a game to get this going. Whew.
Yeah, hell of a game one to start the series off. Melee Creeps showed a ton of fight back into this one. There were definitely moments where it looked like they would be the one to pull ahead in the game, but I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that just the composure for Loki W, right? So almost every rejuve in the game went against them. I think it was like maybe 8 rejuves claimed by Melee Creeps and 1 for Loki W, if I'm not mistaken. But despite that number, almost every one of those mid fights actually came out at the very least even, if not quite favored for Loki W. So they're just the execution and the team fights proving to be a real advantage for them. And that's certainly going to be a worrying sign for Melee Creeps given the meta right now.
Yeah. I would even be confident to say that if Pocket wasn't in that game, I don't think they would have had such clean, or I think Loki W would have way more rejuice in their hands. I think they played very respectful of Ido's affliction and trying to avoid being hit with 4 or 5 man afflictions, that it forced Loki W to actually sometimes give away some of those rejuice to get melee creeps out of position to get kills on them. I mean, this game, it felt insanely close until maybe the last 5 to 7 minutes of time. Melee creeps fighting from behind for such a long while as well. I think they deserve a lot of credit. I think one disappointing thing that did happen, though, was that we talked about John being so far ahead for a majority of the game, but then he eventually kept getting caught out, and because that, Loki W was able to keep his farm in check and allows Zergi to just overpower and become Super Saiyan 4.
And that's what Cosmetical was able to do well there, right? Chase down any potential escapes from the Wraith there, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, some of these deaths, like that death right there, is really painful because you go for this heavy farming build and you make the surprise decision to show up to a team fight, but if you're not able to get the kills at the back of it, it's a high risk, high reward play. If you do find the cleanup there, But watch this. I mean, he is insane tank. We didn't see this on screen, but he's just soaking the full DPS from Wraith in this fight, and John just has to fully disengage and contribute to the team fight. That's your carry. On the other side, Zergy, I mean, constantly in the thick of the fight. Look at it. He's getting tickled by the Wraith.
You could have had 10,000 people on him. He wouldn't have gone down at this point.
Life.
Guys, Silver might be a little bit imbalanced. I'm just going to say, like the fact that he's not taking damage from the full stacked Wraith, that's a little weird.
It's funny that you say that, Jake, because the minor update that came out during that game does have some silver notes in there, but we're not going to touch on it just yet until we come back from break. But we're gonna wonder if that's going to change anything going over the course of this day.
Yeah. Zergy just looked unstoppable towards the end in this game as well. Of course, Warden getting to the point where, what are you actually supposed to do against this? As we see some of these final moments, Jason, where he's just tearing people apart.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, like, with the front line that you have a low key W, which technically I'd say Zergy is a part of the front line at that point in the game.
At that point, yeah.
There you go. That was basically Obi Kim last game for sure. But having an Abrams, having a Silver, having a Victor that you can play around, John had none of that. He had no one to protect him on the front hand side of these fights, which is why you see Hoot able to shove him out like that. I think that was a big determining factor of like how that game played out and how like Zergy didn't have to play too scared. Even with the Affliction, it didn't matter with the Blood Tribute pickup.
You know that myth of like you're never further than 6 foot away from a rat? Like it's like it's this urban legend kind of style thing. Anyway, I felt like in this game, Rem was living in the walls of melee creeps on the other side, stealing all of their sinners away. 118 buffs. I'm wondering if they even got any sinners during that game on the other side, Jake, because that's monstrous.
I saw at least he got the doubles twice. I mean, that's something that honestly I feel like is a big mistake for melee creeps, right? That they're just not quite ready to contest. Got to give props to Obikim though, because he is there like on the dot to pick those up. If somebody shows up there, they should be able to claim those from the other team. But Obikim just a little bit too clean with the macro timings, and I think you got to give him a lot of credit for like how close a lot of those fights in the mid game were. It's probably the Rem macro that's kind of making the difference. That's meaning, hey, a little bit less stats for John and Co.
And he was able to get a lot more healing off compared to some of the Rems that we've seen here throughout the weekend as well here, Jason. And that's got to have a big determining factor. Some of our Rems have been shut down very easily and been even like sub 20, sub 30k healing, admittedly in shorter games than this, but 75k, that's impactful.
Was that the first win we've had on a Rem so far?
I think it might be. I think so.
It definitely felt like it, if I'm honest. I mean, an Echo Shard picked up as well. I'm assuming it was going to be a tag-along secured for himself, a chemical fire, DB as well, which was like super important. Who picked up his own DB. So again, I think you like just picking up 2 of those plus a blood tribute for Zergy puts so much pressure on Ido to hit these like fat ultimates that they know 2 of them, practically 3 of them are going to be cleansed off. So you need to have insane value with those early in the fight if you want to capitalize on any sort of kills, and then hope that they don't, DB the target you're trying to kill off here. I mean, Cosmetical, 80k damage as well. No rapid recharge.
Look at the heal stat on Obikim. What the heck is that? 75k healing? That might be the highest I've ever seen that stat. That is monster from Obikim. And yeah, he's got some very tanky boys to heal up between, well, pretty much everyone except Cosmetical, I think, is a great user of the Rem heal, but what a tour de force from Loki W, taking a character that a lot of people have discarded and not found a way to execute viably and putting on a masterclass. I mean, like, Rem looked very solid in that game. You look at the stats, like, those do not lie. Stealing that many sinners, getting so buffed up, and 75,000 healing, that's out of control.
Can we see those match stats again really quick? I just want to like point out one note about how this game played out. Look at the bottom. Look at the soul graph. Look at how many times it bounced back and forth, and how little it actually went. I mean, you're looking at like a 4 or 5k lead max for either team for almost 30 minutes of the game.
Very close indeed. Listic holding down at the front. Cosmetical doing massive damage. The front line eventually not being able to be broken there. I don't have many words for that match. That was a great start here to this best of 3. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a break, and on the other side of it, not only do we have the continuation of this best of 3, but maybe we'll be taking a look at those little patch notes that have just come in here, which might affect some things here for the Night Shift Open. We'll see. Let's find out right after this.
Maybe it will. Who knows?
out Ivy. I see Ray. Let's take out Ivy. Let's take out Ray.
I see Ray. I see Abram.
Let's take out Ivy.
I see Ray. Let's take out Ray.
I see Paradox.
Let's take out Ivy. I see the enemy. I see. I see the enemy. I see Ray. Let's take out Ray.
Let's take out Ivy.
They took down Paradox.
Let's take out Shiv. Let's take out Shiv.
Spirit Art is here. I see Billy.
Take out Ivy.
I see Pocket.
Take out Paradox.
I see Ray.
Lifting.
Let's take out Ivy.
Nice work.
I see the enemy.
Take out Ivy.
I see the enemy.
Let's take out Shiv.
I see the
Let's take out Ray.
I see Ray. I see the
I see Paradox.
I see the-
See Paradox.
I see the enemy.
They will fall.
I see the
Let's
enemy.
take out Paradox.
I see the enemy.
Paradox. I see Paradox.
Pocket.
I see Goat.
I see
the enemy.
Paradox.
I see Billy.
Let's
I
take
see
out
the enemy.
Let's take out
I see the enemy.
I see Pocket.
I see the enemy. I see the
Let's take out Ivy. Let's take out
I see
Ivy.
the enemy. I see
Righteous do not fall.
I see the enemy. Let's take out Victor. Let's take out Victor. I see it. Let's push York. Let's take out Paradox.
Let's see who's still standing.
I see Pocket.
Let's take out Ray. I see the enemy.
Yellow.
Let's take out Ivy.
I see the enemy.
All right, welcome back to the Night Shift Open here. We are currently in the midst of Low Key W versus Melee Creeps, and just as we get into game number one, suddenly The cheeky scamp Yoshi drops a minor patch as we have some changes coming forward. So let's quickly talk about them, of course, before we get into game number 2. Apollo changed. He was in the meta for a long time before the great earning of 2026, Jason, and then kind of fell off a little bit. Do you think this is going to make any changes?
I don't know. I feel like one of the big things about Apollo was the fact that like disengaging Sigil procced off of like anything, and it was really easy to get like a quick out. So I think the fact that that hasn't been like tweaked back means his mobility is still quite hit pretty heavily. Obviously, like some damage increases to his Tiny Losan. The fact, or sorry, is repost, not disengaging seal.
Riposte.
Riposte. Whatever the hell you say it, whatever part of the world you're from. The Tiny Losan, the ultimate, like getting buffed up here from 2.3 to 2.6 scaling. Also, the damage increase as well, I think is quite big, honestly. And more so turns it from being that like slippery kind of hero to just a big bursty hero.
And I think overall, W changes like a bunch of heroes that basically got implicitly buffed from the urn, right? Like Victor, Numano, and McGinnis Pocket, right? Graves, they've all been like really strong at forcing the contest. So they're all going to take, you know, some, I think, relatively minor nerfs, like nothing too backbreaking for any of these. Silver gets quite a few nerfs across the board, but they're all pretty small. And I think given this hero is like ultra first pick prio, you know, I'd be surprised at this. Maybe it moves her down like one pick in the order or something like that. But I think absolutely she's still going to see play. Just so much skill potential on this character.
I think the McGinnis one might be the one that actually hits a little harder than anything else. I think that that's quite a ranged nerf to her ult. And obviously, like if you've got to be closer to some terrifying heroes, Jason, that's probably going to devalue McGinnis a little bit there.
But I think it's important, but also the way we've been seeing McGinnis is really around these objectives, and the fact that you can be so far away using heavy barrage makes it so difficult to close that gap and look for a kill. I think the wall still highly valuable when it comes to locking in urns, though we haven't really seen OKW lean towards McGinnis at all. I think if ever, funny enough. But yeah, I mean, I think it's just some minor tweaks, but I think Jake kind of pointed out perfectly. These are mostly revolved around the urn takes, though Graves being hit quite a bit here with the Ghoul's damage reduction. I was expecting maybe a slight tweak on the grasping hands, because that with Echo Shard has been super impactful, and we've seen Graves kind of take her place within a composition, not necessarily as a carry, but more supporty. But yeah, I mean, it's not too big. Wish it happened maybe after we're done with the event, but we'll see how the teams change some priority, though. I think it's going to stay relatively the same.
Yeah, I was ready to read the patch notes and be like, we've moved the urn again. It's now in your base. Like, oh god, no, please.
I was gonna be like, Deathy, I was joking when I said we slid Yoshi some money to not have that patch on our event. And I was gonna be like, Deathy, did you just slide him some funds? Is Yoshi driving around another Ferrari?
I think so. Jake's 11th, maybe. He's borrowed it. Has he borrowed the keys, Jake? Or
nah, I'd let Yoshi drive the whip. I mean, come on. Get some respect on the name. This is a really good patch, honestly. It's not over. So. Jason, let's be serious here. All right, let's keep it focused. All right, come on now.
One day.
All right, of course, we've got our game number 2 on the way in just a little bit's time, but a big thank you to Intel as well as Walmart before we get into this draft as well. They're joining us for the Night Shift Open. You can use the exclamation mark Walmart in the chat for a wall of Walmarts over there, so make sure to do that right now. Do it right now here before we get into our next game. I know that was quite aggressive. I'm sorry, Jake. I apologize.
No, send it. I was trying to stare intensely into the camera and you know, we want you to type exclamation point Walmart.
Oh, interesting. You got some weird eyes.
I actually did hear from ZP. You know, we joke about him wax his eyebrows off quite a bit here on the Night Shift, but he did confirm to me that if over 15 people go to Walmart right now and take a picture and put NSO up on one of the laptops, he will wax them live in the grand finals.
Jason, we need to be precise with our language here.
ZP so doesn't hear it, so you can't talk because
you say we. You say we, but it is you. It is you. You are the person saying this. There's no we.
Yeah, who else? Jason's trying to make this a thing.
ZP would say, like, you guys can't, like, do you have proof that he wouldn't say that?
He does have quite the obsession with waxing eyebrows. I think he's got something up. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure. It might be because he doesn't have much eyebrow, actually, now that I look at it. But anyway.
That's because I tweeze them down, you know?
Right.
They become like a force if I don't, trust me.
Oh, okay. Oh, geez, Louise. All right, well, we're just waiting for our second draft to come on in. Of course, let's remind everybody of what we just witnessed, Jake. That was a brilliant game here from NA's finest, from EU's finest, going head-to-head. EU manages to clinch it out, but this, especially mid-game, could have gone either way completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a moment where John was kind of poised to have some explosive parabolic growth on that farm level, but a couple bad team fights go against them. And then also those late game team fights just played really, really nicely by Loki W. They look very comfortable and calm and collected in moments that are anything but, right? It's like pure chaos from our perspective in those team fights. But I feel like Loki W are really finding the way through, making sure that even when a big affliction comes down, they respond to it appropriately. Everyone's in their right spot. And also, I gotta give a lot of credit to the macro game. I mean, Obakim individually, I think the best Rem game we may have ever seen here on the Night Shift. I mean, that level of healing impact, that many golden statue buffs stolen away out of the enemy jungle, the lion's share of them anyway. And so what an impact from him. Going into game 2, though, remember, we look at that graph, right? Up until maybe the last 5 minutes of the game, things were down to the absolute wire. These two teams look very evenly matched. So every chance here available for Melee Creeps to mount a comeback. But it's going to need to start now. This is their series, their tournament life on the line for our last hope out of North America.
I think what's really worrisome, though, if you're Melee Creeps, you're in the worst situation possible, because obviously being down 1-0 in the series is tough because you're one game away from being eliminated. But if you do run it back, you're then going into the finals with maybe like a 10-minute break, maybe we get a little bit of extra time, but you're going into 3 matches into potentially another 3 games against Abraham's waiting for you. They're going to be well versed. Like, they're watching these games, they're figuring out and discussing what they want to do to combat you guys if you make it there. I think they know Loki W pretty inside and out when it comes to Night Shift on Wednesdays, and it's not going to be easier for Melee Creeps. They have chosen the most difficult path going forward, but if they do it, the greatest team of all time, the 1A team, NA team, better than all the EU teams.
That will be exciting. As you say, I really do agree with you. It is really a trial by fire, considering the path they will have to take here through all of these teams. But I think that when you figure it all said and done, I think that I was impressed at the fact that finally Rem has been able to show up. Like, I was a Rem, unfortunately, normally I'm a Rem sympathizer. I was a Rem hater up until what we just saw today here, Jake, for this tournament, because it looked awful up until this game. So at least it's been able to do something here.
Yeah, I know a lot of the fans of the character are going to want to see it shine and succeed, as well. Probably everyone in Deadlock wants to see their favorite characters see the light of day here, or I guess the moonlight here on the Night Shift. But of course, we'll have to see how the draft breaks down in game 2. There's definitely going to be some opportunity for changes, but for Melee Creeps, I don't think you want to change too much. You know, there's definitely some oddities in the way they're drafting, like going for the IV for Ranger's comfort, but there's also bright spots. Like, I thought Saya had a fantastic game on the Paradox, looked extremely comfortable, was making Swap look like a hero targeted ability. I mean, he was just connecting virtually everyone he went for in the mid game. So I think that's a success they could build on, put Saya back in the driver's seat on that pick roll.
I guess we'll see Pocket come through again. Go on, Jason.
There's one change I do want to see, though, is more emphasis on the Sinners for Melee Creeps. Don't let those get away for free. Because, like, it was like at least a 40 golden statue buff discrepancy between like them and the other team across the board, between every single individual player except Rem, with Obakim, which was like 90. It felt like so maybe some more emphasis there, but they actually go for an uncharacteristic ban here. So Melee Creeps, they take first pick, first ban, and they go for a silver. Interesting enough, because Venator now is on the cards for potentially Melee Creeps to take if Loki W don't ban it.
I think they do ban it. But I mean, as much, Wraith was still good, but I think banning it here. But no, the Pocket goes. Never mind. So we'll probably see a Venator, probably see a Wraith in this game, depending on which side we go for.
No Celeste first pick, please. It didn't work for you yesterday, Melee Creeps. Don't do it.
I'm sort of skeptical of the Venator getting that level of prio. I mean, maybe I'm crazy. Was it that good yesterday? But because I feel like the Wraith has looked pretty good as a carry. There's been other carries that have been effective. And okay, you go for it here, but now you give like Doorman +1. Doorman getting no nerfs in that patch. I'm a little worried. I think the Doorman is so valuable right now. I would rather seen that go first.
I will say this though, with Hoot not having silver, I think John has a much easier, I mean, even with Venator, it's obviously going to be a lot easier now with Gut Shot, but you don't have that person who's sticking to you in these fights, and maybe that was one of the big factors that they had to figure out how to deal with. But you're very right, like Doorman +1, we can't forget about Hoot being an insanely good Doorman.
I mean, the Abrams Doorman combo yesterday was amazing, but I think maybe Great Talon here again, because he's just been good. But it's the combo that we were kind of looking at yesterday, and it was looking lethal here from them.
Yeah, being able to door the Abrams is great. I do think Melee Creeps can grab the GT now, and then I'm feeling actually a lot better about their draft. I was worried it would be something like, to your point, Claris, like the Doorman plus GT. find someone else to combo with the Dorman in terms of instead of the Abrams if you don't get it on the next pick.
My bow is yours.
But for melee creeps, yeah, the Great Talon's going to be absolutely in the wheelhouse for them. Whether it's probably going to be Ido, could be due. But I think this is going to be, I mean, this has been, to your point, Clark, like maybe the hero of this tournament, right? Like having probably the most consistently top performance we've ever seen. Seems like every game GT is getting stacks, which is pretty threatening when it comes to the late game spirit nuking.
What was his win rate so far? Oh, Victor comes in. Yeah, before Paradox is interesting.
Okay.
I didn't catch the win rate, but I think I don't think the win rate really shows or reflects how dominant Great Talon can be. Because again, you have to be very, very well versed in how to play around the GT. You can't just throw it in there and throw it in any random comp and have it be successful.
Yeah, true.
What are we standing around for?
Okay, I was expecting maybe Paradox to be taken by Loki W, but instead they take away Billy. So they have a beefy as hell frontline once again. They don't have to worry about Affliction this time. I think they have to hope that melee creeps don't ban Wraith potentially though. Maybe Loki W ban Paradox themselves because Zergy right now is still missing a hero.
But they showed that the Warden was strong if they can get to the later stages.
No, the Lash is also going to be open here.
Okay.
So
And the
if you want to ban
Shiv.
Wraith, you want to ban Lash.
Ooh, I'd probably be leaning towards the Lash, but you do have GT, who's not terrible at like punishing Lash for playing in the air. But yeah, it's Lash Billy combo with Abrams as well. We've seen many times in the night shift that can be backbreaking in terms of a team fight cycle combo. They banned the Rem instead though. That's so much respect given to Obakam. I will say in the draft they've gone for, especially if Victor goes spirit damage, maybe they just really don't want to deal with that spirit resistance.
I mean, I was saying I want to see one change to protect your sinners more, and that's one way to do it by banning away Rem for sure. But also Loki W, they steal away Paradox from Saya. Now I'm
He
curious.
was so good on that game one. I think that's a big steal.
What is he gonna play? Because like we've heard rumors like Holiday's still there, and he's also a very good Holiday player. Though I don't think we're gonna be seeing necessarily in this game. But if you're holding anything back,
I don't like the Holiday here. I think the Doorman is a pretty nasty counter to Holiday. Like you just Doorman ult her when she comes in for her play. And
Here I am.
Lash goes back towards melee creeps, which actually I think is a pretty big win for them. I think they're going to really value the Lash in this one because you can be aggressive and looking for your plays on Billy and Paradox, but if Lash can, you know, slam people down into like a bit of a death trap with Victor, with GT following up on that, you know, stacked up damage. And I think the Ivy actually fits really nicely alongside the Victor. I think the Ivy's going to feel like a better character when you're able to like both pull Victor and Venator out of dangerous spots, but also like deliver them in aggressively.
100%. Yeah, I was thinking just drop Victor in, get him where you want him to be. Could be scary.
I'm duty bound to fight.
There's Warden. No Wraith. They didn't even care.
I mean, Zergy did show like, hey, you get to the late game on Warden, you get to that like 40k plus souls, and you become a real demon. I mean, those just cycling the silence traps over and over. The unstop given from the ulti is actually pretty nice when it's maxed out against Victor because you kill him once, get him in his reanimation state, and then you know you're unstoppable as he comes out of the as you're casting your ulti and he comes out of the reanimation. You can just finish him off again. And if Viscous is the finish, interesting Viscous choice here. I guess you just really want the hard saves for Great Talon, for Lash, and maybe even for you know people caught inside of the AOE against Victor.
is
the cube enough?
I was gonna say, is this the legendary, this absolute legend of the Goo Man? Is this gonna be Hoot on Viscous possibly? It feels like it's been such a long time since we've seen that.
Celeste is the final one. It's funny how Celeste has gone from literally first pick for some teams during all of this, in fact, including melee creeps, all the way down to last pick. And it has been able to pump numbers through some of these games. We saw a 70k Celeste coming up in this tournament so far, but sixth pick, no contesting here, Jake, just able to slide on him.
I think it's actually quite a good Celeste game. They're a little light on lockdown. I mean, you know, if you can get them with the Abrams pin, it's going to be good. And maybe the swap or the chain to set that up. But there's no Wraith lift. There's no Bebop hook. These are like they think the hardest thing about Celeste is the first lockdown, right? Like chaining other stuns into her, sure, anybody can do that. But catching her for the first time when she's like dancing over your head, I actually am a little worried about Viscous in this game because there's a lot of extremely mobile heroes. And I think that's a bit of your weakness as Viscous is it's hard to bring the damage down when GT and Lash, Celeste, these are all characters that spend majority of their game in the air once they get a bit of farm on them. So Curious to see how Loki W approached it. I think they have a lot of low ground catch, but how do they deal with the verticality that Melee Creeps are bringing to bear? I actually think Melee Creeps has the better draft this one.
I think my concern's on Viscous as well. How about you, Jason?
I'm scared for Loki W here, man. Like, dude already puts out insane numbers when it comes to Celeste. You were referring to like a 70k damage game you had yesterday.
Yep.
Then you have Greytown on top of that. Then you have Venator on top of that. Like, that is so much damage. I think even the amount of healing that Obi Kim did last game and Rem wouldn't be enough necessarily. Then you have support, obviously Ranger. I think Jake brought up a good point. Being able to throw Victor in or help alleviate the lack of mobility sometimes a Victor can have by helping fly him on in to then be like a frontline for your team. I mean, this is also a really strong comp when it comes to, I think, Urns too. Like, I don't actually know who I favor to be necessarily stronger when it comes to these Urn tournaments, because you have the Victor to die on top of the Urn. Again, you have the Owl from range to get stuns up. You have a Stone Form as well. You have a Death Slam. There's a lot of tools in Melee Creep's kit here to punish Loki W for going for these Urns.
I mean, if we get to mid-game and we get to a similar game state between Loki W and Melee Creeps, the same way we did in the previous game, suddenly I look at Melee Creeps and I'm like, the damage output is magnificent, Jake. And they would be able to turn fights, I think, with that if we get to where we did in the previous one, I think.
Yeah, I think Melee Creeps have like doubled down on like some of these like objective and mid boss fights. Like basically every single character on this draft is very good in the mid boss pit, right? Like I think without exception, everybody has something pretty nice they can offer down there. So Melee Creeps were coming away with the melee last hits on the rejuves pretty much every time against Loki W. And yeah, Loki W were able to win those fights, but this one, I'm a little more worried for them. I think now it's a little bit more pressure on Loki W to be pretty dominant top side, so they don't find themselves in like an even-handed mid-boss contest. Because, yeah, I'm struggling to see the vision there. I do think playing on the Doorman, the Paradox, you know, there's a tempo game to be played in the mid-game for Loki W, and if Melee Creeps aren't careful, they could easily find themselves falling really far behind, giving up some bad fights on the split push on the pickoff game. And you know Loki W is a team that is more than happy to take those advantages wherever they come. So off a quick patch. Doesn't seem to be any huge changes. Still not seeing Apollo get played after those buffs. But 1-0 Loki W. Melee Creeps in trouble right now.
Yes, they are. Will this be the epic conclusion to the series for the best of 3 to push Loki W on to fight against Abrahams in the final? Or will it be merely only the second chapter if Melee Creeps can bring it back and also honor North America? It is time to get into game number 2 here. Jake, take it away alongside Jason Kaplan.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. And as we get into this one, I think Melee Creeps have secured themselves a strong lineup to give them their best possible fighting chance here. But with the tournament life on the line, there's nothing more to hold back. Curious how you see this one developing, let's say, into the laning phase, Jason.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really even know. I feel like these teams, it doesn't really matter kind of what comp they're at, is that they're both so insanely talented and so insanely skilled. And I think that last match we had, that last game, had to have been the closest match we've had the entire NSO, at least the match we caught on stream, since obviously we couldn't see every game happening. Otherwise, we'd be putting on a 24-hour broadcast. And, well, we have to sleep at some point.
Sleeps for the week, Jason. See how this mid lane plays out. I do think Paradox Doorman, pretty scary amount of poke. I think that's probably the weakness for Melee Creeps. The lane's pretty defensive for them. I don't see any lane where they're going to be really able to get aggressive. Maybe the Celeste and GT can just throw enough range poke to be really scary, but mid and left lane look pretty scary to me. I mean, Abrams, Warden, you might be, until Victor gets the ultimate. By the way, it's Saya on the Victor. Okay. Don't know, I've seen that one before.
Yeah, he played it in one of the games yesterday, I think in their final best of 3, if I'm not mistaken, up against BWC. Yeah, BWC. So switching things up. I mean, that's what we've been talking about, right? Is that like the typical support players are actually moving away from those. I mean, I guess technically not the support player anymore. He's more like the pick, like Scout used to be. But I think it definitely fits up Scout's, or oh my God, now I got Scout on the mind, Side's wheelhouse. But the question is, how will it play out? Because it is quite different than the Paradox he had to play last game.
Yeah, Venator in the mid lane. It's been heavily contested in this tournament. A couple skills go wide. The trade hits pretty hard on the Ranger, who takes a call bell. With the waves pushing against them, not going to be first blood just yet. As you were saying, you know, in the end, like these teams on this high level, you're not going to see too much of an explosive advantage come out of the lanes. The macro is just going to be a little bit too clean to allow that to be a huge difference maker. Uh-oh, a nice pin though. This is the lane we're talking about being a huge threat. Victor just doesn't really have any tools to escape when you get locked down by Abrams and Warden.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't talked about this a lot, like S tier lanes, A tier lanes, like where we'd kind of rank them, but definitely Warden. Oh my god, what a parry. But the cube coming through out of Rick gonna stop the damage being done and will allow Listic to continue to survive and be relatively healthy in the lane. But yeah, Warden and Abrams, man, like if you can somehow catch a charge, you're gonna get a binding ward off almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and that one they don't even need it, right? Just like the slows stacking up, and Victor is, generally speaking, not a strong laner, right? I think that you pick this hero to snowball a little bit later on to hit a bit of a deeper timing, but this is absolutely a kill line lined up against them. Speaking of kill lanes, though, maybe mid could get a little more action than I was expecting. I thought Dorman and Paradox would run away with this one, but John has gone for a very tanky, very heavy wave clearing build, and alongside Ivy, gonna be hard to bring this down. I like that they give him the solo heal too. Make sure that he does not go down early, because melee creeps know their fortunes are going to live and die with the success of the Venator in this game. I mean, there's other carries to consider, but this is John after all, one of the standard bearers for the squad.
Also, the Rusted Barrel picked up by Ranger. Love to see it in this lane too. Especially like Doorman for Obi-Kim, you kind of offset the shots quite heavily, and you have to aim pretty well with Doorman in particular to hit those shots. Not like you have the burst fire to Paradox you can realign for. If fights continue to happen on the left-hand side.
Dude gets this whole box route without any punish on the Ido. That's a massive soul swing. Punish, though, is coming in on the sideway. Everyone just ignoring the last. They are running down the Victor. Saya dies again, and I don't blame him. I mean, this is a brutal lane, but I think just maybe needs to sit back a little bit more defensively. I think you should have expected that this one was going to be a bit of a beatdown.
At 2.2, Zergie's at 3.1, Hood at 3K. We're almost approaching the point that, like, Saya just, I mean, he already has shown he can't really fight at all right now with the combo they're running here. Maybe one advantage is the fact that Fishcake is slightly pulling ahead, but he's still going to be down compared to his counterpart. So that Death Slam is still going to be 600 souls away, and there's still a potential here for Loki W to pick up another kill. Opening rounds already for Zergie, plus monster rounds. Arcane Search for Hoot. Yeah, this is going to be a tough lane, and I do kind of worry. Like, obviously, you don't need all the farm in the world on a Victor, but you still need to have, like, a decent amount if you want to be able to kind of sacrifice yourself when it comes to these urns.
Yeah, you definitely are farm reliant on Victor, especially getting towards some of those late games, and you don't want to just die immediately, right? You want to have the tankiness to make it a little bit difficult for the enemy to grab that first life away from you. But overall, economy-wise, the advantage is being made up elsewhere. I think genuinely Dew's box run there, like, covered the economy from this really rough lane to the side lane. Zergie, though, hold on. Saya is back, and with a vengeance. Zergie may be sticking around a little too long. Didn't quite get the HP reset off of that. But the secondary parry comes in from the Lash here to cover the rotation in from Doorman, though. It should be a cleanup, although Fishcake snags Hoot away on the exit. That is going to cut their losses, and once again, keep things dead even after all these deaths.
Yeah, 2 for 2 exchange there. But because Obi-Kim left the mid lane, that means the mid lane is being pressured quite heavily as well, with the monster rounds picked up by both people.
Almost got the parry. Seismic Slam being deployed. Laying out the trap in the Veil, though. Yeah, Abra's not going to see that coming. Nice little wall bounce from John. Clean movement to slip away. Lash ult, though, onto 2 in the side lane. Dorman playing up his door. Not necessarily an easy place to escape. Saya does have that reanimation online and hasn't quite needed it just yet. Zergie going to go look like sack his life for the tower, but he's not going to get it. So Saya, I mean, what a recovery for him. He is right back on top with a couple of those kills onto Zergie's Warden.
Yeah, 4.7. Able to be ahead of Hoot now. A chain gang. Not a chain gang. Actually, no, the chain gang was thrown out there.
Yeah.
And Dude does get away from it and escape, though.
That was actually pretty close. I think if you get hit by an arrow, he's going to go in for more. Okay. No fear here from Listic, despite the owl being up on the other side. Maybe there's a cube available for Vrake, but definitely taking some risks in this lane.
He's got owl ready. A little bit worried, though, about the cube preventing his kill from coming through. Maybe not low enough either. That's going to be the airdrop coming on in, throwing John directly here on top of Cosmetical. He's got survival buff, though, so he got a lot of extra HP.
Oh, but they're just going to overwhelm. And the bird comes in. Perfectly timed finish. Didn't even have to delay the kill really much at all. And with that kill, now you got to consider maybe going for the tower take. Abra's going to come back and finish off what they started, but Melee Creeps are going to let that happen. They're not worried about it. They're going to claim their prize in mid lane, getting the mid Guardian here. It's a nice find, and maybe even more to accomplish on the right side of the map, where Dew is putting on the pressure.
That Guardian not looking too healthy here on the right-hand side at all.
I see Abrams.
Ido's still a whiles away, though, from his next owl.
Uh-oh. The big catch, Abrams.
Should be dead.
John took a little bit of a greedy path there, tried to grab an extra camp, but got pinned into a tough spot. Ooh, nice find for him.
Oh, melee creeps do eventually overwhelm the right-hand side to take the Guardian down. The semi-rotation out of Fishcake. Again, Low KW respawning with the Guardian take on middle, so these Guardians just falling by the wayside. Only one remaining on both teams on opposite sides of the map. Ido is honestly, he's putting on some pretty good damage here. Sharpshooter, or long range. And it honestly just feels like Low KW just can't get comfortable here. Obikim is just constantly under pressure.
Dorman has to head back, but is still going to stick around to throw some counter damage in the other way. Abrams chasing, wants this Ivy bad, but the Titanic Mag, Ivy does dish it out pretty decently as well.
Take out Warden.
Taking the shot.
Let's push York.
Doing some okay
four.
damage.
Doesn't want to go for it just yet, it seems. Sinner spawning. Melee creeps, maybe they learned their lesson from game 1. Saya's on low HP on the left side. Looks like he's going to get into a fight, but has that reanimation.
I see Viscous.
John gets cleaned up though by Zergy while this is happening. Trying to go for the commit onto the Guardian, but he will be overwhelmed. Saya's going to fall as well. So 2 quick kills here for Low KW. I believe we're seeing even doing the right hand side of the map. He's actually taking away Sinners from Low KW here. So definitely a big learning experience in that first game, preventing Low KW from getting that initial start. It's only a 1k difference as we're approaching the 9-minute mark.
I mean, Do is at the best start for melee creeps. Here comes Obikim, trying to snatch some of these Sinners away. Fishcake, though, right up in his face. A little bit of risky melees for the trade. And the Ivy flies in, catches them on the exit of the door. Obikim, they don't want to chase too deep into this. Knockdown, looks like built most likely by Vrake on this one. Very early knockdown. That is actually kind of a crazy rush.
Is Ranger? No, he's got to do with support. And let's stick on the right-hand side to solo farm up. And we're getting to the urn in not too long of a time, about 2.5 minutes left to go. But I'm still looking towards like these Sinners in particular. Right-hand side here for for melee creeps, they still have one up. Double Sinners, I believe, was taken by Low KW. And Hoot having a pretty strong game here so far, 3-1 at the moment. This Cosmetical does get the catch onto Ranger. He does have some backup out of break, but I don't know if they have the kill. And the swap not going to connect though. Ranger lives to fight another day and retreat back towards his team.
Yeah, nice stone form from him to get out of that one. Seismic Slam, though. Looks like Lash may not be so lucky, but does get the grapple off up into the air and grabbed as well by Ranger. Pulls him out of trouble. Maybe there's a chance for a re-engage, though. There's still a Lash ult available. They're thinking about it. Dorman's also in pretty deep. Does not have the Baroness Hotel available. Trying to slip away into the camps, lose these pursuers. Nobody wants to make a big mistake, but in the chaos, it is a double buff going to melee creeps. Not exactly where they'd prefer them with a spirit buff on John, but the movement on Do is going to be pretty insane, I think, on Celeste.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Do already puts on a clinic anytime he gets to play Celeste. Something that Low KW are going to have to respect here. I don't actually quite remember in DSI if Do was able to play Celeste quite consistently against them.
I see
And as ZQ was watch part on those, maybe he can chime in and confirm or deny.
For now, though, trades in mid. Rain of arrows, huge damage. I mean, GT, I think this is why we've seen GT pick so much. He just runs the table in mid. Lash ult comes in. Slam is good, but into the door they go, and it's going to be a comfortable retreat. Low KW not really getting too low on anybody. Break just coming in, bouncing on him. There's maybe a chase to be had here. Billy comes in with the chain game, does get the connection onto Ido. GT getting incredibly low and does go down. Flash without the ultimate doesn't seem to be too much of a threat. Just going to be picked up and dropped by Ranger to put some extra damage down. I don't think melee creeps have the resources to fight.
Yeah, not so sure. I mean, we do have Iridomini up for John. He's over on the left-hand side, just continuing to farm up, playing his own game. Likewise, Zerg at 11k. Another one to tie up and Do in terms of souls.
Cosmetical sticking around to that one. Do. Okay, does get the ult off. Knockdown on him is going to slow things down. Oh, stepping into the air for that knockdown. Bird's coming in quick, though. Can they get the finish onto Obikim? Yes, stack is secured now for Ido. He's going to be happy about that one. And Do just baits them in. The movement buff proving to be very valuable in that exchange. I mean, just stamina for days.
Oh, it's not over, though. Cosmetical might have taken the bait here. Just hitting the ground strike. And Cosmetical getting a swap under the walker, which might have been enough to get a kill. Saya, shotgun animation has been popped with return fire being used. Fish Cake does indeed go down to Cosmetical. And here we go. The first earn of the game spun on in, and already Hoot in position to pick this one up.
Outfiring the entangling thorns from Ivy. Incredibly hard to challenge into the urn. Even Abrams getting low. Ranger's going to clean that one up. Nice AoE zoning, but there's more players coming into this. Melee Creeps investing heavily. They've already got the urn control, but they maybe want more.
Let's sacrifice a goat.
I think they definitely do. I mean, Loki W are just trying to run away from this one. Zergy might be here. But realistically, can Zergy win this one in a 1v3? Potentially a 2v... All right, it looks like more like a 3v4. And they do get a kill on the side here. Actually, a big kill, but considering now Shocker Animation not going to be available to be used for this urn turn-in. Melee Creeps need to rotate across the map here if they do want to lock this one in. They're leaving John yet again this left-hand side. ZP has confirmed for me that it was about 2 out of the 3 games that do was on Celeste. So Loki W should definitely be wise to his tricks.
I mean, they might know it's coming, but will that change anything? It's already 13k. Up right alongside Zergy for that top farm position. These teams, though, just so evenly matched, right? Like, neither one, I think, can generate any kind of major advantage in this game. I wonder if Ido goes a little bit more committed into the gun build. I mean, he's already gone beyond the gun investment spike. Commits for a battle vest as well. Wouldn't mind a bit of hard gun carry in this one, considering there's a decent amount of spirit damage coming through from the rest of his team.
An urn has been dropped, so resetting back to the left-hand side. I think they're maybe trying to buy time for Saya to get his ultimate back up, which should be momentarily. As now Loki W the ones in control of the urn. Look where Fish Cake is, though, on the right-hand side of the map. With
Saya's getting run down.
Go.
Oh, we get the ultimate up just in time on Saya. Reanimation is forced out. Cube stall things down for a second. They're going to make it into the TP, and they should be out pretty comfortably, but maybe out of the frying pan into the fire. The other side of the map also in contest here. Melee Creeps bringing in a lot of numbers to this side. Urn's still in control for Hoot, but Fish Cake slows it down for a second.
I mean, this is Death Slime that could come in here at a Fish Cake would be massive urn. Initially being dunked on through, as well as the chain game being committed out of Ballistic. And the last stand here out of Zergy is going to charge straight on forward. Ranger looking for the stop on top of the urn. He's looking to flip it across. Death Slam has been used. The urn has not been flipped and has been locked in by Loki W. But a 4-man Death Slam into a 2-man Ow might have been enough to shut Loki down. But the seismic impact comes in out of Hoot to quickly stop the rot. They get 3 kills against Melee Creeps, and they're still just trying to survive the rest of this fight.
They're all so low, but the number advantage is massive. Loki W baiting, hoping that somebody dares to go in for some chases. Maybe Doorman going to be caught on the exit here. Would be a nice little find, but with the door out, yeah, John knows there's just no possibility of chasing that one down. Huge fight for Loki W. Beautifully defending the arm position, and that Baroness Hotel being used to basically prevent Do from having any impact in the fight. He's super farmed, but just spends his time in the Baroness, then followed up with some stuns as he comes out. He's not even able to get the ult off in that fight.
Oh my god, double sinners once again. This time Melee Creep's going for the invade, and Fish Cake's gonna be punished. Looks like they will protect their double sinners. And get another kill. 5k lead for Loki W. Keep in mind, Melee Creeps, if they lose this map, they're out of the entire series, they're out of the entire event, and it will be an all EU affair in the grand finals, with Abrahams waiting for their opponent.
Starting to look that way. Some of these team fights turning against them. Not having Saya's ultimate for that fight was also crucially impactful, right? I think if you had the Victor ult, we could have seen a very different kind of a contest.
Let's take out the doorman.
And Doorman getting away with some more highway robbery, and more players coming through now. And once again, looks like the reanimation just going to be forced out. John also dying elsewhere on the map. Everything crumbling in but a moment here for Melee Creeps. The knockdown even in the return fire, not doing much. Loki W just overwhelmed. Not just stealing the doubles, but taking their lives as well. Everyone's still healthy on the map. Things are getting rough. A bird connects, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, everyone's got more than enough HP to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, using that doorman and showing why it's so
Phantom
important.
Strike?
He's going for early. He really wants to close the distance against Ido, and I can kind of respect it.
He wants to close the game out.
Yeah, I mean, talked before about like the verticality of Melee Creeps is something that Loki W have to deal with, and Phantom Strike is one way to deal with that verticality, though. The Rain of Arrows is a very low cooldown. You can see it being used right there, and not going to quite connect.
Doesn't quite connect, but does still knock Ido to the ground, and it's Listic and Obakim for the follow-up. And I mean, that Phantom Strike, I don't think Ido saw that one coming. And the game, I think, started to come to a really dangerous place right now. And Melee Creeps, they're on their last legs. The wave is pushed deep over mid-boss. Even like one pickoff here could be enough to proc Loki W to just send it in there. I think they're so far ahead right now that they don't even want to risk it, but the kills seem like they just keep coming through, and I feel like Hoot has kind of free reign on the map right now. Like, who can show up? I mean, Lash and Great Talent, typically they'd be pretty good at clearing out the mid wave. Now, maybe not so much. Maybe it's a little bit more scary.
Yeah, I think that's like a really important factor is the fact that Hoot, 15K, he's ahead of Saya, he's ahead of Ranger, he's ahead of Ido, he's ahead of Fishcake. Like, he is already shown in the first game on Silver how hard he is to like shove out of a fight and that he's not afraid to take 1v1s. Now on Abrams, I mean, with the Phantom Strike and even the Arcane Surge as well in the expansion, he's going to have a lot of survivability that yet again, like John isn't going to have necessarily all the freedom in the world to play with. By the way, Jake,
definitely in trouble. Yeah.
10K lead almost for Loki W. I feel like it took 30 minutes for a single team to get that lead in the last match.
Yeah, genuinely, right? Things were so close. This game, Loki W building up a little bit of an earlier advantage. They're not under crazy pressure either. I think they have pretty decent scaling into this one. A lot of gun invest from Melee Creeps. Pretty much the whole team here, other than Do, who even has a decent investment. Like the hybrid damage. Maybe a catch, though. Hold on to Zergy, which would be a pretty little prize to grab. The swap out of the air makes it an awkward death slam. He still does throw some of these targets away. Now Baroness Hotel once again onto Do, mitigating some of the damage. Celeste can bring on the follow-up. Not the worst start to a fight ever, though, for Melee Creeps. Still doing pretty well, and backing off to this T1 gives Fishcake a powerful position in which to play.
At least Do all alone, but Do with the mobility and the ultimate does survive. So does Zergy on the left-hand side. The pressure's continuing to mount here. John inside looking to take this Walker down. And Zergy, he has last stand. Maybe something to be used. Who's going to be coming in from behind? They're looking for a kill. So even if they lose the Walker, they're looking for an earn turn in plus the kill. Seismic Impact comes in, connect as well to help the Phantom Strike. And John down to half HP, getting silenced up by the Binding Word, but gets the distance, though it's still going to cost him his life. He's going to fall. The earn now here for Loki W is on the left-hand side of the map, and Saya probably going to sacrifice for this Walker. The Loki W are going to take the kill and the earn.
Yeah, the wall breaker's coming in, but with the urn coming through, it doesn't seem like there's any contest to be seen here. Saya should be going down. It's kind of only Billy and, well, Cosmetical coming in to make sure they get that finish. And they're just getting everything around the map. Like, yes, you get an urn here, but I'm not a huge believer. Saya, though, hold on, the Warp Stone? There's a chance here. Does he just get grabbed by Ivy? Okay, Billy Chain, hold on. It's massive. Hits 4, pulls them all in. Harry is good onto Viscous. Dude, pretty incredible. He's able to find that in the chaos and getting a lot of heal up out of this. So hold on, this actually may be one of the best fights yet for Melee Creeps, but maybe not enough. Saya starting to run low out of gas. Bird forced to just be thrown in onto Zergy, who still continues to fight.
Oh, good parry came on through. At least Saya takes down Hoot with them. Ido cleaning up that kill. Still, it's 3 for 1 in favor of Loki W, so coming out as a net positive. Still just under 10K of a lead, though, as the buff's spawning on in. Looks like John will stay away movement on the right-hand side. And Cosmetical getting survival on the left. We're starting to approach the point in the game, though, honestly, Jake, that if Loki W have another fight like this, there's definitely a possibility of taking mid-boss. I mean, we're 20 minutes in. And something Melee Creeps are going to have to be respectful of.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised the economy didn't move more significantly in that trade. I think part of the problem was Loki W just had to have a lot of players there to do that. And Melee Creeps essentially just threw away John and Saya for a Walker. And the rest of the team was macroing up elsewhere. So they're able to mitigate like the lion's share of the disadvantage that could have come from that fight. Still no questions answered, though, as far as how Melee Creeps are going to find a winning team fight. I think it has to come from some sort of huge connection off the Lash. But Obikim has been so good on the doorman about denying the follow-up, right? Like, Do is just constantly in the Baroness, not able to be there at the crucial moment of the fight.
And that is one way to deal with Celeste, if you can close that distance, send her away, and finish off the rest of her team before she's able to do damage, which honestly Do does. Actually, can we take a look at player damage here so far in the game? Maybe we get an idea of how far ahead he is. Look at Obikim going really deep here.
Door out to mid. Hold on. Oh, a little bit crazy here from Do. Gets Baroness. Should be able to make it out without taking the full damage proc, but could find himself in trouble on the other side. Melee Creep's going to come in for the fight. Changing onto 3, but maybe a little bit too much for Lizzie to get through. He's dropping low on this Billy. Tries to slip away. Maybe has done enough for now. Zergy, though, showing up in the fight. Full Colossus. Ready to take the challenge. Is on top of this Celeste, but Do able to lifesteal back up the Light Eater. And actually, this one going the way of Melee Creeps. Finally for them, a team fight. And one right around the mid-boss pit. They're looking to claim more than just a fight, but Loki W have shown in this series they are not too worried about a couple players down. They are going to go for this mid-boss pit.
Last stand out of Zergy. The swap out of Cosmetical. Food as well, the seismic impactor, looking for the fight here in a 3-on-6 break, trying to rotate on in. Mid boss has been full on stopped here. Do has gone down as well. This Hoot's gonna follow, and Cosmetica takes down Saya. John's on the high ground with Ido. Still have a lot of damage to provide here, but they've lost out on a lot of support here. Fishcake is just dancing around, taking a lot of damage from the mid pit. Gets the slam onto Zergy, but it's still Zergy, and he's still extremely tanky, though, low on HP, being finished off potentially. This Fishcake's gonna fall, hiding behind the wall, maybe rescue beamed right back in. And Loki W, they've done it. They've halted melee creeps. The outcomes on through get soaked up by Cosmetical to prevent Zergy from going on down. Ido is just trying to survive in a 1-on-3. The binding word comes on in, and Loki W are positioned now to take this mid boss.
That's an ambitious mid boss take from melee creeps. Loki W live true to their legacy here, coming in the 4v6, absolutely fearless, running over melee creeps who, without some of their key ultimates, just couldn't really stand up in the fight, couldn't really take the challenge. Take a look at the golden statue buffs. Much more even this game. I mean, not a major lead for one side or the other, but I mean, Loki W, I think a couple of these urns make the difference here. And now with 3 clean rejuves, a rare sight at this level of play. Gonna move on to take a lot of this map.
Getting pressure at the doubles. Loki W are not letting this one go for free, really trying to punish anything they possibly can take around the map. I would imagine there's not going to be a fight off the back of this. Fighting into 3 regions is going to be risky. Maybe we can take a second here when we have it, or maybe there will be a fight. They have the doorman door to get away from.
Oh my.
And they're taking so much damage as well on the escape. The alchemical fire inside the close quarters and put in some serious work.
I mean, Doorman paying so many dividends, like with these double steals. Like Obakim, for game 1, he did it on the Rem. Now he's just doing it on the Doorman. He's like, guys, these are our doubles. All doubles are our double.
I mean, that's definitely the emphasis that Loki W has been showing us, whether it was the Rem or the Doorman. You see a 20k lead now for Loki W at 24 minutes. Very tough to deal with as an Al coming on through to protect and scout out, more importantly, the favorite urn here for melee creeps. But Loki W, I almost guarantee not let this one go for free, and they do secure the urn in the hands of Hoot. And he gets away.
They're going to be able to get any kind of a punish off of this. And the lead is starting to expand. Melee creeps just trying to hold the line here. Tough call to make in this moment. Do you want to go for the contest, potentially risking the entire game, or let the lead really snowball out of control? I'd maybe rather see melee creeps macroing up, but look at the commitment. Loki W have 2 players on the other side of the map. And I think Billy's actually hiding here. Uh-oh, Celeste could get ganked on the other side right now. Duke could be in trouble.
I mean, I see his health bar, and he is definitely in trouble indeed. Critical HP, and does fall to Zergy, forcing rotations even more. Now the urn, almost a guaranteed victory here for Loki W. Also the Walker on the left-hand side. This is punishing. This is melee creeps losing control of this game here. Loki W are starting to run away with it. Zergy is on 35,000 souls.
Uh-oh, we got problems. Zergy's repeating voice lines in the comms. Things are getting out of control right now. And with Dude down, I mean, he's been denied so many times on these contests. And with triple reju available, you might be getting some players low, but you're far from winning a team fight. It's Saya this time, taking a nice little rest in the Baroness. This last hit going to be so crucial. Can you snatch the urn right back? Doesn't seem you can. It goes Loki W, but they're losing a lot of rejuves in the process. All of them gone now. So melee creeps with Dude respawning might actually get some kind of a fight, but they've got to get through a 37,000 soul Zergy. Warden ready to take over as melee creeps start to recognize things, turning against them, start to turn around for the retreat. But will they be so lucky? Zergy on the rundown. Listic finds one. Obakim with the second now. And this looks to be falling apart now. Melee creeps, our last representatives from North America, in dire straits here as Loki W run them out of the server.
3 kills, urn, and a 41k lead here, 26 minutes in. And there's still 2 more walkers to go. This lead could explode even further. Hoot getting caught out a bit here, pulls in Fishcake back under the walker, and Fishcake, they cannot afford to lose him. And a great cube coming out of break here to buy some time for Hoot, who doesn't go down from this one. And Rest Locket being popped just to help Fishcake to escape. He needs to survive. He's cannot afford to go down. The fog is not enough. Break gets the kill to Fishcake. And now it's Ido and Dude left alone. And this last walker, there's nothing they can do about this. There's no world they can defend this. Phantom Strike is up here, shows the shoulder charge, and this is going to be a Celeste delivered to the rest of Loki W.
Don't look at the top bar, Jason. Just don't look at it. Hold on to
I looked.
Your hopes, your dreams, because Loki W hard charging at the grand finals. They may have gone down last week in ignominious fashion to melee creeps, but now seem to be getting their revenge. Map entirely crashing against this North American squad, and Low-Key W in full control. Big buys on the cards for basically everyone. A huge stack of souls coming out of that last exchange. And as Low-Key W bring these out on the map, Melee Creep's going to be put to the final test.
Bro, 40K for Zergy. Joe Jones only at 28, a 12K difference. How do you combat this one? Can we get player damage up here, please? I gotta see what's going on right now between these two teams. Look at this. Zergy's on 40. Okay, that was souls. Zergy's on 26K damage though, to be fair.
It's interesting because you wouldn't know it from this hero damage. Like, this is honestly, I think Melee Creeps might have more hero damage done. It's pretty close. And this is ultimately the strategic payoff here for Low-Key W, getting the better of these team fights. Not necessarily about their individual prowess and their ability to deal damage in these fights, but in the decision about what fights to take, where to be on the map. And Zergy, oh, he wants one more 6K. He's going to greed this one up. Picking up a Frenzy, I mean, pretty sick in this game, right? That, I mean, I guess the debuff resistance isn't particularly amazing, but just one more barrier to ever breaking down this Warden. And, I mean, he's nigh on 6,000 HP. This is, you got problems in this game for Melee Creeps. Who's got the damage to get through this kind of tankiness?
I don't know, man. If Zergy's putting the cuffs on you, you ain't breaking them at this point. He's got the support of Rayek. I mean, Hoot's been playing a phenomenal front line. I think a lot of credit definitely deserved to Obi Kim too. The doors he's been able to place. And more importantly, like the double centers they've been able to take away and deny have been just creating more and more value for Low-Key W.
Oh, and Doorman just proving so annoying. Obicam.
Magic Carpet Cosmetical.
We love to see it. We love to see it. Little entertainment. We got to get on the Cosmetical cam. We got to get on the Cosmetical cam. We got to see this low grab in action. It's broken. Everyone needs to buy it, guys. Very strong and effective.
The second time we've seen Magic Carpet bot
summoning.
Ever. And the last time was in the Trolley Open.
Instantly canceled it. He's probably never bought this item before.
Another double centers denied.
We have to stay on this cam. This is what the people want to see. I guarantee it. I know we have a small delay for Twitch chat, but I mean, look at the jumps too. When you have the carbine out, you get these like crazy hops. Like you're Mario in this one, you know? Like, wait till he carbines.
What if you? Oh, he's gonna chase after it. He's trying to run into it to eat it.
I like that you're trying to put like a strategic veneer on this, but I'm pretty sure he's trolling. Okay, maybe a catch on Billy, but yeah, unless you instantly burst somebody down, you are in trouble. Mid-boss spawning and Low-Key up, they're just gonna send it. I mean, this kind of a lead, forcing the team fight. You do have the reanimation, but maybe the Creeps need to pull a nasty one out of their hat if they want to make a comeback in this game. It's got to start now.
All right, well, they've gone for the initial take of it. Rejuve dropping on down. Last stand as well coming on through. Sai gets popped free, even has a chance to get inside the pit. Ranger going for his own version of the stomp. And they will steal away one. It's going to be Sai to secure it, but Fish Kick's fallen. Sai's fallen as well. They've lost their reach away from Ranger. And there's no one really left alive anymore. Is the Goo Ball going for the chase down onto Do. Gets thrown to the Baroness Hotel to ultimately die. And so are the hopes here of Melee Creeps. Those shrines are ready to be taken here out of Low-Key W and their birth into the finals.
I think there's more than shrines to go down now. This looks to be game. I mean, maybe you don't get the second stage patron, but I think with 40 seconds and every single player dead, the entire map is forfeit here. Your base basically belongs to Low-Key W at this point.
It's been hard fought for Melee Creeps trying to replicate the performance last week in DSI. But the EU teams have really stepped up here. They have the shift up in Urn, slight shift up in the meta, playing on high ping, and it's gone from bad to worse with that soul. Get that off the screen. Let's not look at it. We don't need to see it anymore.
It's a mountain to climb. They're that deep down in the Mariana's trench here. Urn's going down. Every single wave crashing. Just cubing him to troll, I guess. Getting a little bit of heat from that. It's not bad.
Let's push yellow.
They're absolutely going to stick around for the patron. I mean, Zergy is going to deal disgusting damage in these fights. I mean, he is freakishly farmed at this point. A lot of pressure does come in from Lash, trying to get a little bit of damage done before the patron drops. Spawners have to come in. You cannot afford to lose players here. Melee Creeps, every single life matters. And Low-Key W slowing things down for now. They're going to let those spawns come in, get their souls onto the map. But they've got, what, a minute and a half with this rejuve. We're at 100k soul leeches. It's putting lipstick on a pig to give much. Wait, look at this. Wait, go to Melee Creeps. What are they doing? Wait, go to their cam. Go to their cam. Wait, this could be the most next level play we've seen on the night shift. I love it from the creeps. You got to do something wild into this one. Maybe the opponents just don't see it coming. It's just going to be Dew offering himself up, holding the creeps solo. Maybe get a little bit over ambitious. One comes in, but they need more than that. When are they going to spring the trap?
They have to know something's up.
Loki W are starting to wonder. They're like, what is going on? They're forcing the patron. Here they come out of the pit. Everybody straight in, grabbing that defensive utility. But where are the kills coming in? Lashhold might be decent. It's 2 players hit in. Zerky needs to go down. You've got to get this warden off the field. But John is starting to get low. Loki W, the overwhelming weight of their net worth is just too much to bear. An impressive little cheeky play in the final moments. But Loki W just too farmed. They don't even need the rejuve.
And what is there else to say here? Ido, the last hope. It's thrown into the Baroness Hotel, and melee keeps get thrown out of the event. Low-key W are going to be into the grand finals to play against Abrahams to determine who the best team, I would say, in the world is now.
And there
Absolutely.
you have it. Yeah, the confirm. Wow, what a performance there as they're able to move through into the grand final. Jason,
Cinema.
hands in the air. He's got himself the EU strength showing through here,
I mean,
Jason.
okay. I love NA still. Okay, I'm not all about you just because I live here. I think we've seen some amazing things out of all the teams. We see melee creeps as well do some amazing things. But this last match, I mean, no matter how good this whole series was, but the cinema we had in this last game, the cosmetical on the magic carpet trying to fly and catch the owl, to melee creeps trying to lure Loki W into a bait. I mean, the thing is, this game was still pretty close relatively early into the game and even like, a good part of the way through, but you could see Loki W's focus of denying away these sinners and constantly getting these engagements that they went out on top of these sinners, just continuing to give momentum and steam for Loki W to push on.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff here, to say the least. I mean, I didn't think we were going to get to quite that soul lead towards the end, and I've got to bite my tongue here, Jake. I think that Vrake on the Viscous was great, even though I had my concerns about it.
I mean, it's a build for Viscous too that's very selfless, right? He has disarming hex. I mean, he has he went rush knockdown. He had knockdown at like 6k net worth. Got to put this in the package. Obviously, you get the magic carpet on Paradox here. But I mean, this is just one of those games. I think when Hoop got the Phantom Strike, for me, that was the moment when the game got definitively out of control. You also got to give huge credit to Zergy. I mean, lights out the whole series. Extremely clean and stable games from him. Constantly on top of the net worth chart. I mean, neck and neck with John in both of the early games, but as we get towards the late game, we see the difference between these squads. I mean, the team play. I love that Melee Creeps went for this. Honestly, I feel like this play was like kind of cool. Like I think maybe more teams should maybe go for something tricky like that when they're doing the base siege. I don't know if you need necessarily 5 players in there. I think that might be a little much. But,
especially as Warden.
There's definitely something new, something interesting. I mean, and like, let's be honest, this game's over. You got to take some kind of a crazy gamble.
I completely agree. Even he had gun buff during all of this as well. Jesus Christ, this is absolutely freakish. But yeah, I completely agree. Right, try and do something a little bit more uncharacteristic, maybe to try and catch them off a little bit. Maybe something goes your way.
I mean, it was like a 100k lead at that point too.
Try something.
So, yeah, not to take away from it, but I mean, they had to do something for sure.
Yeah. A moment of silence, of course, for North America. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh, come on. If you want to make your face back on the show, you might have to be nice to the audience here.
Well, if they don't know that I'm joking, then whatever, it doesn't matter. We've got ourselves the graph and how all the numbers do break down as well. Zergy with the 15 kills overall. It's it is a monstrous performance, Jake. It's really cool to be reminded that Warden can hang alongside Venator and Wraith at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the overall team, Loki W, I think it's really their overall way of executing these team fights that makes it seem so effective. Really curious to see, of course, how the grand finals breaks down, because both of our top 2 teams have shown incredible prowess when it comes to the team fights, which that's for me the story of this patch, right? The team fights are more crucial. In the old Urn, I feel like you could kind of get away with denying some of the souls, playing the macro things a little bit better. But I think we have our answer about this meta. You need to be able to take the challenge in those big moments. And, for both Loki W and Abrahams, they've both been teams that have looked to do just that. So I think we've set the stage for a pretty epic clash of, as you guys are saying, the 2 best teams in the world. Don't think it's a stretch at this moment.
Jason?
I just want to get to the finals, man. Can we end this segment quicker so we can just get into it? I mean, obviously, we will be taking an extended break to give Loki W some time to, you know, like chill, kind of get a drink, figure what's going to go on for the finals where Abrahams are waiting. But I mean, honestly, I have to give a special shout out to like Obi Kim, to Lightbringer, and to the way Loki W played around these sinners. I mean, don't forget, in game 1, Obi Kim on Rem had over 120 golden statue buffs in that match. And then here, we once again see their emphasis on denying away these sinners, and especially the doubles, as much as they possibly could, really keeping melee creep on the back foot. It was just really, it was like they had a well-oiled out plan, and they executed it well. I think in game 1, Melee Creeps did a great job of keeping that lead of like maximum 4K either way, 4 or 5K for 30 minutes of time. But going into this next game, it was tough. It was very tough.
It really puts things into perspective when you see the breakdowns as well, because obviously Rem had what he had. And then on the other side of it, when it was all the Abrams through the last day, all of them had like 60 buffs and it was like 50% extra weapon damage. And you're just thinking, so, okay, it really does start to add up and it is terrifying. But let's take a look at the MVP from this game. Who's it going to be? Oberkim. Oh, I never thought I'd see the day here in the last 2 days with Rem being on the front page, Jake.
I mean, well earned. Honestly, from that game 1, we should show his healing stat. He had a 70,000 healing game. That might be the highest I think I've ever seen, frankly, in any game, much less a competitive one. So awesome to see from Obakam, showing that some of these picks can absolutely work out, but then also unbelievable prowess on the doorman across these games. And, you know, given the economy, the stability of this Loki W team, the way they just never really seem to give up an edge, got to give a lot of credit to a player like Obakam for those results.
Jason?
I was like waiting to see the Obi Kim highlights come up, and I was thinking to myself, did we really go back and record every sinner he took away from the teams? I mean, see on Doorman here, he had some good impact. They were already doing extremely well with the Abrams and the Doorman combo in lane, but again, the doorways he created, I think the way the team played around him really gave him opportunities to excel. Like the bells were doing some serious damage, his cards were hitting pretty good, but I think also more importantly, his Baroness Hotels, his ultimates, catching Do consistently was like a major factor, because you took Do out of the equation for such a long time, and it's not very often we see Do have such little damage like he did in this last game. So I think some massive credit deserved to Obi Kim to control.
Take a look at the bracket then and confirm who is in that grand finals. As previously we just watched Abrahams get themselves a 2-0 victory over Leviathan, as that is a regional rivalry for the years now, basically at this point, with them getting the 2-0, and Low Key W dispatching of our last North American representative here, so they will find themselves in the final as well. Before we go and take a break and everything like that, obviously you guys are going to be stepping aside, and Dan and ZP are going to be coming in. I want to get your predictions. Jake, I'm going to start with you here. This is a tough one though.
It is a tough one. I think both these teams are playing really well. I just hope this goes to game 3 and goes the distance. I think that's what the fans deserve, and I think these two teams are very closely matched. Maybe it's recency bias, but I'm going to take Loki W in this one. I think they're going to be able to pull it out in the end. I don't think it's going to be easy, but I think, you know, the versatility from Obakam, the ability to master these late game team fights. I mean, honestly, I think this one really is a coin flip. It's too close to call. But I'll just take Loki W. I'm just feeling him. I'm feeling him. Zergy looks back to his old self. Great to see him back on top.
He does look good. Jason, what do you think?
I kind of wish we had like a best of 5 and it was like an even N18. So I want to see the adaptations throughout an entire series. The problem is that, as Jake pointed out, these two teams know each other extremely well, playing basically every week when it comes to night shift, when the Leviathan aren't able to take the throne like they did this last week. So I mean, there's mind games involved in this one, but I'm still going to eke out Loki W in the finals.
All right, and I'm not one to deny a request over in chat. I see Mutant Pizza asking this little Brit to say the word Walmart just a few times. So Walmart, 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 here at the Night Shift Open. Of course, they've joined us here for the awesomeness that is this $12,000 tournament, and now we'll get to see who walks away with $6,000 for first place. Use exclamation mark Walmart in the chat here. Walmart, Walmart, Jason Walmart.
I want to say this though. I mean, honestly, like from my heart, a massive shout out to Intel Walmart for this, because we have had, I would say, the best, most competitive matches I've ever seen in Deadlock. Like yesterday was cinema. Today, even though we're getting 2-0, still amazing to see. But without their support, we never would have had this happen, and we never would have learned that EU's better than Deadlock. Well, we kind of knew it.
And with that, we're done here. Jake, Jason, thank you for joining me.
I broke his heart, bro. bro. I feel so bad. I don't want to see Jake sad ever again.
No, I'm a fan of Great Deadlock wherever in the world it comes from. It's awesome to be able to be here and Cassie's with you, Jason. But I am, like I think most of the audience, just excited to see how this grand final breaks down. It's been an epic tournament already.
All right, break time. Then when we return, the grand final here for the Night Shift Open, as we are going to have a best of 3 determine who becomes the champion. We'll see you in a few.
I see the enemy.
Hard to shoot straight from your ears.
I see Lash. Keep your eyes on Lash.
Disposed of Lash.
I see Paradox.
I see Abrams.
Take out Warden.
Let's push yellow. I see the enemy.
Let's take out Abrams.
Disengaging.
I see Paradox.
I see Paradox.
Let's take out Paradox.
I see Paradox.
Who do you think you were punching?
I see Abrams.
I see Paradox.
Take out Abrams.
See the doorman.
Find my target.
take out Abrams.
Let's take out Biscuit. Let's take out Doorman.
Our green walker is under attack.
I see the enemy.
Stop them from delivering the urn.
Let's sacrifice a goat man.
I see Warden.
Let's take out Ivy.
They're trying to deliver the urn. The urn has been dropped. The Hidden King is trying to deliver the urn. The urn has been dropped.
Protect the urn, brother. We must deliver the urn safely. Don't let them deliver the urn. I see Ivy.
Protect the urn.
I see Lash. I see Abrams.
Look out for Warden.
I see Billy. I see the doorman. I see the doorman. Keep your eyes on Lash.
I'll heal my eyes.
see Warden. Take out Warden.
They're running in the earth. The earth has been dropped. Keep getting out what's next.
Take out Warden.
We must deliver the Earth safely.
I see great talent.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Let's take out Abrams. Might see Abrams. This is how it starts.
Walker has been destroyed.
I see Victor.
The urn is ours.
I see Risa.
Take out Paradox. I see the enemy. I see the enemy. Who among you will... Let's push blue. Me. Let's push blue.
It's the Night Shift Open, and of course, we had 64 teams of an open bracket, double elimination, and from all of that smoothly run, clean as oat on Friday, we whittled it down to just 4 teams in that bracket to join the 4 teams that were invited along the way to create the best bracket of all time here in Deadlock. And from there, we got into the semi-finals. We were able to move on through 2-0, 2-0. In the end, Europe prevails somehow, despite ping, despite the server, despite the time. And we find ourselves in the grand final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I've got DDK, I've got ZP here to talk about everything that's going to be going down. ZP, it has been a fantastic effort, and now we got a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest prize pool we've ever seen here in Deadlock. The players, of course, the biggest month in Deadlock history, I'd say, in terms of overall tournaments. 3 back-to-back tournaments going from R1 to DSI, finishing up with the NS Open, and of course, the Wednesday show here on Night Shift going on all the while. We have seen a lot of changes. We had a major patch go down, and now we probably hit the best iteration of that patch. Even a mini patch here today. Things continue to change, but again, it's forged into something that's been truly great, and it all comes down to this, the grand final to decide it all.
Yeah, Yoshi trying to throw that spanner in the works at the end here, but nothing's going to stop the Night Shift Open from having an epic conclusion here between these two teams. Dan, so far, the last 2 semi-finals been great here. As much as they've been 2-0s, each and every game has been really cool, really close, and I think that this finals is going to follow suit. He's muted. For us on Discord. Ah.
There we go. Well, I did to myself actually. Made myself look like an amateur. But to answer your question, yeah, I mean, it's been amazing. In fact, I think every game over the entire weekend has actually been phenomenal, and it's really cool. Sets the tone for the future tournaments. And we were talking about it off stream as well, that we got really lucky that for us hosting this tournament, that we'd had all of the crazy earn stuff kind of settle a little bit into a place that seems quite reasonable. And I think, and also this patch that just came in, I don't think that's too disruptive. I don't think it's going to make really any major changes there for how teams are going to prioritize stuff based on the current meta. So I think we've kind of dodged quite a few bullets.
I totally agree. It's going to be a good one. Let's take a look at the bracket and see exactly how we got here, of course, for these teams, as the semi-finals did go down just before, if you're just joining here for the grand final. Abrahams with a 2-0 against Leviathan, and Low Key W with a 2-0 against Melee Creeps. I will say, for me, ZP so far, that first game from Low Key W versus Melee Creeps stole the show. That was an awesome back and forth game to lead us here to this final.
Yeah, I mean, the twists and turns in that game were ridiculous. It also kind of shows that even if the other team gets mid-boss, it's not over. I mean, Low-Key W just showed incredible mastery of playing around circumstances and, how to play Deadlock when the other team has 3 Rejuvenators, how to contest, how to actually get out of these fights. And they did it with pretty bad ping on top of it. And you compare it to last week, where Low Key W, of course, lost in the DSI Grand Finals. Yes, they were missing Vrake, they had a sub, but it's a team that throughout history, if you count at least half of them from the Buff Enjoyers days, they're very adaptive. So I think this is a team that learned lessons from last week, came in very prepared this week into the Night Shift Open, and they were able to get the revenge against the Melee Creeps.
And quite a bit of tape now for these teams to look at one another, especially as fresh as it was here from these semi-finals. Big high-profile matches as well, guaranteeing even more money here for the teams, Dan. And we've been able to open up a few avenues here and there. The fact that we've had Zergy on this Warden twice in a row, and he looks brilliant on it as well, means maybe we've got a little bit more right-click compared to what we may have had just before, where really we saw Wraith and we saw Venator, and that was kind of it for a few of these games.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting too, just because we have... I feel like the path for all the teams has been really interesting, because sometimes you get what should be the two heavy, like the heaviest hitters in maybe the semis or something like that. And you can get maybe a somewhat of a lopsided bracket, but I feel like this works out really, really well. I actually felt like Melee Creeps looked like they were peaking into today. Actually, I think if not for them running into Low Key W, I feel like maybe there's a chance. I don't know. Abraham's also really good, so I don't know. Like if it would have been enough to take it over Abraham's either. I mean, they're so close with Low Key W, and this rivalry is also some good continuity for us. We've done these weekly shows, just week in and week out, and it's oftentimes like these two teams, and this is when it really matters the most. The pressure's really on. One of the biggest tournaments, or the biggest tournament that we've had here, and so this is going to be an absolute banger, I think, and I also love the diversity in the meta that we have currently. So I'm just so excited how Deadlock looks like right now.
Yeah, there's some really strong individual picks. There's some really strong combos as well that we're looking out for in these drafts. Let's take a look at our first team here, coming into the grand final of Night Shift Open, as it will be Abrahams coming in from that first series here today. Wall to wall, it looked fantastic from them, ZP. I mean, that 2-0 as a whole, I was very impressed at how each individual piece of this was functioning, and I've really enjoyed how Saint has been able to say, okay, well, yeah, this was a while back, of course. I'm not necessarily the support guy now. I'm being able to flex into all these other heroes and be also adaptive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the core of Abrahams has been remarkably consistent, and the biggest proof of that is for a long time when Abrahams was on their win streak, of course, you used to have Hoot and Dimov on this team, and Hoot and Dimov, phenomenal players that get all the credit in the world, and for good reason. Dimov, kind of the forerunner for playing on ping, moving to NA, maybe that's changing soon, but, incredibly good players that maybe at times overshadowed the rest of the Abrahams core. They lose both of these players in a bit of a shakeup, and they end up bringing on Arzo. They bring on Bobby for a few weeks. They win with that roster. They lose a little bit. They bring on Empty Dreams after he leaves Low Key W, and they start winning again. You have to give credit to really the players that have been here the longest, whether it be the iconic duo of Together and Saint, whether it be Tass, who's had to reinvent himself multiple times as the pick hero role has kind of changed and what is good and what isn't. And, people like Sanya Cyper, where Sanya used to be the guy as far as being their M1, and then now is, a little bit more flexible now that they've added Empty Dreams.
Yeah, I've been enjoying Empty Dreams. How about you, Dan? What do you think here for Abrams?
I mean, Abrams is just such a fun team. I mean, I think, way back when they kind of solidified themselves as the team that was one of the most stable. Even if they were playing from behind, they would kind of give up the least. And so it was very, very hard to kind of exploit an advantage against them. And I think they've managed to maintain that identity, throughout their time with all of these different rosters. And yeah, just front to back, this team's really cool. Like ZP said, you've got some of the older names that you'd be more familiar with, and then some of the newer players that have sort of slotted in, and also the versatility that's apparent. I like the call out for Sanya Sniper. I think that's a really, really good one because we have seen the way that roster changes have worked in Deadlock. There's a lot that goes into it, but one of the things that it's absolute core is hero pool. You have to be able to have a diverse hero pool if you want to succeed at the top, and you got to be able to do it at a top level. You can't just off hero into something that you're not comfortable with, because it impacts the entire rest of the team and the picks that you'll want, because the game is starting to get really, really competitive. I mean, at least right at the top. So it's very cool to see the mainstays here, and I was very happy to see Empty Dreams return. He's been one of my favorites.
Yeah, totally agree. He's looked excellent, especially when it comes to Grey Talons. We've seen a lot of that. But anyway, let's take a look at Low-Key W. We've just got a tantalizing taste into what they're able to bring here into this bracket, as we've I feel like I alongside Jason and Jake have talked ad nauseum here about them, ZP, but it's your turn now.
Yeah, and I mean, Low-Key W, a lot of the old Buff Enjoyers DNA is in this team, both in the majority roster, being from that era, the coach being from that era in Lightbringer. And this is a team where they don't always win as far as the weekly tournaments go. Like, even back to the Buff Enjoyers days, it was, they would have streaks, but then they would lose. EU in general is very competitive. But the one thing that this team does better than any other team in Deadlock history, if you consider it sort of congruent to that era, is they win the big tournaments. They won, as Buff Enjoyers, pretty much every big EU tournament for a very long period of time. And now you get here, the biggest tournament that we have held, and suddenly they're in position to win this one again. I mean, the experience of this team to adapt to bigger tournaments where more games get played, figure out where the meta is going to be, and then execute is second to none. And I mean, star power on the team. When you talk about frontliners, you can't talk about a frontliner in Deadlock without talking about Listic. Obakim, in terms of the idea of like people that play support that are also flexible to other roles, Obakim was ahead of his class there. Or you talk about M1 players. I mean, Zergy has been the guy streaming the game to many, many people, on top of having that presence here for Low-Key W, where, by the way, they took a gamble, arguably, on Zergy, where they were winning over and over again with Empty Dreams, who's now on their opponents in this grand final. And they said, nope, Zergy worked well for us in the past. We want to bring him back. And they paid for it. I mean, they didn't win for a while, but they said this was an investment in the future. And that investment, looking at recent results, has definitely paid off.
Round it out, Dan, what do you think?
Yeah, one of the things that's cool about it, we didn't talk about Cosmetical. He's one of the newer players that kind of came in. I think he's been, in terms of like the top two of EU, he's somewhat of a newer player if you compare to all of the other players we look at. And in days or recent days, I'm thinking to myself, is this guy the best player on the team? Like sometimes in certain roles, I'm like, holy, this guy is really good. And we got to know him from some of his like incredible pocket play. And obviously you don't get to play pocket too much now, but again, it just goes back to that hero pool point, and Cosmetical has managed to survive all of the challenges of the pro Deadlock player.
Yeah, and even apparently if players do get to play pockets, it seems to lose, which is very strange here considering how we came into this weekend, all things considered. But of course, there is prize pool very much so on the line. If you were out in the semifinals, congratulations to you. You've already got yourself $1,500, and you'll be walking away with that. If you made it to the final, you're guaranteed at least $3,000. Win this best of 3, and you double your money, ZP. So it's a big chunk of change.
Yeah, the way I like looking at the prize pool is that you start the day with $1,500 and then you double it with each series win you have. Both of the teams here in the grand final, they have already doubled up that $1,500 to $3K. Now the question is, who is going to win the grand final, take home the prize of $6,000, which for Deadlock is a really nice number because that is $1,000 per player, or at least it is until you consider the fact that the coach probably gets a cut and it ruins the roundness of the numbers. But we're not going to think about that. Coaches, you get to starve.
Yeah, let's get some donos for the coaches. All right, let's kind of round things out for them as well. Up to 7,000. Anyway, yes, now, of course, let's take a look. We have the traditional Mo 1v1 here, Dan. to get things a rolling here between Abrahams and Loki W. Who do you think's gonna win? It's Saint. Look at him.
I mean, you got to put your money on Saint when it comes to stuff like this, safe pair of hands and all that. But I like how we've migrated to the rooftop here, the rooftop bare knuckle battle with the Mo and Krill.
Ooh. Run away! Run away! Who? Oh no! Oh.
Saints doesn't lose. Well, in terms of Mo 1v1s, it's a shame we haven't kept official stats, but you think about the eye test, I really cannot imagine like any scenario where we've seen Saint lose. He is actually just the undefeated world heavyweight champion of Mo 1v1s, which does help, by the way. I mean, it's a best of 3. Getting first or second pick, I think, is pretty relevant in terms of strategy right now. So for Abrahams, it is not an insignificant advantage.
Right, to the draft, the grand final, and Paradox is not a common first ban here, but I guess they're just trying to force Loki W to have to ban one of the, in inverted commas, heroes that are the very top here, ZP.
The reason is, I think they're angling for GT. Paradox is one of the best heroes at actually destroying GT in this current meta. If you get rid of Paradox, it frees up your GT to have a lot more room in the meta. I think it is a perfect companion ban. And because they open with Paradox, I mean, look, they may have secret strategies. It's Abraham's in a grand final. You know, there's a lot of secrets they may be storing.
You're traumatized.
If we go off recent events, probably GT.
Took me a second there to
Silver.
So they go Silver. That again. I built up the narrative. Silver is still a very good first pick, but it does mean they're giving up GT to the Loki W almost for certain.
It could still happen.
I mean, there's still not Doorman. There's still Pocket on the board as well, technically. Again, even though there's been a lot of losses here, Dan. But it will come in here for Loki Dub.
Yeah, and I think, you were mentioning how, Pocket's been so heavily banned, but hey, when he's kind of gotten through recently, we're not really seeing him win as much. And I think what's interesting there is it comes to those very late games. A late game with the Pocket. If the other team's able to get, I think we saw one game yesterday with like 5 DBs purchased. So if there's that many divine barriers in the game, a hero that just like kills his scaling potential to some extent. So that's one of the hidden costs of a Pocket pick.
Strong front line, Abrams comes in to fight off against Abrahams, and that now means that technically the GT wasn't picked here, ZP. So I would love to see Abrahams pick that up alongside something, maybe even just straight to something like a Shiv or something a bit more bulky.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Abrahams predicted that GT wouldn't be picked. I mean, it was going to be who was going to be the second pick. You knew Pocket was coming off the board if you left it there, but Paradox is gone. They still get the GT. They got Silver, who I think got the tamest of slaps on the wrist, which is probably the beginning of a chain of nerfs given history, and they pick up Venator. So they get arguably the best M1 based on the pick ban data that we've had. They get GT, who has had an enormously good win rate, and Silver, who, by the way, has also had a ridiculous win rate. Like, the beginning of the Abrahams draft to me is incredibly strong, and yeah, you give up Pocket, but I mean, the bounty they've gotten in return for getting a Pocket, to me, seems pretty significant.
And Victor on the other side, considering the fact that Venator has been such a headline in the previous drafts, etc., I'm really surprised that it got to this point. But hey, here we are, Dan.
Yeah, and I'm curious what Loki W will be thinking about the Warden potential for Zergy. Like, where does Zergy go? Because Zergy is obviously incredible, but just, if you're coming off the back of 2 just phenomenally strong Warden games, I mean, why wouldn't you kind of prior that, if you just play so well with it? And they secured the victor as well, which is, I mean, it's a really chunky front line already now, and Warden could certainly help to add to that.
Time for bed.
So Abrahams decides to take out, and it is going to be Rem. They weren't the only ones who saw Obakim on the Golden Statue game that would have bankrupted any buffet in the Deadlock universe. I mean, it was really funny. So the backstory behind that, like, I'm watching the game, I go Productions like, hey, let's get a Golden Statue check here. It's been a while. I wasn't expecting to see the gluttony coming in from Obakim's Rem, and I think Abrahams took a line that's like, maybe we don't want to deal with this, as Rem, I think, is actually a little bit underrated for how good he is now relative to how often he's been picked, and Abrahams decided, no, we don't want to play in that game. But also, Shiv is still available. I got a note here. We're deep in the draft. Shiv's prowess has dropped a little bit, but Shiv at pick 4 is still, enormous value.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, kind of a must. That's like the only good front line really remaining, I think, right? Is there anything else? Yeah, that's the 4 main culprits, Billy's banned, so they're going to round that one out. Viscous is an interesting pick. It's interesting because it hasn't had too much pro. I feel like it doesn't really appear in NA.
Ready to do some field testing.
Maybe Gibbs will play it. Maybe like BWC played it. But other than that, like NA doesn't seem to value it. So it's really cool to see Viscous here. That's a value change up for EU. And there's McGinnis as well. She got some of those nerfs in that very recent patch that we had just a couple hours ago. but still, I think going to be very strong.
Yeah, I think the main one for me really is that 50 meters down to 36 meters on the start of the barrage. So that's definitely not it's not inconsequential here, ZP. But Warden on the other side does come in. So we'll see if McGinnis can stay far enough away.
Yeah, I mean, the McGinnis pick, I actually do think is a bit of a risk for Abrahams. Previously, I would have been a big fan of it. Currently, I don't know. On paper, I feel like the nerf is rather significant. Now, Sinclair coming on out, I think part of this is as much of a deny pick as much as a pick that they want to use it. Pocket, obviously, they have a big impact on the game. And sometimes you go, well, Affliction, we would like to use that too. So, yeah, I think the Sinclair here is protecting their pocket as well.
Could be playing on EU servers now.
Yes.
that's
okay, well, there you go. That's also there. It's like, oh, we've been starved to Sinclair. Because you were explaining, CP, that the latency in the NA service to the EU teams, like they can't really pick Sinclair. Too many things break with the latency.
Yeah. It is EU servers, by the way. So that was a rule we made here because the reality is that I think teams are doing gamesmanship in both DSI, R1, where it was basically, the stated reason was, oh, we want to practice on the ping that we've gotten used to for the tournament. But you drill a little bit deeper into it, it's like, yeah, we just get better ping than them on the tournament servers. So, these teams have played against each other in fair ping all the time. So we made the rule set a little bit more adaptive to that, saying if it was a full EU team versus full EU team, the server would be a neutral EU ping because that gives the best quality gameplay, not only for the teams, but for the viewers also.
Yeah, definitely going to get the best games out of this for sure, no doubt. And the Bebop coming in at the very end. We were having a bit of back and forth about whether or not the Bebop, we've got much faith in the Bebop. Hey, but we saw some brilliant hooks before it to be able to look pretty darn good. What do you think of it, Dan, here to round out this draft for Abrahams?
Yeah, I don't know where to place Bebop exactly. Obviously, like you say, the hook is always a nice value, but we haven't seen too much from these old, kind of the older gun build that we had seen for, I think, the prior few months. I don't know if we'll see more of a return to like more of a spirit, kind of tempo Bebop or something like that, or whether it will just be the gun support, where it can be quite a good brawler, especially when you get the uppercut to level 3, so you get the health back and so on. Like it's very tanky in a frontline capacity. So maybe we'll just see the typical old Bebop, and if that's the case, I expect it to be good but not standout.
Yeah, I feel like it's our first Sinclair of the entire bracket for reasons here between Abrahams and Low Key W. This is the grand final. This is for $6,000 in first place here for the Night Shift Open. Brought to you by Intel as well as Walmart. Best of 3 as ZP and Dan will be on the mics. Dan, take it away.
I keep wanting to troll, but I also don't want to throw Killeris under the bus there. But I want to troll you, ZP, but I can't quite figure out how to do it there. So I was going to leave a really big pause and then kind of, make that kind of situation for you where you're like, oh, should I talk? I don't know.
Look, we got to leave that for the earlier stage of the tournament. This is the grand final. $6,000 on the line between both of these teams. And again, Dan, what I'm curious on is what tactics are going to be used. Where the draft, within lines, Abraham's going both Bebop and McGinnis, a little bit unexpected. They ran Bebop earlier, and McGinnis, they really weren't scared of the nerfs. But I want to see if anything has been prepared, especially just for the grand final. But for now, all is quiet, and we get a little bit of time here to take a look at the lanes, Dan.
Yeah, I think that initial question of who has more pressure on them to get that tempo going faster within their draft is always what I'm looking at, and then I'm thinking, okay, well, what lane is that hero in? So, for example, if you want it to be the case that your pocket can be freed up to roam very quickly, you want to try to create a lane there that's really good to allow them to get that tower down and then start snowballing with the ganks as quickly as possible. I feel like, though, in this particular game, ZP, if I'm looking at these lineups, I feel like there's more pressure on Abrahams to kind of deliver that. And it is something that we've seen with McGinnis lanes. McGinnis has a very strong early lane, and you can kind of do it almost not for the roam, but like just clear out the objectives by having the McGinnis destroy a lane, freeing it up to then be solo farmed by the M1 carry, and then the McGinnis swaps the lanes to then just like batter down another lane, as opposed to just like straight ganking it, but instead pressuring it with this incredible wave clear.
Well, the one interesting thing here in terms of choices on lanes is that normally when we've had McGinnis Ven on the same team, you see a McGinnis Venator lane.
Yeah.
In this instance, they went for the Bebop McGinnis lane, which, by the way, is still very strong. I mean, you can hook into wall, and it's still not a very good time. I mean, it's one of the better Bebop combos for sure. I think the one thing you lose out on to an extent is that you get more pick power, but you lose out on some of the push power you're otherwise going to get from Ven as, okay, that bolt going to be a little bit off target. I do think a lot of pressure here, though, on Hoboken to make the Sinclair look good in this game, even if it was maybe picked partially as a deny pick, so it didn't get used against Pocket. You know, you take a look at the overall game state. Sinclair, overall, in the last month, still doesn't have the greatest win rate. So I think even at the top level, teams have some trouble making Sinclair work on the average.
So I have an idea, ZP, in terms of like, you're talking about strategies and stuff here from Abrahams. I feel like something that they could potentially do here is they could try to take down this Guardian on the McGinnis Bebop lane very, very quickly, and then just lane swap the Venator into that lane as the McGinnis and the Bebop go to tempo the rest of the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, for the McGinnis, as far as it goes, like, as soon as they get lane down, McGinnis likely isn't going to stay there. Like, regardless of team, anytime McGinnis gets a lane down, the McGinnis is going to rotate from one lane to another. Now, in terms of rotations, EU, which at times can be a little bit aggro, this has been a little bit reserved. You know, we're 4 minutes in and haven't seen a team go for, you know, have been hitting boxes, let me go in for a gank, which Loki W, by the way, was a lot more keen to do even a few weeks ago. Playing this a little bit more reserved. We see Victor taking a bit of a dive, boot kick, slam fire, and pretty low HP. Obikin coming for a bit of the distraction. A bit of rabbit hex into some actual punches. We see Sanya on the run.
Yeah, this is an interesting lane. I think, you know, it's very hard to play against a Sinclair in lane. The poke is really, really strong, and especially for a hero that has a health pool that's a little bit more restricted on GT. And in addition to the fact that, as you see here, this is the way you open up a GT build, is you get a couple points in the rain of arrows, and you get your orange items like right off the bat. And so you're a little bit more susceptible to that poke, but you do a lot of damage, though. That's kind of the trade-off.
Yeah, I mean, Rain of Arrows is somewhat terrifying. I think this was the buff that really propelled GT into being a top pick. It took teams a little bit to realize it, but within this tournament alone, GT went from, okay, you're getting picked in the ladder and the draft to way further up, but the Bola connects. The Rabbit Hex, though, just gives enough clearance to Obikim here to potentially get away. Elsewhere on the map, as this chase down doesn't happen, you see both Together and Tass biting it, so a good start from Loki W.
Loki W. Okay, so as you say, ZP, quite correctly, we're not really seeing a lot of action in the early game here so far between these teams. If you look at all of the, if we do a health check on all the Guardians, they've all barely been touched, actually. Like, some of them, like more than one, have like full HP, which again at 530 is pretty crazy. But that's just, I suppose, you know, part and parcel to one, we're in a grand final, and you want to you want to pace yourself in the grand final insofar as like don't try to take a lot of risks like immediately. Try to have as steady of an opening into that final as possible, in addition to the fact that the lineups may be not as conducive for a lot of fighting.
Charge in on the Arzo, doesn't fall for the parry thereafter. This hoot hanging out on Abrams in lane, and you know, Dan, to your point, I feel like there's two extremes. Teams either go really wild and crazy and testing out stuff and like super aggro to throw the opponent off guard, or you end up in a game here where, you know, both teams may be reining it in just a little bit because, I mean, the pressure is on and there is a lot at stake. But it can't go the other way too, where you go, what in the world is going on? It's like, yeah, it's grand finals. Pull out all the stops.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, and well, third into the Glock hit almost, as we see another kill onto Saint as well. So Cosmetical, I mean, Cosmetical Pocket is somewhat iconic. You know, again, I mentioned earlier in the rosters that Cosmetical is one of the newer players, but Pocket's one of the iconic picks for him, I would say, in terms of his identity. And so I'm super excited for this.
I mean, the cosmetical arc in terms of hero pool is very similar to the Ido arc, where Ido started out, I'm just going to play Pocket repeatedly, which is kind of where cosmetical is at, and then we've just seen the hero pool increase over time. But, I mean, look, Pocket, they're a hero where if you learn them as your main hero, it does teach you a lot of fundamentals. It's a high skill cap hero, so it's not surprising to me that you have people that start with Pocket as a base and then eventually spread out to other heroes. I mean, everyone has to get good at one hero to begin with, and it goes out from there. NA, though.
But if you're new to the game, don't pick Pocket, though, as your first hero.
Probably not.
Go with Warden.
Shotgun reanimation can be brought out as just see Bebop waddling there. Not actually quite able to get out of the radius. Sanya lets out the wolf. Chase down on the Listic. Listic, though, seemingly enough clearance, still at half HP. You still see Silver in the distance, and the Wolf. Is Listic, you know, the Owl, not quite enough.
Yeah. That was a level 3 Owl. That would be a dead Listic. Oh, nice catch. Although it's Pocket, so is there a cloak? There was a cloak actually out, I think, already, so easy TP out of that. A bit of danger. Wonder if we'll see a bunch of reactive barriers here. Collected. I think, you know, given that you've got Bebop, you've got Talon, you know, there's definitely some argument.
You know, you ever think Silver within the lore just thinks, why would you want to copy this curse? It's quite literally a curse. You don't want it. It's not good. But this is also the part of the game where Sinclair can actually copy curse and have it be effective. Normally, Sinclair's itemization doesn't lend itself to copying Lycan curse being the greatest of copies. Okay, elsewhere, Arzo getting ripped apart by Listic. Just nowhere to go. I think may have gotten hit by a puddle punch before we got there off camera, and just, yeah, there was nothing left of the tank movement-wise, Dan, to get out of that.
Yeah, especially if you've got Victor's aura there for you, you're just like not going to be moving. So, yeah, nice lane switch up. I think because Listic came off the rope, he healed and then came off the rope, and I think that's unexpected by Arzo. He's doing actually quite well on the farm, all things considered, but actually doing even better actually is, actually, I mean, if we look at how much of a differential there is at 9 minutes, about 6k advantage for Loki W, so they've been doing a good job here, taking some early advantages, Zergy and Cosmetical ahead, and quick charge to get out of this situation for Hoot. And the pressure from Sanya Sniper has, I think, honestly, since like minute 3 has been excellent.
Yeah, good reaction though from Hoot, where got the charge off right as the boot kick was landing, was able to get out. I mean, sure, you give the last hit on the Sinners, and it's not great. But we're gonna go elsewhere on the map. Take a look at Zergy, who's bringing back Warden. Sinclair, the copy on Hyper Beam. Saint able to get down one Guardian, and Obakim takes down Tass. His own weapon.
And here's the pressure coming in. Oh, hello. We do have a pause. We get to look at all the cool particle effects.
Mouse off.
Grand finals. Who needs to charge their mouse for that?
Or, you know, I like to envision other scenarios. Like, what if you're in a building where there's just a ton of interference and just randomly, you know, the microwaves hit at the right angle that it's like, nope, my mouse just isn't communicating anymore. Or
neighbors experimenting with EMP technology.
It can also be gamesmanship, and the mouse pause is just, no, we need a tactical timeout, which, you know, we can never prove. And the players could do that.
Don't
much
say
like
that on air.
Players flopping in the NBA. No, it is a thing. It very well could be a thing. You never know.
I know, but if they didn't know that it's a thing, now they definitely will be able to use that.
Look, the World Cup is going on, and everyone has eyes for flopping, Dan. We just, you know, the hallmark of any competitive player is finding ways to min-max.
That's true. Speaking of min-max, we've got the casting buff for Empty Dreams, so those owls are going to be hitting maximally hard. I am curious on what his skill order is. Maybe we can see that with a tab at some point. It'd be kind of cool also to see kind of what itemization is going on in this moment. Although, actually, as I say that, CP, we do get an enormous amount, or a swell of players from Abraham's in middle, looking to take down this mid tower, also get control of the mid lane, because they kind of need to do this. The Urn is a minute out, so you really want to ensure that tower is not up.
Also, the early rescue beam by to help deal hooks. The problem is you can't rescue beam yourself. It's going to be Vrake that's the first target post-rescue beam. As Tess looks to apply a little bit of pressure to the green blob, backed up, fight together. No rescue beam threat now for a little bit. However, Saint in a rough situation. Empty Dreams, though, falling up thereafter. Drops the Owl, gets the shocking reanimation out. Next life up for Listic. Greeted by a Slice and Dice. Elsewhere, though, on the map, they're able to run down Tass. Now, the left walker here, this is quite good for Abrahams. If you're able to get the full walker on yourself as a Ben, you're full committed. You don't care if you go down right now. You pull up the arrow to meet you, though, and you're not able to get the walker. Instead, you just fall. Vrake went from dying in mid to backing up the walker on the side.
And it's, again, like we have the urn coming up right now, so you know, somewhat problematic to lose priority both in middle and also on that left lane, which is now Loki W's territory as they start to create more pressure. There will be some additional Abrahams players making their way across, but they're somewhat disconnected from one another right now. So all the advantage in with Loki W, and to make that even better, Hoots down with the seismic slam, catches McGinnis. Saint deleted, of course, and has a slowing hex there as well. Throws that one onto Shiv together, and they're going to be carrying this urn across. And right now, Loki W, this is a moment for them to really start moving ahead as we get an aerial display.
Yeah, we get a little bit of movement here. You know, ideally, one day we get a middle mouse function that lets the bird cosmetically do a barrel roll. You know, no pun intended, but
that would be sick.
Yeah, I mean, just for style points when you really need to send a message. But Dan, the urn is about to go into place here. It's 12 minutes in. Urn deposited by Loki W. Abrahams here on the contest. Hyper beam out, trying to flood the zone with a bit of AoE. Abraham's gonna get the turn. Listic is down, a little bit too much beam damage. Cosmetical comes in, drops the affliction. It strikes two. Sanya cannot sustain. Arzo also hit in the process as Zergy and Vrake getting some cleanup now. Loki W able to get the flip back in their side. And Abrahams, they're still going for it. Now up close and personal as Taz. Low HP, the splatter takes a huge chunk out of him as Frank takes down Saint at the same time. Loki W back with the control of the bird, not gonna do anything. And that's Obakim with the final credit for Loki W, and now a big lead starting to open up.
It was a great effort. Really, it was from Abrahams. Speaking of which, Empty Dreams still trying to get some value out of this one, able to take down the Walker, so job done there. And from head to toe, that's power shot, but Victor is more than healthy enough to tank that one through. So Walker, you get the Walker at least, so you got a Walker advantage, but you lose the urn. It does help to recover the deficit slightly, but Loki W, they do seem to, and have for the most part now for the last few minutes, been dictating the pace of the game. And it feels like Saint's been having a really hard time on McGinnis. I feel like, 9.6k souls. I feel like McGinnis, you really don't want to be behind, and Saint's pretty behind.
Yeah, Saint is not in the most ideal spot. Again, I do wonder how much Saint may have reflected on the change in McGinnis, because I think particularly the range change does hurt you in urn fights. Like, you do have to get more up close and personal. Also, the interesting conundrum here is that I think in terms of late game, Abrahams does want to get the late game here, Dan, just because we're at the point of the game where Pocket, they are very effective as you don't have divine barriers up. I think for Abraham, somewhere you're screaming, someone, please get a divine barrier so you can cure Arzo. You don't have to have either Arzo or Sanya. And ideally, in that case, not both, where Cosmetical got the two targets that need to be hit there, Dan. I mean, you get two of the most important characters in a team fight that often carry some of your highest farm or importance in just winning it with the affliction. It's huge. Buffs, though, up. Arzo finding himself parried in a world of hurt right now, just getting put to blender by multiple members here of Loki W, and yeah, there's just no escape plan, and drops 694 souls worth of great value.
Yeah, great performance from Hoot there. The charge connected with two players. He was dealing insane amounts of damage in that fight. It ended up being just a horrendous trade for Abraham. So with that said, despite it feeling like from our perspective, ZP, that they're just seemingly coming off the worst of almost every engagement and objective battle. The only win that they've had already is that Walker. They are only 7k behind, 8k behind here overall, so it's actually not too horrendous. However, also, Cosmetical is pretty strong, as is Zergy, so that is frightening.
Also within Deadlock, I mean, you think about this historically, Abrahams are arguably the comeback kings of Deadlock.
Yeah.
They have made far more significant comebacks than less than 10k, so while this has been tough, I really don't think it is the end of the world here just yet. Of course, sad times. You get the hook on Sinclair, assistant is up. He's just gone, Dan.
Yeah, that's true. And it's funny, you mentioned that about Abrahams too, because that was, I think, when Kalaris handed it off to me on the Abraham's roster screen. That was like one of the things I called out. It's like one of the teams that, when you're ahead against them, they are so good at losing well. They'll give you the least to be able to leverage your advantage on, and it's something that makes them definitely a special team. And we do have the urn in a minute and a half, and right now, again, that's a Walker advantage. It's nice to have in these scenarios.
Next turn, going to be coming up at 18 minutes, the 1-minute lull before that's going to be in progress. Loki W, putting a bit of pressure here onto the left, and I believe that was a cloned Ven ult there. I don't see Arzo with the crossbow, so yeah. Gets one more shot. Again, I have to look at Obakim's itemization. Sometimes Gun Sinclair can be a thing. I don't know if he win it here. If he is Gun Sinclair, then that actually is more painful than the norm, and probably his best copy. Also makes the copy onto Silver a little bit more impactful, too.
Casting buff on Together is fun. Unless you are the recipient of some knives. Let's get 2 weapons
on here.
Bought there.
Oh. I dare say the copy onto both Vendor and Silver actually kind of real at the moment. But Dan, both teams, they're staying quiet. The urn is about to come on through. We'll see how much the pickup is going to be contested here in just a moment. And it is a comebacker. So advantageous position for Abrahams on the pickup, but still something that Loki W is very invested in going after. And Listic, the man with 2 lives, is going to be the first one in, backed up by Hoot. Goes for a pull off the other way. Abrahams still full contesting. As we see Listic's first life about to go to the end.
Well-timed bird coming on through. Sailing, soaring through the air. That's going to connect and trigger Listic's ultimate. And there goes the Google rolling on through there, disrupting the fight continuously. But it's Loki W that are looking pretty damn good in this scenario. And taking the fight straight to Bebop there. Point blank against the Hyper Beam. Definitely a good look. Even a disarming Hex here. Lots of good utility from Loki W. They do manage to take down Break in the end, though. Nice Rabbit Hex. That should be enough to keep Obikim alive. It is going to be just that. But the urn has been deposited in the meantime.
The urn gets deposited, but you take a look at Abrahams. I think Together's going to get there in time. Yeah, Together gets there, gets the flip. Abrahams got a lot of kills on the scrappiness outside the fight. So even though the beginning of the fight looked really good for Loki W, the way it panned out, the rotations after, Abrahams got good kills on the people that needed the farm. And, you take a look at Arzo. Arzo now at 22k. Neck and neck with Zergi at 23. Now going off into the side jungle. A little bit of a catch on the Empty Dreams. Cannot get away. The wall a little bit late to work for the save.
Anytime this is going down, and yeah, Abraham's doing a great job going into that urn battle. They had 0 wave priority across all 3 lanes. They were all pushed against them. It is kind of remarkable that they managed to be the ones that turn the urn in, especially, again, like you say, after that fight. So we talked about how Abrahams are able to just be so good at staying in the fight and looking to take the tempo away from their opponents here, fighting over the bridge. All those buffs that will be spawning a gun buff there. I'm sure that Arzo would love to grab that one. A little bit dangerous, though, to jump down there onto the buff at the moment. And it's going to be cosmetical to pick it up as they pursue and look to finish off Abrahams here. A couple players down now. That's a great win for Loki W. And they're going to convert this into mid-boss.
Well, you take your great win and you invest it, Dan. The investment is in mid-boss. We'll see if it's going to pan out. Get a little bit of a disruption from Tass and the Hyper Beam, but the beam is already out. Tass canceling it. Not holding it full duration. Rejuve Crystal coming on down. Let's see what the contest is going to be like if one even happens at all. Instead, all 3 Rejuves to Loki W. Abrahams. Not really able to get a good engage. And damn, this is all over the buff. They lost 2 players for the buff. That was the setup for this mid-boss, which is now going to turn into a much greater advantage.
Yeah, it's really rough. Honestly, I got to say, Loki W have looked incredible on all of these buff fights. It's not just that one. I mean, this just is seemingly a very good exchange, especially these fights where Hoot is in on those. He's done so much damage. So I think that's one of the things about Deadlock, right? It's very hard to sometimes understand how these interactions are going to work, but it has just worked out that way. And converting it now into an enormous edge. Abrahams, we talked about their ability to stay in the game. It's going to be tested even further here. And I mean, they're going to have to try to pick up as much farm as they possibly can here, and all the while prevent getting picked. And I mean, they do at least have parity on the walkers for now, but these are sidewalkers that are remaining for them, and that can be kind of difficult to defend because they're so far away from each other.
Very likely they're losing one of the two. Wouldn't surprise me if they end up sacking the one on the right. Obviously, you want to slow down Loki W, and your ideal world here is that you avoid giving up too many kills, and even if you're not able to drain all the rejuves, you don't let them get the value of a full team wipe with full 3 rejuves in the bank. But it's a very, very tough line, and for Abrahams, if they don't play this correctly, Dan, they're 12k behind now, but very often off of rejuve, you can almost count on it nearly always being an extra 15 to 20k once you're done pressing the rejuve to get extra eliminations and get the walkers. So for Abrahams, in a way, you're kind of looking towards TAS maybe at this point to be like, okay, maybe we could get a pick off, get a double kill on someone with rejuve, then we can defend 6v5. Like, these are the types of scenarios you're hoping can happen here to even this out. And as we look at TAS, we'll see if that can start. He actually gets the pull in onto Abrams. The charge is up, but there's a wall. You can't get through that. And another hook comes into play.
Yeah, it's great defensive stuff, and the Hyper Beam too. These are definitely good abilities to help defend this. Only one rejuve is down here, so the overwhelm is coming. Loki W going to be using the full might of their forces. The goo ball comes out as well. In these close quarters, there's absolutely devious stuff there. Everyone getting stunned out. That's horrendous there for Abrahams. Losing multiple players, still 2 rejuves up. And I mean, Zergy, he picked up Vamp Burst right before this. Spirit Burn for Cosmetical right before this fight, and they are coming in handy.
That was the world's stickiest crime scene through the veil there. I mean, Frank just got to go for the goo ball. Gets hyperlined, I think, by a straight turret towards the end, but that is about maximum value for Vrake at the end of the fight. The hook opening. Well, okay, it's kind of interesting. They got the hook open on the Hoot, and then Hoot actually gets caught afterwards. And we have the chase down here from Tess. Tess desperately trying to manifest something here into being, as the lead is ballooned to about 20,000.
Having a nice ride once again.
Just getting the tour. Bit of a scouting bird that ends with a bit of a push towards the very end. Now, overall, Dan, for how this rejuve started and where Abrahams was at, they've handled this rejuve pretty well. There's only 30 seconds left. Loki W may be trying to make something happen on the left walker, but if Abrahams can slow it down, it's not guaranteed that they lose this walker. In fact, I think Loki W, they're more interested in the urn pickup. Ballistic is going to go for that now, but by the time the urn is turned in, it is going to be no more rejuves and something that's evenly fightable should Abrahams want.
3 players on Loki W are currently without a death. There are 3 deathless players on Loki W, and at least in this scenario for Abrahams, the wave was pushed up. They had some good lane priority for this deposit, so they can genuinely contest this, but looking to just toss the urn away, finding a 1v1, and maybe zoning away together. Oh no, this is very problematic.
Well, one way to get out of Binding Word is to teleport across the map, so. But in this case, Zergy made sure he actually took the teleport. Still, very big team fight taking place on right lane. It could be a full 6v6 before it's done, as we see Shiv trying to get back over. But first to fall is going to be McGinnis, just jumped on by the entirety of Loki W. Zergy going wild. People thought Warden may be dead, but it is anything but. Loki W, a huge edge in this fight, into the parry. It is a disaster here for Abrahams, unable to flip the urn, going down to the goo ball, bouncing in and around once more, just covered after the splatter.
That is actually so ridiculous. Just the fact that you can just bounce in between those little columns. That's so devious. Okay, Loki W looking to absolutely crush this one, and I mean, this is looking so decisive. It has the whole game. And again, if you look at the kill score between the 2 teams, Abrahams, I think they are at 9 kills or something against 30 or something like that. Like, they just haven't been able to kill their opposition. And I do wonder if there is something to be said for this McGinnis pick, really setting Abrahams behind ZB, because it got kind of wrecked from the get-go.
Yeah, you had the Patchman tournament, and I think they just thought maybe it would still be good. I'm not even saying that's a reason they're losing, but you can't discount the fact that it hasn't been as effective as it would have been pre-patch. Because first stage Petro's gone down, I want to get a golden statue check. just in case the end of the game is imminent. I mean, you get a 4-man bird from Empty Dreams. We'll see if there's much follow through there. But even, you know, not only is the Soul Edge there, the Golden Statue Edge is there, and Low-Key W, they're sticking around. They sense potentially the end of the game. All of Abraham's, though, is up. The Patron is getting slammed, and no one's able to get into the pit here, Dan. Low-Key W take map 1 here in the Grand Finals.
That was a speed run. I can't believe it. A manhandling coming out from Low-Key W here for our first game of the Grand Final, and that did not look close when it comes to how strong the core looked there of Low-Key W, Dan. That was scary.
It was really scary. Everything went according to plan for Low-Key W. I do feel like there was some good early tempo from Abrahams. I think, again, Sanya Sniper did really, really nicely, just keeping that pressure on. But there were some things that were a little bit peculiar. You know, we didn't have the Venator with the McGinnis. And I do agree with CP. That has historically been a really nice way to set the Venator up quite well into that early lane. That didn't work out super well. We didn't really get... I think all that much from Abrahams in general. They were just always playing from behind, and they could just never quite seem to find their footing. And I think it was some of these bridge buff fights that really also was a big part of that. Maybe these were just very bad fights for them in terms of the initiation, or it's just a composition thing. As I mentioned, Hoots on the Abrams was ridiculously damaging and powerful and controlling in those environments. And so just a few of these scenarios went against them, and they just couldn't really find the recovery, and the power spikes came too quickly for Low-Key W.
ZP?
Yeah, I mean, as I look at here, I think Low-Key W, they had a very good grasp on their win conditions. I think they actually did get quite a bit of value off break on the Viscous. Pocket, of course, they remain a pick that you cannot underestimate here in this meta. It's good reason why he has been, or rather why they've been first ban throughout a lot of this tournament here so far. And, you know, in this case, Abrahams, they didn't get lane ups into the game where Pocket arguably loses some of their value in regards to Divine Barriers being up. I mean, Low-Key W, they played a very high tempo game, competed for every single urn, even with his comeback urn. And yeah, I mean, Abrahams was never able to find a spot of the game that felt good for them. And I mean, it's a little bit troublesome too, because you run Bebop, who does have more of a power budget for early the mid game. But I do just wonder if McGinnis was not the pick here and they underestimated the impact of the nerfs.
Yeah, the tail of the tape says probably that is likely. Tough stuff. 0-7 on a McGinnis. And I've got to go and look at the other side here, Dan. You know, someone's very famous for saying it's time to change the world. And Zergy is changing how we see Warden here in this meta right now. He looks lethal on it every single game.
It is scary. I mean, Warden is kind of insane in terms of just how tanky he can get, as well as how much damage he can pump out. And I think, you know, that what was interesting too is that Zergy is having insane impact throughout the game from the get-go. And I think this is one of the reasons why Warden is so awesome, because, you know, Venator takes some time to come online. You know, Wraith comes online a little bit slower as well. Like, generally, a lot of these M1 carries come online a little bit slower, and they also don't compete with Warden when it comes to the how tanky Warden is as well. Because Warden can just get into these fights, and especially given the nature of some of these objective fights that we see now in the new version of Deadlock that we have, it does seem like it is a good meta for Warden, and Zergy's kind of proving that to all of us.
Yeah, definitely. Very impressive stuff. And of course, ZP on the other side of that, a little talked about hero, of course. Oh, Little Pocket, you know, they were having a hard time. Only lost. Nobody was really thinking about them. And finally, a win on the board in the tournament. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, Pocket, they are an incredible pick at the moment for a good reason, the way the urn fights have gone down. But it would be remiss not to mention, I think, the value of Abrams, where Abrams, I really do feel like, is in the Shiv tier in the sense that Abrams will get a nerf and then people will overreact and you won't see Abrams for a while. And eventually, you know, it's kind of like the old Ice Frog meme where it's like, this is the worst. I'm never going to deal with this again. And then they walk back and they're just like, nope, I'm going to go eat. And well, in this case, people came back to eat at the Abrams table, and Abrams is actually still quite good. I think you saw Hoot's impact here, not only in urn contest, but in buffs, setting up kills. I mean, that's been the other sleeper story, is just how much Abrams has gone up in pick priority. And while, yeah, I think a lot of teams would still pick Silver over Abrams, Hoot's ability to set up a lot of these fights for Low-Key W cannot be understated.
were there some trip overs here in the draft? Was it a little overcooked about how they were going to kind of follow through things here? Dan, what do you think?
In terms of Abrahams and what they selected?
Yeah.
Yeah, the McGinnis was a standout for sure. I don't know. Sometimes it's a little bit hindsight Harry to like select the hero that didn't perform well and so on in terms of the damage and everything like that. But the McGinnis, we didn't see value out of the utility, and I think that's kind of the issue. And McGinnis got behind in the farm pretty quickly, and that's very punishing. I think for McGinnis, especially because we were seeing like a gun build opening for McGinnis. So like if you're going gun with McGinnis and you're like very underfarmed, that doesn't work. You have no value because the only value, your turrets don't do anything, your heavy barrage doesn't do any damage. And so the best thing that you have is the wall. And if you think about anything else about McGinnis, well, McGinnis has awful mobility as well. So like you kind of just suck. Like, so you gotta stay up with McGinnis on the farm. And if you can't do that, you're gonna have a horrible time.
Yeah, as a McGinnis enjoyer, I feel that very heavily. I'm not in the right movement bucket, let's put it that way. ZP, what do you think when it comes to the draft? Or do you think a lot of it was also down to the game as well?
I mean, I think we're going to see a different look from Abrahams for sure going into the next map. I quite honestly believe we've seen the last of McGinnis within this grand final. I don't think she's going to be coming back out because whether or not the nerf was the cause of that being a bad game, I guarantee you Abrahams is probably taking a look back at being like, well, it could have been, so we're not going to mess with that anymore. Now, for Abrahams, in terms of their draft order, they're probably going to go with the same draft order. They had their choice of first or second pick from winning 1v1 back in game 1. And of course, they lost this map, so they're going to have choice again in game 2. But the pressure is going to be on. This is a best of 3 here in our grand finals. It's been a long road. It started with the open qualifier and now ends with this. And for Abrahams, you got to be feeling, we just got one more game. That's it. Now, the same note for Loki W, it's just one more game to first place, the prize, and the glory.
It's getting close, getting down to the wire. All right, we're going to a break. When we return here, game number 2 here for the grand final of the Night Shift Open. You do not want to miss it. A blitz of our first game here for the Night Shift Open Grand Finals, where $6,000 for first place is on the line. The loser, unfortunately, will be walking away with just a measly, in inverted commas, $3,000, but they've made it all the way here to be able to secure that prize. And of course, somebody wants the glory of becoming a champion. And right now, Loki W is staring down the barrel of it. We've got Dan as well as ZP to talk about this one. Dan, it feels like maybe some adaptations have to happen here from Abrahams. I'm up for banning the pocket again. What do you think?
Yeah, it kind of seems like everything has to change drastically now for it to make sense for Abrahams. Like you say, ban pocket, which kind of changes the draft ordering like quite significantly. And then on top of that, ditch the McGinnis. And I mean, they might go even more severe than that in terms of how they approach it. But I think for sure the pocket ban makes sense.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, things to change here. A, Pocket gets banned. B, McGinnis is not picked. And then C, Bebop is not picked. I think McGinnis was questionable in terms of picking her post-nerf, and I think Bebop was questionable because Bebop just really hasn't had the greatest amount of success. It has won, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it is the strongest pick in this meta, and I think with your tournament life on the line, one map left to go, I don't know if you want Bebop in your corner in this situation, in this patch at this moment.
Yeah, and before we actually get into our draft and everything that's going on like that, we also want to thank Walmart and Intel for joining us here as well. It might be our last chance. Who knows if Loki W rounds things out as quickly as they have been so far. Make sure to get a wall of exclamation mark Walmarts in the chat as well. And big thank you to them for providing everything that is going on. We've had many an occurrence. We've had people dancing in the aisles over at Walmarts. We've had people taking pictures on laptops, everything. It's been crazy, Dan. And it's great to have them along for the ride.
It's amazing. It's amazing. We love to see it. We love to see the support in grassroots Deadlock because we had this conversation yesterday. Are we closed alpha, beta? Who knows? But all I know is that we haven't opened the floodgates yet. So it's great to get the support before I guess like everyone else gets the signal that this is the place to be, because you have to be cool to know.
It's coming. It's coming. 100%. It's on the way. The wave will be on the horizon anytime soon. It'll be like a tsunami, no doubt, here with how Deadlock is currently going here. But ZP, back to kind of what's at hand here. I think Loki W, as we now get into the draft here for game number 2, it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this. I wouldn't be surprised if they try not to deviate too far from where they were just now, but we'll see what Abrahams lets them have.
Yeah, I mean, I think the golden rule for any winning team in any esport ever is if you're winning, don't change it. It's on the other team to find a way to beat you. If it's working, stick with what you're doing. Although in this case, this is a change where they decided to come on in and ban Abrams, not wanting to deal with him. So, I was kind of talking about Abrams' priority rising, and what a way where Abrams to get a ban in what could be the final map of our championship.
Yeah, that's, again, like Loki W were the ones that played him previously. Again, just like proving really the strength. And there's that pocket ban that we talked about. So Loki W will get the first pick, and banning Abrams, maybe he's not your first pick, but he will be maybe your second in terms of how the value's risen. And that's where Abrahams are going to find themselves. So Loki W, what do they prioritize here, ZP?
I would probably say Silver. Still, I mean, I think Silver has been the pick and is still going to be the pick. Where, by the way, Kale, we had a deal yesterday. We're owed an Alu from you at some point. Now, you could do it now, or you could wait until we're in game the first time Silver transforms into a wolf and we get it on camera. These are the options I open to you. But before you answer, I just need to note tactically, Abrahams did make a change up here. First game, they decided they wanted first pick. This time around, they thought second pick was more advantageous. So Loki W, I think, bans Abrams because they didn't want to pick Abrams first, but on the same note, they didn't want Abrahams to get Abrams within the first 2 picks as far as frontline and control is concerned. So that is the key difference you're seeing here.
So yes, I remember that deal, and my wife is once again asleep. But I guess I've just got to and now maybe that's going to be it. That's going to be it. All right, just a tiny one.
It was solid. It was solid. I respect it.
Yeah, it was great. At first I was like, did they play the voice line again? Like, no, that's just all Kelvin, otherwise known as Calaris.
That's me, Kelvin. Not in game, apparently.
I already like the changes, guys, here on what we're seeing in terms of these rosters. But Abrahams, Doorman's really nice. Obviously, we know how good Doorman is in general, but especially when you're playing against a Silver or a Victor. I mean, these are two frontliners that can really get on top of you, and especially against the Lycan Curse. It's really, really nice to throw that into the Baroness. And then the GT as well for Abrahams, instead of that also going to Loki W. So we talked about a big shift, and we're definitely seeing that so far. But Loki W, they're going with the Viscous. They still think it's really valuable, and hey, they have been proving that to us this tournament time and again.
It's an early one as well, to the point where I'm thinking, okay, did they think they were going to get it banned on that second rotation? Because the cubes were looking good from them, I think, here, ZP.
It comes at a cost, so I think they lose Venator for this. Surely. True. And no, okay, no. Abraham's decided they want Shiv. So I wonder in this instance if Abraham's just thinking is like, well, we're good with either getting Ven or Wraith, or in this case, like they did get kind of run over by Warden. Warden is now proven to be just as viable. So maybe in their case, they're like, actually, there's a lot of viable M1s right now. And if we consider other M1s valuable, we're just going to lock in the Shiv here now. Paradox lasting mid-stage bans, though, is interesting, given its ban priority throughout a lot of the tournament.
Well, I feel much more confident for Abrahams here. We'll see. I'm curious what Loki W will want to take away in this particular position.
Come on, put us
Mo and Krill.
Aw.
Interesting, some lockdown. I mean, Mo and Krill was something that Leviathan were finding really good purchase with in this tournament. Again, it's another one of those heroes that for EU is kind of finding a lot more value than NA.
The Venator is still available. You could still go to God for Abrahams, and instead they want Billy. And I wonder if this is just a lesson learned from how Loki W has been drafting, where you think on the course of the day, even going back to the first series, Loki W, they've been saying frontline wins games. Yeah. And for Abrahams, you look at this draft, yes, you have high value picks in Doorman and GT, but immediately the focus has shifted to getting their frontline in order.
Then seek more.
Yeah, I think that's definitely been the story that we've seen. Again, it's another difference that we've seen from EU and NA. When we saw that draft that Loki W had against melee creeps, I was like, oh my god, they've given melee creeps the perfect draft for melee creeps. And the reason was because they went top heavy with just prioritizing frontline, which wasn't as much of a focus for melee creeps. And so yeah, another stylistic difference for EU. But Loki W, speaking of frontline, I mean, Warden is basically a frontliner and an M1 carry all rolled into one.
I thought that Loki W was going for the strange creatures draft up until where Warden was added to the lineup. So, I mean, hey, Zergi's looked like an absolute animal on that, so can't complain.
Ooh, Dicta. The wild thing about this, though, is that like Ven was still available. And I think most of the times Loki W has picked Warden, Ven has been a very, very high priority throughout the tournament. And you could go, okay, they're getting Warden because they don't want to spend like a high pick on an M1. But in this case, it was the 1-to-1. Like, they could have just gotten Ven over Warren. They said, no, we think Warren is better. And oh my goodness.
Okay.
This is either brilliant or it is going down in flames. Lady Geist over all the other options. You had Wraith on the board. You had Ven on the board. And you say it's going to be Geist. And look, this is kind of going to the idea of like, we want to be incredibly tanky on point.
Mina. What? The first of the bracket.
This is actually awesome. Okay, so I really like the Vindictive pick, but we got to talk about these last two.
Yeah.
So guys, I think there's definitely a lot of the guy says good AOE. We like our circles right now. The live swap in theory is really nice against the high HP frontline Warden Victor Silver. Like it does, it is nice. Okay, so that's a good argument, right? Why do we not like Geist? Why we haters?
Well, at least in part because we saw John play Geist yesterday. Now, granted, there's some different. Well, no, there's not even a difference here. Is that it's Geist with Silver on the other team, which also Silver is like an incredibly bad matchup for Geist. Normally, the way a lot of these fights break down, but a lot of it just comes down to the fact that other options have felt better than picking Geist as of late. And I mean, her win rate has been sketchy at best when she is picked. And I think more than anything else is just the opportunity cost here is that you had other options that have been proving to be better in this tournament that usually come at a higher premium. And Abrahams legitimately thinks Geist is the best option here. I think that makes it way more interesting than if, say, like every M1 was off the board and was like, okay, this is the best we're going to do here at this pick.
I wanted to ask another question, but we have to talk about Mina, so I can't ask that question. This is, again, the first one we've seen in the drafts here out of everything in this bracket, Dan. So it's an exciting one. I still have huge value in her kit, to be honest, but it can be hard to make it work sometimes in the current meta.
Yeah, Mina's a bit weird for me in a way because she was really good in super high prio.
Yeah, she was.
For like Spirit Burst, and they fixed her Nox Nostra a little bit, so it isn't mega broken. but she's still like otherwise like very good. And I wonder if a lot of this is kind of hero pool pressure, like what is Cosmetical going to play, question mark. And the fact that Loki W already has like a pretty good front line, they already have like good support. So it's either going to be between probably Mina or Yamato in this position. So I think it probably came down to comfort between those two for Cosmetical. What do you think, ZP? You on the same page there?
Sorry, I was responding to a player question that just came through at the last moment. So, what was the full question?
I meant to pick a different question. My question was that for me, I think it's they either had to have Yamato or Mina here, and it's going to be like a Cosmetical comfort, like over which one there. Because Mina's still good. It's just that we haven't seen.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, especially seeing Yamato being less favored as far as like Cosmetical comfort picks. Cosmetical does look way better on comfort picks, certainly. You know, I think about other Cosmetical heroes, like you're not going to put Cosmetical, let's say Mirage in this situation for like any circumstances. But the Mina pick it's questionable. I'm not saying Mina is the worst hero in the world right now, but the reality is that post her nerf that she got, she fell off the face of the earth in competitive play. Maybe not your pubs, because I think people would pick Mina even if her win rate was 22% because they like her vibes. I think as far as competitive play goes, the burst that she lost from the ult changes was pretty catastrophic, and it does make me wonder about this draft for Loki W. I think for Abrahams, I mean, look, I'm wondering about the Lady Geist. One way or another, one of these two comps is going to prove stronger than expected.
What a revelation for this potentially last draft. It's going to be the Battle of the Flyers. Abraham's currently at 0, Loki W at 1, and they put their hopes in Mina. So now here for the grand finals, it is going to be game number 2. Again, 6,000 for first place, 3,000 for second place. I'm going to give it over to Dan and ZP here to bring all of the action for this one, as we're not in just yet. But ZP, take it away, my friend.
All right. Once again, Dan, getting that crucial guidance from the man himself in Caleres. One day we will get him in a Kelvin suit. I mean, actually, it shouldn't even be that hard, Dan, if you think about it. The man lives in Poland, and if any place would have an abundance of winter clothing, I feel like it would be Poland. So we can make this happen pretty easily.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely going to happen. I'm manifesting it currently as we speak. And well, now the game, starting was also something I was manifesting, so it proves that it works. And now, as we're into this one, we should assess the lanes here. I mean, we were already a little bit surprised by the draft. I don't think any one of us, we knew it was going to be very different, but I don't think any of us knew quite in what direction. And so we're seeing Geist in mid here with the Doorman. So that's definitely a nice lane. The life drain typically trades really well, but you got to get close to Victor though, and that actually is pretty hard to deal with, to be honest.
I think that's part of why this lane is kind of a pain for Geist, is that a lot of heroes you can do life drain, left click, and you're going to win. That isn't really the case against Silver. Slamfire is such heavy burst damage, and also, of course, paired up with the Victor, that Geist can't simply run at you in this lane the way that she can run at a lot of lanes. So you wonder why haven't we seen as much Geist? I think the prevalence of Silver definitely hurts her a bit as a hero, where even in this lane phase, you're backed up by Doorman, and already you're a little bit at death's door. But also, I guess the fact that, heroes like Venator have been taking such high prio as late. Speaking of lane priority, what's going on the left? Both Vin and Billy pushing way up for Abrahams.
Yeah, against the Warden Rem. Yeah, really interesting lane as well. I do really like Vindicta. I think especially with the team fights that happen around the objectives, obviously the stake is going to be really nice. Oh wow, okay, getting a slap as well as a couple knives. But oh my goodness, the parry is so instrumental. Easy kill there. Nice one from Cosmetical.
Going to shop.
Don't give Cosmetical a good start. If we think about like high tempo heroes that can dominate the early game and mid game, it is Mina.
Yeah, and even with the ult having less burst power. By the way, this GT is playing with fire. I see this GT at a lower HP, people all around. It's like, okay, that's a little bit difficult. Does get the healing orb, which of course makes things a lot better in this instance. But yeah, I mean, if you're Abrahams, this is already a start that is bringing you to a territory that you don't want to go in. We see Saint quickly having to back off from some of the poke.
Okay. It's being a little bit calmer now. We can talk about maybe some other lanes we haven't talked about. Is there something we haven't talked about? I guess like we haven't talked that much about the Vindicta Billy lane. We had started to do it before the action there that we just saw. So Vindicta Billy, I mean, Vindicta Abrams used to be kind of a classic combo because, you know, you could get like the stake or the charge, you know, one could lead into the other one. So, you know, pretty dangerous combination in the lane. How are you feeling about the Billy Vindicta instead of the Abrams Vindicta?
I mean, Vin is I think at times an underrated laner. I think there's a lot of ways you can put people in the kill potential. The problem is you have a Rem on the other side. Like, I think a Rem Warden lane is... Well, speaking of deaths, Arso just gets run down by Silver, which, by the way, is like... I don't know. I don't know why you put Geist against Silver, or don't guess that this may be a thing. I actually think this lane matchup choice is kind of a misplay by Abrahams. But, you know, to the Warden Rem lane, that lane has potential to win, but I feel like that lane shouldn't lose, if that makes any sense. Like, worst case scenario should be a draw between Warden and Rem just because of their wave clear and the general HP that you're going to have. But, you know, as I say that, Saint doing the best chance of trying to turn that narrative.
Yeah, and also I think, you know, having a Shiv against in a lane against Viscous is kind of nasty just because you lose a lot of the potential damage from connecting multiple knives because it can just get purged by the cube. So that's also something that's not as fun to deal against. So all in all, I feel like Abrahams doesn't have the best. I mean, I feel like they have a pretty awful series of lanes, honestly. If we were to, you know, just take all of the lanes and see how it feels, I think it feels awful.
The interesting thing, though, is that as long as you don't massively lose lane phase, you can make the argument where prior to this patch, we were definitely in more of a laning meta. Now we're more in a, you know, as some people have been calling it, which I think isn't entirely inaccurate. It's more of a circle meta. You know, things you could do for team fights is, okay, Arzo, be able to flip the script a little bit. You know, yeah, you get the extra HP. Silver gets hit by the luggage cart, taking on a bit of a ride. More of a creep focus for now. And from Arzo, and I need to go and look at Arzo's build here, where normally Geist were building life grip. First and foremost, this may be more of a bomb build game. We'll see how it goes. In theory, if you go bomb, it's another circle to add to the pile when you start getting into earned fights.
Yeah, I mean, it should really make a difference. Speaking of which, the difference trying to be made by all of this aggression. Abraham's trying to take this little camp away. Having some success, actually. Not trading too poorly here and dodging all the splatters and various chunks of goo thrown your way is tough to do, but so far so good.
Cosmetical, bit on the run here. GT gonna ran at arrows, use the mobility to get up top to the roof and immediately reposition. Not going for the full dive. A few denies didn't have from the other end.
Taking aim.
But for Cosmetical, you know, yeah, your Mina, you get a lot of regen off creep waves and, you know, the tier 1 camp when it's up, but GT definitely one of the heroes you actually do have to respect early on as a nice little parry onto the puddle punch.
Is Sanya Sniper on Shiv a thing? I don't know. I don't usually associate Sanya Sniper with playing Shiv.
I think Sanya Sniper, well, in general, I wouldn't really doubt Sanya's ability to play anything because there's been very few times where I look at Sanya and go, wow, you're just outclassed. I think, I just wouldn't doubt Sanya's ability to play hero much in the same way that I wouldn't doubt D-Mob's ability to play hero. But, you know, in this instance, does it stack up to say a free mock? We'll have to see as Arzo's real low, but you got Swap. That could be a boon as much as it's a downside. Assuming you can get close. The Owl coming in from across, of course. If you're Geist, this helps you get the swap rather than something you have to run and terror from because GT's on your team.
Very true. However, Cosmetical has the casting buff on Mina. That's actually pretty nasty to deal with. And Sanya Sniper, I think, is going to die in that right side lane. So we can see this 1v1 here in mid. Sanya actually somehow alive.
Yeah, you look at it, the bloodletting is long gone, and Sanya, maybe a trip back to base at that low of HP, but it's not souls fed to the other team. As you know, for as rough as some of these early engagements looked for Abrahams, things have kind of hit a point of tranquility here, Dan, and there's not much of a difference between the two teams on souls. So, you know, Abrahams got away from what could have been a very, very ugly early game start.
I totally agree. I mean, Abrahams, as we said, is one of the best in the business of losing well and just kind of making it through to the part of the game where they're going to have more to play with, more to work with. All these Guardians still up here at the 7:45 mark. More pressure coming in. Lycan Curse for the dive. some weak players here, some meat perhaps for the Wolf, but looks like Loki W will be putting the Wolf in the Baroness. And I mean, that is that's what we talked about. Doorman really a good solution for the ultimate there of Silver, as the chase down on Cosmetical is coming. And I mean, honestly, I feel like Sanya's been waiting a long time for a moment to kind of show Cosmetical, who's boss there, because that lane's been pretty rough.
Was that a grit from Cosmetical? There was a shield that was up there where it was like really on the wire of, is Cosmetical going to live or not? Of course, the answer here was able to live just by the Simpson margins. Last stand out from Zergy. Let's see if that world ends up changing. Binding Word is out into Focus Fire, in onto Together. Together very, very low. And the world, well, it may be changing, just not the way that Zergy wants. A little bit too deep of a dive. Together gets away, and Zergy pays the price.
Oh, what a parry as well. That's, oh my god. There's the grit there for Silver, but is it going to be enough here? Doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Oh my goodness. Abrahams, by the skin of their teeth, survive 2 players living, and they're converting on these kills that Loki W felt that for sure they had on their end. I mean, Zergy was going for it. I think if he takes like one more bullet, he would have managed to have that one.
Also, because it was pre-10 minutes, it's about the only time Last Stand is going to feel meaningful in this game. Like, Horde enjoyers unfortunately know that it's just not a skill that is obvious at this point we're focused on. Mid Guardian, though, going to go down. Arzo getting a little bit of momentum here on the Geist after a bit of a tough start. Taking a look at Sanya. Knives is a parting gift over into Listic, who's just going to take the damage. Buffs up in 20 seconds down.
Yeah, and it does feel like Abrahams are really starting to find their advantages here, looking to move into this potential team fight on the left side. Abrahams better positioned as a team overall. Loki W will disengage slightly on that left lane. They do have lane priority at the moment, though, Loki W, as his urn is, or rather the buffs are spawning. And let's not forget, the last game, it was really the buff fights that Loki W had massive advantage on. But look at this, Empty Dreams is crushing it here on this GT. Previously a pick that was there for Loki W, but no more.
Would someone like to go for the mobility buff? It's standing there oh so alone at the moment, as Rem, he takes going for Sinners personally, called in backup from Hoot saying no, they do lots of things, especially if we don't have a Doorman trying to steal Gamba. Maybe an addiction, Obakim. We saw the last game. 100 golden statue buffs is not normal.
Love it. It's also cool because we're seeing, I think, a Rem having a case made, because the case has been so far made against Rem. I feel like in the Night Shift Open, at least that's kind of the narrative we've constructed. I don't know whether we're just embellishing our own hatred for the character somehow or something like that. No,
there's 2 discussions. Rem's meta viability, where I think he's a lot more viable than maybe teams have given credit for, and then people getting offended when you make a joke about a very small character that half the viewers call a rat, dies in a comedic way. It's not personal. It's just Rem has some funny animations, as Listic is in some danger right now, ticking down, shocking the animation, maybe about to pop, and no, the cube! Vrake, the medic that Listic needed. Wait, never mind. Bomb came in. Listic, it was popped. And he may be going down one more time. Snipe into the tunnel, enough to find Vrake. Maybe Listic is going to be getting away here. We'll see. Obakim also in a world of hurt. Off a little bit deep, as Abraham's Dan. I mean, it's only a 2K difference, but it's felt like a big swing for Abraham's in terms of map control in some of these skirmishes. And for Empty Dreams, how many stacks is Empty Dreams at now? Is it plus 10, plus 20?
Yeah, we'll check that out in a second.
I feel like at least one.
Sure.
Yeah, maybe I'm hallucinating.
Oh, the catch there, Chain Gang, right on top of Listic. He does not have the shocking reanimation. He's gone, as is his fancy Walmart bag. And the urn will be claimed by Abrahams. And indeed, it was a very rough early laning phase for them, but they really minimized the losses. And as soon as they got out that early laning phase, they have been taking over the map. It's only a 5K difference right now, but you also have to consider, how some of the performances are going. Cosmetical on Mina perhaps wants to be a little bit stronger at this stage of the game. We'll see, keep our eye on that. But in the meantime, Abrahams, this is the first urn here, ZP. Like, who is going to have the better team fight?
We'll have to see. Zergy gonna have to hold a few knives before the fight gets up and going, and Looks like everyone's going to be a participant with the exception of Arzo. Arzo is on walker duty. And Abrahams. They have urn control here, Dan, with 5, and they're actually a little bit deep. And by a little bit deep, it's Sanya that's deep right now. Pushing people back, getting stacks up. Cosmetical knocks Nostra as the urn is brought in. Loki W going for the contest. It's a full-on melee for the urn. Nap time. Gonna come in from Overkim, slowing things down. Still in control for Loki W, but the urn flip back the other way. Safe, able to get some purchase from the top of the assassinate. It is back and forth. Loki W, though, they're gonna finish off the urn and the kills. But for Abrahams, they do get a prize, and that prize is the left walker as Arzo gets the feast.
Arzo is feasting, but that was so close. Loki W with the split-second flip 2 times. Unbelievable there around the urn. And that kind of was needed given the fact that, like you said, Arzo getting a huge swing of positive soul value, taking down that left side walker. And for us, you know, we're starting to maybe see how the Geist pick is going to shape up, because there's a few different ways you can play a Geist. Like, you can really play that super hungry Geist, but you can also play a Geist that is maybe less farm intensive. And right now, he's ahead of the game.
You know, you ever imagine Rem just breaking down and reading the patch notes one day where you get the note here is that gambling has been prohibited to underage Deadlock entities, particularly, you know, it doesn't matter if they're human or not. You know, Rem just cries like, no, my favorite activity. It's not, although really it's not even Rem, it's more so Rem's helpers.
Who is most likely to give Rem a fake ID?
Silver. 100% Silver. Are you out of your mind? Like, I mean, probably Wraith is the one that procures them, but Silver would be the one that would have the irresponsibility to just throw one Rem's way.
Yeah, I mean, you could have a drinking buddy. Well, speaking of Silver, Silver is about to give nobody anything. Not for a good 20 seconds at least. Another dominating performance there. Just, I mean, a good jump on this forward position. Jungle invade around the bridge buff timing. Abrahams look like a renewed team here in this game. Despite this, despite the fact that Loki W feels like they're pressing W, they're pressing S most of the time this second map. They aren't that far behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a low-key W, high-key S game to follow on in what you're benching. But off on the left, Obakim caught out. I believe that was an owl. Yeah, if we could get a check-in on the empty dream stacks, because I think the last few minutes have been rather fortuitous for everyone's favorite bow and arrow character. Emphasis on bow and arrow. You know, if you're going to say, but I like Venator. That's a crossbow. It's different. And it's a plus 30. Which at 15 minutes, you know, it's neither super high nor too low. You're not hating this if you're Empty Dreams. It's not quite the plus 70 that Cosmetical had the other day, though.
True, yeah. Yeah, Cosmetical really is insane on this hero. Okay, well, the game state is slowing down a little bit. It'll be interesting to see where the damage is coming from. If we could take a quick look at the damage charts. As I call for this chart, I feel like a team fight's happening. They're trying to do a gank onto Zergy, but Zergy's going to get out of there, so he had that one coming. They were coming for him with the door.
Oh. Never stop gambling, even as you have crows on you and you're getting shot at with the sniper rifle, is the lesson to learn from Listic at this moment, and Listic not even punished, as it turns out. Owl on a broad journey from Empty Dreams, looking across the map. Does it find the Floppa? It's looking. But no. Zergy is not going to be hit this time around. Also on the left, Arzo finding the 1-on-2. Swap has already been used, and that is just a clean kill in from Loki W, where people are wondering about the Mina, you know, for Cosmetical. Maybe less damage, but certainly has been feeding this game. As we see Abrahams now, though, looking for another walker. 2 walker to 0 advantage would be huge, and they're going to get it without much trouble.
And up in 40 seconds now as well, so game's still relatively close. Abraham's starting to... Well, hang on, hold the phone. Mid-boss is happening at the same time, so in comes the Chain Gang. Together makes his presence known, setting up the fight, sending someone into the Baroness as well. Is Taz as the crystals fall, and every single one is taken by Loki W. They're behind on souls, but maybe not for too much longer.
The Owl comes in a little bit late. Abrahams, you want to try and get a few of these rejuves out if you can. There's one. Can you get more? You've lost your Shiv. Arzo, going to be late to the fight after the pick. But this is what you have to do if you get caught off guard by a mid-boss. You need to go in, try and drain some of the rejuves. Cosmetical, that's going to be another one off the table here for Loki W. And for Abrahams, while you give up the mid-boss, you are able to drain some of these rejuves. One is way more manageable, Dan, but even better, you got the last one. This is going to end here.
Chase down continues here from Billy. And there it is, as you say, the last rejuve is going and tethered, but trying to get away here. Tsugi doing his best. Really would love a vampiric burst here, but oh my god. Oh, everywhere you turn. Oh, everywhere you turn, there's something sharp. And it's just too much for Zergy in this instance. And at the very least, Loki W do pick up the urn. I gotta say, ZP, going for the mid-boss there before the urn spawned was a surprising, but honestly, amazing move. They're behind, and they got a comeback urn here as well. I mean, Loki W, they're making moves, taking the initiative from behind.
I think it's a shot call that makes sense, but I don't think they got great results out of it. They lost all 3 rejuves, and remember what they traded for the mid-boss. They traded a walker. So if you're Abrahams, you're like, okay, we got cleanup kills, we drained all the rejuvenators, and we're up 2 walkers to 1. I think Abrahams on a macro level right now is very excited with this outcome. And yeah, I mean, for Loki W, you got urn control, but urn control isn't as important as it used to be. Still going to be fought over, but, you know, it's more about the urn fight with the recent changes as, you know, Abrahams, they just disrupt Loki W a bit. See an opportunity perhaps for a pick. It doesn't quite happen, but look closely at the rotations here, Dan, because I feel like if you're Loki W, you don't want this urn so much as you want the threat of urn and a walker, because at 20 minutes in, you are starting to feel the pain of no flex slots.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of issues here for Loki W, but winning this urn fight is something that they want here. They want to win this urn fight, turn it into a walker as well. That's the best case. Urn drop before it can get deposited. It dropped again. So they want the resist here of the comeback urn. And there it is, deposited finally as the fight continues now, getting flipped over and over again. There's some of the circles coming on down, the alchemical fire and everything else. The Baroness as well for Listic. And it is an absolute burger box here. The goo ball trying to prove its worth. Zergy also looking strong in this fight here as they try to flip this once again back into their favor. They managed to secure it. Loki W getting absolutely everything they wanted here. Looking to finish off every single player. And it's not just the but the Walker is a prize here for them as well.
The fight not going well for Abrahams at all. It started with Tass getting isolated and picked off, courtesy of the Nox Nostra in from Cosmetical. And now think about the swing. You not only got the urn, you not only got the eliminations, but now you get to go forward. You get your flex slot on the walker that was within the urn lane. This is a massive swing within the game here, Dan, where it's basically, I think, about a 25k soul swing from Abrahams being up around 10 to 15 to now Loki W being up 10. This is a massive difference in the game. And it just started from Loki W having way better prioritization in the fight and the ability to just focus down Tass early. You know, Tass still got the ult off, but it wasn't enough in the fight. Just game changing from Loki W.
Absolutely. Let's check out the damage as we should have a moment to breathe here with some farm from both sides. So though we do have a couple players going kind of deep for the attack here. GT on top on the damage, not too surprising there at all. Loki W across the board, pretty earnest effort.
Also, I want to take a look at the statues because I feel like just the eye test shows that Abrahams has made securing Cinners a big deal. I do think they've learned from the template we saw back in the semifinal a little bit. I emphasize a little bit because, look, man, this goes like another 10 minutes. We could be seeing around another 80 golden statue buffs, but it's not quite the spread that we saw back in the semifinal. But man, is he trying.
And Listic just picked up Refresher, so we're seeing some power spikes coming into play. Spiritual overflow there for Cosmetical. Another fantastic item pick up here. Really big, 6,400 items.
Dan, something to know about the last turn fight too. This is championship point for Loki W. That fight could have been the beginning to them winning it all. And now the mid fight, it's really starting to heat up. Listic moving forward, shocking reanimation still available. Looking for a bit of a dive. Billy under pressure. Chain Gang gonna be brought out as nap time, just for together. It's gonna be brought in as shocking reanimation gets taken out. Ball was in, and now it's reinvigorated here for Abrahams. Down into the tunnel. Shiv loves fighting here. As far as Slice and Dice is concerned, another shocking reanimation. It was the refresher buy in out of Listic. Gives him a new lease on life. Hoot here in the cleanup. And Silver, they love fighting in the corridor even more than Shiv. 2 down for Abrahams, only 1 down from Low-Key W, and the refresher buy from Listic making the difference.
And I mean, it's only a 10k difference on the souls overall, and given the fact that Abrahams, it does seem like they have the ability to win these team fights. You know, like I think in the previous game that we watched, even if they got into a good spot or had a good initiation, they still couldn't quite just win the team fights. The comp was just not working for them. So more confidence here for me, at least that Abrahams is still in a very dangerous place for Low-Key W. You can see Zergy respecting it, falling all the way back. Doesn't want to get caught by a stake. Tether. And now most of the map is being largely cleaned up of farm, and the Urn is about to spawn here. A lot of engagement in this mid position. Is Abraham's looking for something? There's the owl, comes out. It's not going to be able to take anybody down, though.
I gotta tell you, taking down Zergy with a Rem pocket, it seems miserable at the moment. It is 24 minutes of the game. Zergy is at nearly 4,000 HP and receiving gigantic hits of health from Obikin. I kind of wonder now, thinking back to the draft, is part of the strategy here is like, okay, when you get Rem, go for the Warhead, because between his high HP pool and the Rem, it does create some problems here for Abrahams. Oh, but Abrahams, they see Low-Key W playing the Urn game and decide we want to play the mid-boss game instead. Urn gonna be dropped from Hoot, who's gonna try to very quickly get over here to the battle. Abrahams, though, Doorman gives them some options. They drop the door in mid. They're going to be playing in and around it. Rejuve Crystal is coming on down. Low-Key W. What deny are they going to have? Gooball rolls over and in. Rejuve Crystal up for grabs. Listic gets the first one. Nap time comes in. Listic gets the second. Advantage. Low-Key W as 4 players from Abrahams go to sleep. They're going to rush through the door, and it doesn't matter. Low-Key W, they go straight through the door. They take down 3. Abrahams in all sorts of trouble as Low-Key W puts themselves in a championship-winning position.
Massive advantage. The door, I mean, it was a desperate situation. They needed just a much faster kill of the mid-boss there. Trying to use that door as best as they could to make sure the crystals would fall so they could try to capitalize, because otherwise they'd give away the rejuice for free. But, I mean, it's just awkward, but that really shows that they're starting to feel like the game at that point was really slipping away for their control, and they had to go for a play, and look how much is being lost. Look how fast Low-Key W is into the base, because there's nobody up yet. They're going to get a shrine off this.
Yeah, and Shrine is massive for securing the game. You're going to have lane advantage for the rest of the game, or at least until you lose shrines of your own. It's a quick hit. It's not the most tanky thing, and Low-Key W, they know their win conditions. They get the shrine, they leave. All the while, not only do they get the shrine, they get the Urn turn in. They're going to extend their advantage. 30,000 souls. A lead that is difficult to go after, especially with the championship hanging in the balance.
Oh, Phantom Strike there for Hoot. Picked up some big purchases being made right now. It's looking pretty nasty. And these are some of the main power spikes. I mean, the only one you're waiting for now is for Zergy to pick up his Vamp Burst. That's the one where, like, then he, I mean, that plus the Rem heals, I mean, what do you do? He's got the Blood Tribute now, though, so that is pretty brutal. Maybe with the Rem heals, you don't care as much about the Vamp Burst, you know, being prioritized as early as he did previously, but this is proving troublesome here, CP, for Abrahams.
Let's take out great talent.
And for Abrahams, you don't get another chance. If you're unable to find a way to turn this game, and bear in mind, Abrahams historically, they have had some of the best comebacks in Deadlock history. They're not a team that you can write out. But if they're unable to find that way here again, we're gonna have to settle for second here in the Night Shift Open. And I do just wonder, Dan, what is a comeback gonna look like? And you know, really, in terms of pick potential, some of their heroes start to fall off into the late game. You know, Vindicta is not as good late as she is early the mid. And when you look at players like Arzo's at 31K, is a 31K Geist that's scary to a 33K Warden, a 32K Hoot that both have Rem backup. If even in a one-on-one style situation that quickly becomes a team fight with support.
Yeah, that's a great question. It really does take a fantastic initiation from the Abraham sides, or some kind of a misstep from Loki W. And here we go, the attempt from Loki W to take the fight straight to Abrahams here, get some good picks on the way. Rescue beam there for Cosmetical. After the Nox Nostra comes out, trying to protect this Walker, Abrahams, but are they going to have to give it? They've been zoned away from this. They can't really take the fight with the Walker now, so they just have to give it up. And I'm got to say, great positional play from Loki W to zone Abrahams completely out of that Walker defense.
Nothing Abrahams can do about the Walker in the situation. Think about how we got here, Dan. There was a point in this game where Abrahams was up about 15,000. They had a massive advantage, 2 Walkers to 0. Loki W, all it takes is one earned fight, and they completely flip the game. A 25K soul swing from that one fight alone. And now Abrahams trying to pick up the pieces. 5 seconds left on Rejuve. This is a fight they can take. Rejuves are about to be gone. Rejuves are out of there. Abrahams, tournament life online, trying to make something happen, but Together goes down first. Zergy, very healthy, over 5K HP here, Dan. Looking for targets on the Abraham side. Arzo, nowhere to go. It's a clean sweep onto 3. Listic might be low. He still has another life available. And this could be the victory run now for Loki W. Second Shrine about to go down, and Abraham's running out of options with the finals in the balance.
At this point, I mean, the strength of Loki W is so fearsome. And looking to try to get some extra kills on some of these players from Abraham's that are trying to delay around the shrine, but it is going to go down, inevitably so. And under the Walmart banner there, we'll see the troopers starting to connect with the Hidden King, looking to take it into that final phase of life. As Loki W are so strong here and truly here to prove that they are unequivocally the best Deadlock team in the world.
Abraham's now faced with the reality of the situation. Complete one of the greatest comebacks in Deadlock history, or come in second here in the Night Shift Open with one of the greatest prize pools that we've seen in the scene. No other roads lay before Abraham's now. Comeback earn on their side. Well, remember, you still get the 35% aura on the turn-in. It's not a very long turn-in. But now for Abraham's, you have to wonder, do you throw it all on the line? If they go for this earn fight, Dan, and lose, it is a quick path to the championship for Loki W. Nothing will stop them from the second stage patron.
And the entire team is here for Loki W. They're not going to allow a turn-in. They're not going to allow that 35% resist at all. They're going to force the fight here on the lane. And, I mean, can this fight even be denied? I don't think so. Abraham's getting split, and they can't even help each other. They are being isolated and destroyed here by Loki W. The Google is just so oppressive in these close quarters, and they are hunting right now. Loki W are looking extremely comfortable. The troopers bearing down on the base as well. As Abraham's lost 2. They are rooted. They do take down Who, so there's something.
They also got the earn. If they can get away without feeding more, there may be a chance. However, Loki W is in the hunt. They take down Sanya Sniper. 3 members of Abraham's remain, and the patron is vulnerable. Loki W, they sense the championship at stake. Now all in. Abraham's, you got to get everyone into the pit and defend. The second stage patron, it's nearly gone. Loki W, so close to winning it all. Zergy able to take down Together. The patron, it's low, it's fading. Loki W, they're going to be your champions of the Night Shift Open. They've taken it all.
What a spectacular result here. Loki W, after only dropping 1 map to Floormen here, has become the champions of the Night Shift Open. Congratulations to them. What a final this was. And Dan, they did it in style at the very end as well. A meaner pick to round things out here. Zergy just looked lights out every single match, though, here on these Wardens. This was a great performance from Loki W.
Yeah, it was such a testament to Loki W just really understanding what will work for them. And Zergy is just that player, isn't he? On the M1s, when he has confidence that a pick can work out and he's got that comfort, it doesn't really necessarily matter what the meta says, because Loki W is the team that defines the meta. They are the ones that are here to show us how to play the game as the best in the business. And Zergy made the most compelling argument you could possibly ask for with this pick on Warden, and he did it in a variety of ways, different priorities on the build, different compositions around him. Rem in this game in particular changed, I think, the nature of his timings on his build. So yeah, fantastic performance there from him as well. And also, let's not forget the pro on the Viscous. Like Loki W even understanding for themselves, like in the way they want to play this game around the objectives, as you can see Viscous flying through there on the ball. That was a high priority. And if the opponent had the opportunity to ban that in the second phase, that would be a high value ban.
It also does a brilliant job of like increasing the threat of range for a cosmetical ZP, right? Because, Cosmetical can go in on the Mina, flying on in, using ult and things like that. Okay, you're really deep in there. Okay, we just cube you, rescue beam you out. So there was so much pressure on Abrahams here from all threats.
Yeah, and I mean, I think back to the fight that turned it all. We didn't have the greatest angle on it, but I'm pretty sure the main reason why Taz went down is Cosmetical comes into the fight, lands Nox Nostra, where Taz was the main recipient of most of those bats, couldn't fully get away, and ends up falling. Like, Taz got Hotel Guest out, but that was it. And it ended up being the definitive fight where Loki W got control of the game, never gave it back out, despite some of the ways that Abrahams did try and get back in with surprise mid-boss attempts. And from there. And I do sometimes wonder, though, looking at the way this game went down, was Geist the proper pick to bring in here? I don't think Arzo played badly. I think it worked better than I was expecting, but thinking, of course, the cross of the game, I mean, you put the Geist against Silver, and oftentimes, even later into the game, when those two interacted, just, Hoot wasn't sweating, and Arzo definitely was.
No, definitely. Kind of got brutalized there towards some of the end of those moments. You also watch there. Zergy got Colossus, 5.2k health, absolutely running them down. Here's the stats coming out from this game. Hoot with 10. Hoot on the silver every single time. I mean, they've gone for it a lot early in these drafts, Dan. It's looked good for them. It's produced the results for them as well, alongside the rest of the team.
Yes, I mean, Silver is an insane pick for a reason, and Hoots can play pretty much anything and look really good on it. Did a great job in this game. Again, like the Silver pick allows you to be really tanky, to create insane amounts of space. You have Catch with the Bowler, you have like the Leap in both War form as well as the regular form. So like there's just so much utility and burst damage you get out of this. And so when it's played, I mean, this is the reason we're seeing it prioritized so highly. And oh yeah, it just got nerfed today, by the way, guys. It's not enough.
Yeah, no, maybe a bit down the line, maybe a little tweak here or two, but regardless, I think that it's a very, very hallmark pick that we will not be seeing shifting anytime soon off that kind of spot, that is for sure. And at the same time, hey, you know what, ZP, Zergy's changed the world, changed the bank balance, the Warden, who we just were not talking about really coming into this tournament at all, really prevailed.
Also, I got good news. I used a little bit of mind control. Like I learned from you and how you've been able to get our chat to do ! Walmart this entire tournament, but I'm getting Zergy on for an interview. That's right. The Floppa himself is going to be showing up when we're ready tech-wise. We got a few things to go forward, but that interview will be capping off our broadcast here today. We got him.
Yeah, who knew that W in low-key W stood for Walmart with the exclamation mark Walmart as well in the chat. I want to see the wall of that here. Again, got to use those mind powers as ZP may have stolen them from me to try and get Zergy on board. That's fine. But thank you to them alongside Intel to join us here, ZP, for everything that's gone down. It's been a brilliant tournament. Just from the open bracket, from the 64-team double elimination bracket, all the way through into this final as well. We didn't quite get to a game 3. However, low-key W made it look shiningly good.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the entire process here. We had a fantastic open qualifier. Everything went smoothly. We're not only all credit to the production, those helping on comp ops like Killinger, but also the players. It's really funny where you work with multiple games and, comp ops people have experience with different games. And the reaction when working with Deadlock is like, wow, it's really easy to work with Deadlock. And that's because it is one of the best gaming communities in the world. We went, of course, from open qualifier into our group stage play with best teams represented across both regions. And of course today where the games were on fire, and this time around Loki W, they get their revenge against melee creeps, hard fought against Abrahams, and they win the biggest prize pool that we've ever put on.
Impressive stuff, Dan. Any other words regarding this?
No. I guess I could say one thing. I think that we got a really good match between Melee Creeps and Loki W, and I think that's really awesome to see because we obviously had that in the semi-final, and it was really close. And so like even though for the NA fans, Melee Creeps lost that one, it was like there were fireworks in that game. It was like a brilliant game to watch, and it's really cool that we got to see both the region's respective best go toe-to-toe in this tournament in the way that they did and produce such an amazing result.
All right, let's take a look at the MVP then and see how things are shaping up for this one. Who's it going to be? Hey, it's Zergy! Hey. And of course, representing the Warden Strong. Locking everyone down here, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was the character pick that changed the world. It was a character pick that also had fallen out of the meta, where some people goes like, oh, Warden's been picked a lot. Well, okay, It depends on your time frame. Within this patch, within the last few weeks, Warden had fallen off in favor of other options, and it ended up being a key part of the low-key W strategy. They didn't get caught into the draft meta of using a high pick on your M1. They were able to get Warden at a value position late in the draft, and Zergy made it look good. And yeah, was it backed up by things like the Rem at times for even better support? Of course it was, but you gotta give credit. The character, far from dead, it was championship winning, and to see Zergy pull it off was a joy.
And of course, I'm getting word that Zergy is with us for an interview. This is weird, a StarCraft guy interviewing a Zergy. Zergy, hello and welcome, and congratulations for this win. First things first, how has it been playing this tournament across the weekend? Surely it's been a bit grueling, but very satisfying nonetheless.
Yeah, with the new earn changes and the amount of like tournaments that's been happening this month and last month, it's satisfying to win this one.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Another question, I suppose, is the Mina towards the end coming out. Hidden tech for you guys, or wanted to? Well, what was that all about?
They had 2 fly characters, and Mina's pretty good into flies because of her ult, and she can just execute them because they're low HP.
That also makes a lot of sense. Dan, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so you came into this roster not too long ago. I mean, it's still like relatively newish for you, and I know initially it looked like you're kind of finding your feet, playing Wraith when Wraith was, I guess, like not really finding her place in the meta just yet. And it seems like for you, you find what you feel like makes sense and you just make it work. Like I think Warden is a good example here as well. Like how does the whole dynamic on the team feel now in terms of versatility, like these drafts and so on? Because you guys always seem to have like very strong drafts and a very good read on how to prioritize.
We're pretty versatile as a team. I've picked up like maybe 3 or 4 new characters by the time that I've in my time with this team currently. Obviously, it wasn't that hard fitting in because I've had experience with prime members and everything. Our drafts are usually pretty strong because we have a really wide hero pool.
So Zergy, I gotta ask here, what was the journey like this entire time where you think about how Loki W developed, where you joined Loki W when they were already winning? They have Empty Dreams on the roster. They have a system. I think at that point they had won like 3 night shifts in a row. You join the team and, you get a little bit of flack because Loki W stops winning for a while. There's an adjustment period. Your first few games you come in, you're playing a lot of Wraith, and, Wraith wasn't even that meta at that point. And, you get kind of this criticism. But Lightbringer was very adamant when talking to the public, saying, like, look, this is an investment in the future. We believe in Zergy. It will be good eventually. And that prophecy is, of course, fulfilled, and things are good. And I guess I just want to ask for you, what was that like jumping back into competition? And what did it take to go from where you were at the beginning to where you are now, winning the biggest tournament we've had?
It did take a little bit of time for me to adjust into actual competitive play because I've been playing North American pubs for so long. And everything, and yeah, I did see that I was getting flagged for us losing. We lose 2 nights. She was like, "Oh, maybe it's Zergy that's the problem," or something. I think a player even said that it doesn't take much time to adjust in my role. I don't remember who it was, but yeah, it did suck. But obviously, I grinded it out, and we're winning now again.
It looks fantastic. Yeah, 2-0 here in this final. Congratulations, Zergy. I guess a final question, or maybe even a request. Of course, you've played this a lot of these great games as Warden. Any voice lines you'd like to treat us with before we let you go?
Never show fear, no matter the odds.
Perfect stuff. All right. Zergy, thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations once again. You guys looked fantastic, and we'll let you go and celebrate.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. I didn't quite hit the one you may have wanted there, ZP, but in the end, I want, let Zergy do what he wants,
No, that was also good. That was actually even better than the one I wanted. So, fitting for a tournament run from Low Key W where they were able to take it all.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Let's check in with the bracket one more time because we've had such a good weekend of Deadlock action. It has been 2-0s, blanket 2-0s, but I don't think those scores truly reflect what we were able to watch here in these games, Dan. It has been some great Deadlock.
Yeah, and again, that for me, one of the highlights was that Melee Creeps Loki W matchup. That was phenomenal. I mean, Melee Creeps, gave it their all, and I think it really showed in that matchup. And honestly, I think that was a closer game than what we had in the grand finals from Abrahams. And it's interesting there because there is some level of familiarity, of course, that Loki W have against Abrahams that they're not going to have as much against Melee Creeps. So it's really going to be a battle of this different interpretation of where the game's at. And we got to see Loki W in full force as well as Melee Creeps. So that was one of the highlights for me for sure of today's games.
Yeah. CP, final thoughts?
I think for me, it's always great to see the aftermath of a patch. Effectively, where the scene was a little bit in chaos last week, and players now have gotten used to a new urn that got some badly needed adjustments, and it led to this, I think, perfect era of Deadlock as far as gameplay goes, because I think there's rises and falls, and it's not immediately after the patch that you get the best Deadlock because teams often don't know what in the world they're doing. And it's not the end of a patch that you get the best Deadlock because teams, you can feel that they're frustrated with things have gone stagnant. But it's that wonderful period, a little bit after a patch has been dropped and teams learn to play it, where you still get a lot of variety, that things feel really good because you don't get a storyline like, oh, we're going to play this hero that no one was picking on the final day of the tournament when the patch has been out and known for a long period of time. The meta is a little bit stagnant. In this case, we had the perfect set of conditions for a great tournament, and it was just really awesome to see unfold. Also, in terms of upcoming events, I can't say the what, but you'll want to turn into Night Shift this Wednesday as we're going to be showing off our newest Night Shift skin. Can't tell you what it is, but it's going to be a good one.
Oh, I was not aware that this was the case. CP's been hiding this from me this whole time, this cheeky minx. All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here. Thank you very much around the world for watching this tournament. The Night Shift Open has been phenomenal. And once again, a huge shout out to the ones that made it happen. Intel and Walmart. Dan, they've been with us this whole time for this $12,000 prize pool. And we got to watch some awesome games because of it.
Yeah, we certainly did, and we had a lot of fun as well. We're always doing cool stuff with new sponsors. Walmart being the new one coming on for this to make this tournament possible. We got the Walmart bags. We have some cool storylines, especially yesterday. Getting to see how awesome that's been, and also massive shout outs to all of the viewers that have been supporting us the entire way in all of these shows. And it's just great to see just the growth from tournament to tournament.
Yeah, memes aside, as much as EU was able to take this one, I truly believe, looking at what and North America has been able to put together and where they will be projected to go, they're going to fight back, ZP. No doubt about it when we come around to this yet again.
Yeah, look, I think NA, obviously, you look at history, there's reason to doubt, but I do think in the brand new game, there's still time to come back around. There is 100%. A lot of talent in the NA scene, and maybe this is a little bit of a wake-up call, or maybe there's going to be a little bit more cross-competition, at least on scrims, where some of the top NA teams may now realize, hey, there's more we can learn. Let's absorb and then beat them the next time around. But the future is very bright. We have yet to see the best of Deadlock that is into the future, and can't wait to see what unfolds.
That does it for the Night Shift Open. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in around the world. As I said, of course, the Deadlock never stops, though, because just on Wednesday, as ZP mentions, the Deadlock Night Shift is back for episode 41 here. And apparently, as he says, he's got a tantalizing surprise for you as well. Good night, everybody. We'll see you for more Deadlock very, very soon.